Hello, duelists, and welcome to another special Challenger Cup here tonight. I'm joined by Ibris. How you doing, Ibris?
I'm very well, thank you, Lampy. So
And-
happy to be here with you. And of course, we are here also streaming as well on Yu-Gi-Oh! Card EU on Joshua Schmidt's channel. That is because Joshua will be joining us in a little bit to talk to us about his thoughts ahead of the World Championship this year, which, in case you didn't know, will be in Paris.
And it's not too far away anymore, and it's also going to be hugely impacting the entire evening as we are in this special 3v3 Challenger Cup that we have tonight. Actually, for first place, playing for all three team members, getting a trip to the World Championship, not as players, because of course our players field is already set, and we're going to talk about the teams that are going to be playing in the tournament, but as spectators, getting a full trip and everything, that's really, really exciting, on top of the already usual great Challenger Cup prizes that we have.
Yeah, really, really cool that they get to experience that,
Yeah.
you know, see the best teams in the world compete and maybe be inspired to take part in that next year and aim for that. Now, just to kind of preface how this is going to go, we're going to talk a little bit about that World Championship, a little bit about the teams before we jump into tonight's games of the Challenger Cup.
Absolutely. And I mean, that tournament, of course, is the ultimate international competition, the one tournament that every player in the world is working for. And we have now brought it down to only 10 teams in total, consisting of 3 players each. And I think we're going to
12
actually...
teams.
12, oh, yeah, yes, you're right. I forgot about 2 of them. But of course, always there's the title defending team coming on top. I always forget about that. But then, of course, Snipe Hunters also made it back. So it's 12 in total. And speaking of coming back, I think we have a really cool promotion also coming back, right? Isn't that?
Yes, indeed. We will have the Cheer for Your Champion campaign returning to Master Duel this year. And just to give you an idea of who it will be that you're cheering for, let's take a look at some of these teams. Let's start with Team 7 right out the gate.
How could I forget? Of course, Team 7 on the first year, they did make second place. And then last year, they did up it one more time, and they are the reigning world champions.
Yes, indeed they are. And this is a stacked lineup. You have Jesse Cotton, you have Raymond Dye, and you, of course, have Ryan Yu, who was the one to qualify that team for that 2024 World Championship.
And therefore is, of course, the team captain. And I think they have been strong on the last year's World Championship, but still you saw throughout the season that they are ready to defend their title because Ryan Yu just didn't stop playing. Of course, they were qualified, but still, yeah, Ryan just won another Duelist Cup because why not, right?
Yep, Ryan Yu is undisputed king of the Duelist Cup. I say undisputed. He is, you know, competing with someone else, and that someone else is the captain of our next team. No stranger to the world stage, the captain of Dreams Future this time around. It is Tasuku.
Yeah, that team name kind of switched because the last year we had Tusk at the World Championship with Heroes Future. But now, not only the team name, but also the team players have changed a little bit. It is still the team captain being Tazuko qualifying the team as well. But he has brought 2 new players with him, right?
Yes, indeed he has. Though, again, these are no strangers to that highest competitive stage. We have Freedom and we have Stella. Stella, of course, was a team captain in his own right in the previous year. This is a super team through and through. Granted, we have some really great names across the board.
And I mean, they were also just the first team to lock in their spot for the World Championship after the reigning champions, essentially, because they immediately, Tasuku won the first Duelist Cup of the season, which was in October, right?
I think he won more than just the first Duelist Cup.
But that was the one that he actually got his ticket. He could have gotten it on many other attempts as well. He just kept on playing, he kept on winning, but that one was the one where he did ultimately, in the beginning, already set the stage for the entire
I'm trying to think what was popular in the game back then, back in September, because it was just before the Outlaws from the Inferno pack that kind of dictated the pace for the next Duelist Cup. With the Tempai Dragon and the Ritual Beast. It was just before that, between the World Championship and then. So I imagine it was Snake Eyes.
It was a lot of Snake Eyes still, for sure.
Yeah.
And I think Fire King also was decently relevant at that point.
True enough. And now, speaking of the Tempai Dragon, of course, that Duelist Cup in December was won by none other than the team captain of our next team, Noble Gabigol. That was Shoma Yusa that managed to win that one.
Yeah, I think he actually got 3rd place because we just mentioned it that Tasuku actually didn't stop when he won the first Duelist Cup, but he kept on winning, and therefore it came to 3rd place actually, because then Ryan Yu got 2nd place in that Duelist Cup, and therefore then in the end it was though Shoma Yusa winning that spot to the World Championship with that 3rd place qualification. He did it with Jubel, and I think Jubel was definitely popular around that time. But in that Duelist Cup specifically, I think besides him making a spot, it wasn't that popular overall in the top 100 placement, I want to say.
True enough, and I think we have a good amount of referential data based on his performance back then, but by comparison, we don't know too much about his teammates. These are new players to the world stage, Bernardo 2117 and Gianfranco H. Now, both of these, again, they're relative unknowns in the grand scheme of competitive Yu-Gi-Oh!, but that is sometimes the X factor that you need to get these victories against the established players.
Yeah.
And I think we looked into Gianfranco's history in particular and seeing Infer Noble Knight.
Of course you would mention that.
I'm very happy about that.
Of course you would. And I mean, one really cool thing about their team also is it was the first Latin American team, actually, that managed to qualify for Duelist Cup, right?
That was actually the first Latin American team at Master of the Worlds to not include Judeo,
Yes,
who we'll speak about later on.
Indeed. So that's very cool to see that region also claiming a spot at the World Championship through the Duelist Cup. They would always claim a spot through the regional qualifiers, but now also getting one at the Duelist Cup is really impressive.
Yes, indeed. And speaking of the Duelist Cup, our next team, Ragnarok, had their team captain win in the March Duelist Cup. And that is, of course, Mist.
Very impressive.
Captain of that roster.
Yes.
Herman Hansen, very, very familiar name in the TCG scene and also in the Master Duel World Championship attending back in 2023.
Yeah, and of course then also being at our Invitational in Malaga as well. Really, you could see for him, I think, the focus changing a little bit. He's really at the moment just playing Master Duel. You see him in every Challenger Cup. He's out there competing. He loves to be in the competition in every single way. I think he's even going to be in our tournament tonight, even though he obviously is going to be as a player for the World Championship, but still playing together with his team is a good preparation for that big tournament ahead of us. And yeah, he's going to be joined, of course, by Luca and also by Nash. I think it's a very strong team to
Yeah, these are some of the most well-respected names within the European scene for their kind of proficiency in not only playing, but especially deck building. Really, really great minds for the game. And yeah, really commanding a lot of respect. This is a team to watch. Another European team to watch, though, is Brotdoser, led by Bronus.
Yeah, Brotos is just a German word for the people not familiar with the German language. It's basically just the case for where you put your bread in. Yeah, your lunchbox, exactly. Pretty much the lunchbox. And yeah, their team is a bit of a lunchbox as well because they brought different ingredients. Two Germans in there, but then they also add a little flavor of Italian because it is going to be Bronas from Germany and then Christian as well from Germany and then Vince joining them from Italy as well.
Yes, indeed. And of course, Bronus was at that event in Malaga as well, playing in the Challenge Cup finals, managed to make it all the way to the finals, actually managed to make it all the way to the top of the regional qualifier for Europe this year, hence why this team is here. Really, really well played by him. I've seen a lot from him in terms of the Snake Eye Fiendsmith. I've seen proficiency across a great variety of decks at that, and honestly, this is, again, a team well regarded within the European scene.
Definitely, because yeah, as you said, Christian Thomas going back to the World Championship was there before for the TCG, then Vince also a YCS champion, so definitely star-studded team, and I'm really excited for this one because with Bronas, I think a lot of people agree that he has always a little bit of a unique take on deck building. We saw that, for example, in Malaga as well. Just
random skill drain.
Yeah, random skill drain in the main deck, and also he brought just a great mood, so I'm excited to see him at the world stage, honestly.
Yes, indeed. And someone else that we're looking forward to seeing on the world stage, someone else you might be looking forward to see tonight is, of course, Snipe Hunters, led by Quantal this time around, but of course flanked by the ever-reliable Joshua Schmidt and Emre Kizalatis.
Yeah, but in the end, it was Quantal getting that second place in the regional qualifiers. Therefore, he is now the captain. And I've heard Joshua call him his captain now a lot of times. So really, the power dynamic in the team just changed. And Quantal now doing all the decisions. And of course, the World Championship in the previous years, it really lived off of that dynamic between the finals being the same pairing 2 times in a row, being Snipe Hunters versus Team 7. So having both of these teams back at the World Championship is really cool to see.
Yep, and Snipe Hunter's success back then, while it can't be understated, also lived off of the success of Quantal's proficiency on the Tielemans strategy, which is maybe not so popular this time around.
Who knows? Who knows?
Primarily, he did stick to the Atlantean Mermail when it came to the qualifier. And therefore, I think that we haven't seen the last of that, at least. But definitely a different competitive environment this time around. More on that later. Perhaps you'll see some decks that you can expect to see. And yeah, I'm really excited to see just how Quantal, Josh, Emre, get on this year.
Yeah, absolutely. And in case you are wondering what that campaign is about, that of course you just mentioned the Choose Your Champion, right?
Cheer for your
champion, exactly. That is going to be an in-game campaign where you can just pick out which team you think will win the World Championship, and then you can get some cool in-game rewards for it as well. But there will be more of that in a notification in the game. But just you already get some information, and maybe you can make up your opinion already on who you're going to cheer for in that campaign. Next option would, for example, be Chiba Corp, who's coming from the North American region. And there it was Joey actually qualifying the team, and he's bringing 2 players that I think have a lot of potential for making a good show, really, at the tournament.
Definitely. So, of course, we do have Enzo, who has made a name for himself within the North American scene and also on the international stage for TCG in particular, but he has appeared at the Master Duel Worlds as well last year. I do want to also shout out Park, mostly because, again, Infernoble Night Duelist to Infernoble Night Duelist, invaluable in terms of the amount that I learned from seeing him play.
Not only that, but I think also a lot of people in the community have learned a lot from him.
And not just Infernoble
really,
Night either.
Exactly. He's just so influential. You know that he's so knowledgeable about the game. He has won YCS championships, and now he's going to be at that World Championship where I think everyone just wants to see him. So I'm happy to have him there as well. And he's joining a good team. So I think that Chiba Corp team, and I think the qualification was really, really, really impressive because Joey, he won the regional qualifier by quite a mile. I think it was like 10,000 points or something. He was really up top there in the American region. Therefore, he really showed that he's the one to look out for in America. And I think a lot of Americans will cheer for that team next, of course, to Team 7, of course.
Yep, and coming up next, we do have Fala Galera, led by one and only Judeo, who we did mention before. He's been at every World Championship for Master Duel so far, and he is pretty much the Master Duel guy in Latin America.
He is, and he has joined. He has joining 2 players that have not been at the World Championship for Master Duel so far. He is going to be joined by Gabriel Nats, who actually was at the World Championship for the TCG in the last year, but now he is going into the team of Judeo for Master Duel, and then the one and only Paolo as well, which has a really good track record for the TCG, but now is also going to be there for Master Duel too. So I think they have some masterminds on their team.
I definitely think this is a team to watch, especially considering that Judeo was able to find so much success in reaching the top 4 in that 2023 year that Snipe Hunters did win. And I think that this team definitely has a lot more to show than they've given so far on that international stage.
Yeah, and I think with Judeo also, you gotta love the energy, right?
Seriously, like when he's having so much fun.
It's crazy because he also shared the journey on how he qualified, and you could really tell that, like, it almost felt like it didn't even bother him a single bit. He was just playing, having fun, qualifying, winning. It was all good for him, and he is now going to be back at the World Championship, which is glorious to see.
Hopefully having fun and winning this time around too.
Who knows?
Coming up next, we do have Alignments, who have team captain Kino Koko.
So that is one of our Japanese regions,
right?
Yep,
the original qualifier from Japan.
And that is joined by
Arata
and Goyoku. Okay, that's going to be an interesting team to look out for as well, isn't it?
So Goyoku in particular, I'm looking forward to seeing because we did see so much success from this player last year. Was on Heroes Future with Task and Maguro and did put up some really, really solid numbers, especially with that Ubel deck. Had, I think, the best winning percentage out of any player in that tournament, just quietly consistent throughout the whole thing.
With multiple people in the field now having a history of the Ubel deck, I'm wondering whether some of them are actually going to bring Ubel to the World Championship. That would be cool
fair,
to see.
Since last year, it's not only gotten Fiendsmith, but it's also gotten Varudras, the final bringer of the end times. So it's only gone on the up and up. Granted, we did have the introduction of the Molchamis, the Malice, the Ryziel. More on that in a little bit as well. Let's continue to speak about the participants at this year's World Championship. Coming out of the Asia qualifier, we do have Team FCG. That is RJ, Godwar, and Mimoe.
Yeah, very interesting team to look out for. RJ being back at the World Championship too after last year as well. And there, he did not make it through the group stages, but still
did manage to beat Snipe Hunters.
He did, exactly. So he already has that accomplishment, and maybe they're going to be in the same group again. Who knows? Maybe they can get revenge on them there. And actually, they also played in one of our Challenger Cup tournaments to decide which logo it is going to be for the season, right?
Yes, indeed. And RJ, of course, no stranger to the Challenger Cup
Yeah.
ecosystem, being one of the main hosts over in Asia, and does host the EU versus Asia tournaments that we run with Joshua Schmidt. So, yeah, really, really glad to see him on the world stage, and hopefully there is a great match between him and Josh on that level. I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, I mean, there is going to be all great matches.
Yeah.
Every single one of them I can't wait for, honestly. It's going to be such a great show.
We do still have 2 more teams to go through. Coming up next, we have Seoul Form, captained by Yuki. This is one of your season points qualifying teams. Actually, while we do have Yuki being introduced to the international stage, he has Bogan on his team, who joins Judeo, who joins Team 7, who joins Snipe Hunters, as one of the only players to return to the world stage for the 3rd time for Master Duel, and Tusk as well, of course.
Yeah, and Bogan is such a prominent name in the scene as well. I think he actually he set that challenge, I think, just for fun for himself, to sometimes just win 10 matches in a row. And that's at this point, people are calling this the Bogan challenge, right? That is really funny. Like, even people in Europe, okay, I'm going to do the Bogan challenge now, just winning 10 matches in a row on the highest stage, like on ladder or in ranked, whatever. He can just do it all.
Yep, and the 3rd member of this team will be Suizo Kaku. So Seoul Form is Yuki, Bogan, Suizo Kaku. And it looks pretty stacked, all things considered.
For sure. And I mean, maybe for this time around, it is going to be the Asian players going in the finals, because, of course, they have missed out for 2 years in a row now. So maybe now, this time around, it is going to be their turn. I could see it.
Yep, and while this was one season points team, we do have one more. We have Mugiti with team captain and presumably namesake of the squad, Mugi, leading the charge, followed by Sakuma and Rain.
And also Rain rounding it off. That is true. And yeah, I mean, the teams that are going with season points, for them, it can be safe to say that they have all been really, really grinding throughout the entire year, because otherwise they couldn't be there, because they had to consistently at every Duelist Cup get there and be like in the top 100 to combine their season points to even get to this spot here at the World Championship. For some other teams, they would only need to perform at the regional qualifier weekends, because one weekend for them was enough. But for those, they would need to be there every cup, and they just amount those points to really have that total ready.
Yeah, definitely. Again, just consistency, the name of the game here for these players in particular. Any of these teams I could see winning the World Championship.
Same. They are really, 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 really good names. But I think it's cool that, and I was really, really happy in the end to see that Snipe Hunters is coming back, so that we have that dynamic again with Snipe Hunters and Team 7, because that was really the first 2 years so cool to see. And of course now, I think the European teams might also have some kind of a home turf advantage, because no jet lag and everything, they are in Europe at the end of the day, so travels for them will be way shorter than for the American or for the Asian teams. Still, of course, they're going to get there a couple days early, so I think hopefully for none of the teams it's going to be too much of a thing, but I mean, it's a little things sometimes that matter. Well, the question is, how many Noble Knight players are we going to have? You're hoping for one,
I have
right?
at least, well, I have 2 honorary ones at least. They used to play Infinite Noble Knight.
Yeah.
I'll give them that. But speaking of playing Infinite Noble Knight, I'm not sure how many of those we'll see tonight, but we do have, of course, behind us the Ryziel detonator here, and that kind of ushered in a new era of decks. Following up on last month's Malice release, we have the Ryziel deck now becoming a legitimate contender, and one that you can perhaps expect to see crown a world champion this time around.
Definitely. I think that new pack with the Ryziel cards now being in Master Duel really switched up the entire thing completely again. Because before that, I feel like a lot of people were preparing with Malice as the main deck and ways to counter the Malice deck. And I think it was a no-brainer in some deck to have Artifact Lancea. But now it's all a bit different, because Ryziel is a big contender all of a sudden as well. So you will have to find options on how to address both of these decks and not only the Malice deck. And therefore, I think the meta game just got a lot more interesting.
Yes, indeed. And speaking of games getting interesting, in about 1 minute, we will kick things off with tonight's tournament. Just to, again, contextualize where we're at here, it is a 3v3 tournament. Players each brought 1 deck, so not as many as in WCS, but still some nuance there, because they can only share 3 cards between them.
Yeah.
And actually, it will be 20 seconds. We are rapidly powering through and approaching the kickoff date for this tournament. The winners get to attend WCS as spectators and get to claim all those other prizes. But honestly, I'm sure regardless of who wins, we're about to have a great time with some great games.
Surely, 32 teams it is, single elimination. Every round we're going to lose half of the teams, and it's going to be a best-of-9 mode.
Why do you sound so happy about us losing half of the teams every round?
Because you gotta get down to a winner eventually, and that's just how we do it, and that's how it's the most fun. Just one team wins, one team loses. That's how those tournaments are, and that's how competitive Yu-Gi-Oh goes. And at the end of it, it will be one team really, really happy and really celebrating it all.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to some good action. Best-of-9 it is. That means if your team, basically every player of every team faces the other.
Yep, in a round robin, then first team to 5 wins will claim victory in that series and advance on to the next round. The loser is out because it's single elimination, but let's get in. There are 3 duels taking place at the same time. Here we are with one. It is Fict versus Rikape.
That is true. We have BOB versus SPP. You can see that there is a Malice Dormouse already resolving at Duel B while we still have thinking time on the main table.
A pass?
The thinking time wasn't used very well because we pass it over. And Fict, of course, not too uncommon of a name in Challenger Cup competition. We've seen him win plenty of cups in the past, but that is not the start that they wanted. And look at that, Ibris.
I like it.
Yeah, our mascot of the season, basically.
Yep, the Challenger Cup summer monster Mementotlan Anguich there gracing the field for Rikape, being followed off by the Tatsu no Toshi Go.
Perfectly pronounced there.
I read along with it, fortunately.
That's fine, that's fine. And interestingly enough, also on Duel C, we see Unchained cards being in there as well. So we see all kinds. I love that we have 3 duels at the same time.
Simultaneous Ash Blossom and Joyous
Yes.
Spring resolving is kind of painful, but at the same time, it seems to not have phased SPP because Called by the Grave comes down for Rikape to run interference on that. It will stop the interrupt, and it means that now Rikape can proceed with the Memento combos. And once the Mementos access the extra deck, you know, you kind of have to consider that the game is maybe rapidly approaching a point where there's no coming back for the opponent.
Just in case you are confused, that Called by the Grave only negates the Ash Blossom from Victinium here and not the Ash Blossom on the other table as well. And therefore, it is only going to be dealing with that. But there we see the Mementotlan Gatic going into the graveyard, and that's where it wants to be, because when it does go into the graveyard for a card effect, we can just bring it back. And now the on-summon effect is going to bring back that Sleepy that was sent alongside itself.
I do wonder how many disruptions Victinium started with when in his hand here, because that instant pass kind of hinted that perhaps we had a lot of interruptions to the opponent's turn, but not too many in terms of starters or opportunities to commit on our turn. Speaking of the Memento deck accessing the extra deck, I believe this is a fusion summon now, and we should expect to see the Twin Dragon now come down for Rikape.
I mean, one thing that's immediately pretty tough for Victinium, I feel like, is there is no Maxi and also none of the Charmies. I would have expected him, when he just passes like that, to really have some of that, but none of that is available. And I mean, with the Charmies, maybe they don't share Maxi. You never know, right? Maybe that is none of their share cards. So some other teammate has the Maxi. You never know. And in the meantime, Rikape is continuing to play. And I think one card that Victinium might really need here could be the Nibiru, the Primal Being, because that could be the lifeline.
Combined Creation should come out soon, and then the Creation King will be soon to follow. And honestly, a lot of the time I see that the Memento monsters use their effects to allow the higher leveled ones to attack directly. As it turns out, when the opponent has no monsters, you can attack directly anyway, so I am anticipating a big commitment from Rikape here. But 4 mystery cards in hand for Fict. Did not use any of them on that first turn. Do you have anything here, Fict?
Bone Party also resolving, destroys now that big 5,000 attack point monster in the hand to probably special out the Mementotlan Maze. And at this point, we're collecting so many different Memento names in the graveyard. Not even the Nibiru would look too tempting here, because I feel like at this point we just have so many, so we could maybe summon it out another time, because you do not only can summon it out once per turn, but twice per turn, actually, or as many times as you have materials still left to fusion to bring it out.
There is the fusion, so I imagine we will see the Mementotlan Combined Creation.
Yes.
Creation King? Or Mementotlan Tekutlaka, Creation King, rather.
That is exactly its name, and it has hit the field now, and we may have used 3 cards from the graveyard to shuffle back, but we can just immediately get 3 new into the graveyard with the summon effect, and that's what we do. Akihiron was one of them, and it is just looking very, very, very pretty for Rikape. Sometimes you would expect maybe if Victinium doesn't have anything here anymore, you would expect him to just maybe concede. But due to the 3v3 nature, right now maybe he doesn't even worry that much about his own game anymore, but instead just like he's communicating with his teammates about what to do there and helping them out. And therefore it's always interesting to see those developments. And also, one thing you have to consider is we're playing a best of 9, so there's way more games to be played. Maybe he just wants to see what other cards are in the deck of Rikape, so for the next games these guys are aware so they can play around them properly. You never know. There we just saw an effect Vela resolving at Duel B. Therefore, that is not super standard of a card to see anymore at the moment. So interesting information to have.
I see a Nibiru and quite a few Ryziel cards, so I imagine that this duel is also going pretty well for Victinium's teammate.
I do agree, and there is a Fiendsmith Tract activated at table C as well. And, ooh, I think there is a response window right now for Victinium, because we are not having that yellow box.
I think we crested past 5 summons quite a while ago.
For sure.
Yeah, look to be in an okay position.
This is a weird one to be thinking about now, though, because what we're trying to do right now here is just destroy one monster on the field to bring back a level 2 monster. And now, finally, we have decided to allow that. The Goblin is going to come back, and I think one cool thing now as well is we can trigger the Akihiron, of course, as well. And if there is another low-level monster in the graveyard, we could have also triggered the field spell, the Memento Miklan, but no, that was not the case. Okay.
They can attack directly now.
Yes.
They could anyway.
Yeah. I mean, still, but now, if a Nibiru comes down, for example, that would still, even after the Nibiru, allow you to attack directly. That can still be relevant here. Now we activate the Goblin effect to send 2 more Memento cards from the deck to the graveyard. And cool enough, we destroyed the Akihiron for that, meaning the graveyard effect of it will also now activate, adding back 1 Memento card from the graveyard or from the banishment. And we choose the latter. And we also now activate the effect of Memento Miklan. This just looks perfect for a Rikape. And I'm wondering, was it a bluff from Victinium that he was thinking about there? Because it really gave some Nibiru vibes there, but there was no real reason to use Nibiru there necessarily. Okay, fusion back into the hand. We see there was the Nibiru, but play went back on table B as well. So after the Nibiru, the game was not over yet.
Oh! Winter Cherries. Okay, so you buy yourself one more turn, maybe?
Not necessarily. We can banish 1 card from our extra deck now, or we reveal it, and then our opponent has to banish all copies from that. Okay, we banish Aspinall Knight. I think Rikape can live with that, honestly. That is a card you do not want to draw going first, that is for sure. And I mean, we probably don't even have a real target for Memento in our extra deck, besides that Aspinall Knight, which is really not that big of a problem here for Rikape in the end. I'm wondering why Victinium would activate that there, to be honest, because that is a huge information to see. When you know your opponent does have Ghost Reaper and Winter Cherries in their deck, I feel like you can play some very different lines, honestly.
For sure, and you also have to contextualize the fact that now Victinium's future opponents on this team know that he is running them.
Exactly.
But that being said, it does give access to the Dark monster in the graveyard for the Dark Charmer Gloomy to steal, and then again you can link them off and access a rank 3.
A link 3, and I think it's going to be Celine. Yeah, Celine. And that's usually just a very, very easy way to go into Access Code Talker eventually, essentially.
So the old combo when Crystron Hauka was around was you used to get back the Effect Veiler with the Hauka and you'd link them off into Celine, the Queen of the Master Magicians. Celine would then activate her effect to bring back the Effect Veiler, and then you would link off into the Access Code Talker, as you mentioned.
That works
Apollo
as well,
the Bow of the Goddess actually now offers insurance against the Nibiru, the Primal Being, and that does spell doom for Fict here, as he is knocked down by Rikape to open up this game. SPP take game 1 in this back and forth duel. Now, Malice in Underground is on the field. Malice cards are on the field, but facing down a Ryziel and a Nibiru, the Primal Being.
I mean, that doesn't look too bad for SPP either. So we have survived the turn after the Nibiru and all the Ryziel monsters were on the field, and now action is on the Malice player on Gengi for Team SPP. So things are looking good, and I feel like just looking at the names of the players, BOB would be the more known team just going by the names because they have players that have won Challenger Cups before. I also know Spectre, for example, here on that team. And the team SPP is a little more unknown in terms of that, but as we can clearly see, they're doing very well here.
Yep, being able to bring out the Chessy Cat now. The Malice continues to extend 1,500 on the life points. Looks a little bit dicey, but at the end of the day, it's more than 0. It's within the Malice comfort zone, and so is the extra deck and this extra Link monster. Going to access the Malice Q White Binder and banish a couple of cards from the graveyard. You can disrupt the opponent, or you can banish from your own graveyard and trigger some of these special summoning effects to then Link climb further.
Yeah, definitely going to do the latter here because we are just trying to get our monsters going even more so because there is no disruption needed right now. And I think we have just seen Access Code Talker, or we talked about Access Code Talker, then did not see it because they decided for Appaloosa. This time around, though, I think Access Code Talker might be a really, really handy way to possibly end this duel here, which would mark a 2-0 lead for Team SPP. You said 1,500 life points is more than 0. Yup, that is true, but for a Malice player, that is getting pretty dicey because you always have to pay life points to activate your effects, of course. And you want to activate another Link-free effect, like the White Binder and the Banishment, you get down pretty significantly at some points. That is now a Link 1, linking off the White Binder to go into Link Disciple. What are we planning with that? Is that... Oh, yeah, I think that is our way into Access Code Talker. We just wanted to have another attribute in the graveyard with a light monster there.
To get additional removal for the Access Code Talker. Access Code Talker, of course, going to come through. 5,300 attack, but it's going to be reduced a little bit here. 5,100, still pretty good. And it does mean we have access to as much removal as we need to then clear out this field. Do you go for the face down? Yes, you do. And then you go for the Ryzeal and the Nibiru, and then you swing, swing, swing. But, crucially, still short 800 points of damage.
When he's destroying the Duo Drive, everything is going to be fine. Look at that. We are, I think that's now how much
I need
missing?
400
400 missing, but we are banishing a Malice monster here from the graveyard, which can then immediately come back and would definitely mark what we need. Yep, look at that White Binder ready to come back. Only 300 life points remaining for Gengi, but enough attack points on the field to possibly go for game here.
Yep, 300 more than 0 and more than Specimen is about to have. Spectre, sorry, is about to have.
Indeed, yeah. And there we go. It's a little bit of David against Goliath here, and David is up 2-0 now with also Gengi winning this game for SPP here. Impressive.
Yep, SPP moving to 2 against 0 on the board here as we do have Kyle Javi against Mordred. Mordred now looking to extend with that Memento strategy. We saw Memento take a win for SPP in Game 1. Can it do the same for BOB here? The field looks pretty cleared out. The Engraver's in the graveyard. It's having a good time. But Memento also likes being destroyed and likes coming back to the hand on top of that. Bone Party now added back for Mordred.
Yeah, it's interesting to see because I know Mordred is very big on the Malice deck and also plays a lot of Ryzeal since it is out in Master Duel. And now still seeing him being the Memento player of the team impresses me. But Mordred being... someone that can just play all the different decks. And there is a concede, and therefore we do still have it quite close and competitive here in this matchup, with the score now being 2-1 between those two.
Yep, series very much alive here between SPP and BOB. SPP in the lead with 2-1, but still looking pretty good for BOB at the end of the day, especially if Mordred can pull it back. Memento so far, played twice. Won twice, looking pretty good, looking like a front runner. You know, it was Josh's go-to deck for the early stages of the regional qualifiers this time around.
I told you since the beginning, Memento is such a beautiful deck and it's so good, and people do still play it so much and it's so strong. I think it is going to be a deck that we definitely are also going to see at the World Championship.
Yeah.
For sure. And I mean, this tournament, of course, not only bringing people to the World Championship with getting first place and getting their trip to the tournament, but also, of course, giving you already a little bit of a preview of what kind of decks we are going to have at the World Championship, because the meta game now basically is set, of course, for WCS with our latest Forbidden Unlimited list and with the latest pack release.
Talk to me a bit about the Memento Malice matchup and the Memento Ryzeal matchups in particular, because those are the ones that you can really expect to see it having to come in clutch against.
So I think one key thing about that is the non-engine that you're playing with Memento usually is Super Polymerization and Forbidden Droplet. Super polymerization, I think against the Ryziel deck can sometimes be a little iffy to resolve because they just have different attributes, and then it just doesn't really work out.
You can't make the Mud Dragon of the
well.
Swamp. You know, you struggle to make the Garura, the Wings of Resonant Life, which I live in constant fear of as an Infernoble Knight player.
Oh,
so.
totally.
Yeah.
I have some decks as well where I'm just totally scared of that, and therefore that's maybe not that great. But on the other hand, Forbidden Droplet is really strong against Detonator, and therefore the Ryziel matchup can definitely be fine. The Malice matchup, Super Polymerization does more against because you definitely have some applications there. But let's see it in practice now, shall we? We do have SPP winning another coin toss here on our main Duel A. And on Duel C, we see just a couple of set cards there. It's not looking great for BOB here overall.
Kyle Jarvie now looking to resolve this Fiendsmith's track to look to go okay. You know, they'll add the Fable Lure, you have to imagine, discard it, get the free card on the field, and then be able to climb and extend from that point onwards.
And I love this because we didn't see much of it really in the last game, but this is not any kind of Fiendsmith deck here from Kyle Jarvie, but this is actually Unchained Fiendsmith, something you don't see every day. I think we looked through the decks.
Did you look
at
the deck list, or did you guess based on the mate?
I think I saw his deck list, yeah. Okay, the mate kind of gave it away as well, that's true. And I think they actually are the only Unchained play. Oh, and after the Droll and Lockbird, we have the triple tactic talents as well. Let's have a look all together. And we see double Impulse, another Droll and Lockbird, and the Dormouse. And in those situations, I feel like it's a no-brainer to just take the Dormouse.
Yeah,
right?
of course, you want to take the starter. Fix again. This time, got a starter, but this time it's going to be taken away. Well, you imagine. Yep, definitely will be the one to go. Does also give Kyle Jarvie the information that he needs to kind of play around the two impulses as well. Just, you know, you have to be conscious of the fact that this could come down at any time and run Disruption. Now we're going to have the Fiendsmith extra deck cards start to make an appearance. The Requiem is going to be first. That Link 1 card that will eventually bridge into being an effective equip spell for the fusion.
Yeah, but the cool thing here is that would be something you would always try to use Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring on. And Dominus Impulse oftentimes is used to a similar use as Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, but here in that particular case, you could not use the Impulse because there were no cards on the field when you used the effect of the Fiendsmith Requiem, as it is in the graveyard already at that point, and therefore you couldn't stop that. So the Fiendsmith engine is off to the races here for Kyle Jarvie, which is for them really, 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 really good. Because we do get maybe even to a Caesar here in no time.
Engraver and Lacrima both on the field, soon to both be in the graveyard as the fusion will come through. Or the Link, I believe, is probably next in step.
We can go both routes, really. We can go for a Necrocrypt line here immediately, just making Necrocrypt out of the Lacrima and the Requiem. The cool thing about just doing that is that you completely are unaffected by the Impulse, because the next thing you just do, there you have 2 level 6 monsters on the field, and they're both Fiends, and therefore you could just easily, immediately go into the Caesar, and you know your opponent just has no answer to the Caesar, and I like this a lot, playing around the Impulse that we know, and if you went for Sequence, probably they would have just always used the Impulse on the Sequence, and therefore just doing it like this is a lot safer, and I like it very, very much here from Kyle Jarvie.
Yep, so DDD Wave Hiking Caesar going to be followed up by the Triple Tactics Thrust. We saw the Triple Tactics Talent lead things off. Now the Thrust will swiftly follow. Abomination's Prison. This is Unchained Fiendsmith. We mentioned, hadn't seen too much from the Unchained components, but Kyle Jarvie actually has the luxury of playing this one a little bit slower, taking a step back, because Fix is relying on whatever card has just come off the top of the deck, while Kyle Jarvie knows for a fact he has a disruption for whatever that starter may be, if indeed it is a starter. Could be another draw, could be another disruption, could just not be what Fictinium needed at this moment in time.
Yeah, maybe he draws the Ghost Reaper and Winter Cherries again, which didn't really help him on the first game, so could be another case of that. But that is looking really, really good. And you said it really right. Kyle Jarvie can just take it slowly. Usually with Triple Tactic Thrust being resolved on the first turn, having to set a card because our opponent doesn't control any monsters anymore, will lead to them set like an Infinite Impermanence or a defensive card that they can really use on their opponent's turn. But here there's no need for that.
Immediate end phase.
Yeah, there you go. And we use the Lacrima, the Crimson Tears already in the end phase. So we can bring that Requiem back to the field. Now we could technically use the Dominus Impulse on that, and I think it does make sense. We have 2 of them, so we may as well just use 1 here and 1 then on the next turn again.
Yeah.
That just does make so much sense, but still turn over to
Bold of you to
Kajabi
assume that
again.
there will be a next turn.
Yeah. I mean, this turn you could use it, right? So
True.
let's see whether we can get to that point. Have we drawn into any other Unchained cards? We don't even really need that because clearly we have just set the Abomination's Prison, which we can then turn into any Unchained card from our deck to our hand. No response, of course. We cannot even really respond to that too much anymore because we know most of the cards in their hand, but we're searching. Oh, hold on though. Oh, now that they use the Impulse from the hand, they can't even use their Drawn Unlock Bird anymore.
True.
So we
Now,
are completely unaffected by that too.
Unchained Twins Aruha now going to come to the hand, going to be activated as well.
Will destroy
Special
that
summon.
set card. Is that another Unchained card which profits off of being destroyed here? In that regard, oh, okay, we do use Impulse on that. I think that is pretty smart, honestly. But still, we haven't even normal summoned yet. So worst case, we can just normal out the Aurora too. Oh, and there's a response from Kajabi. We're chaining the Chamber here in that case. So that is just still giving us an Unchained monster at the end of the day.
So I believe we're going to summon it from the hand.
From the graveyard. Oh, wait, we can.
Hand or graveyard. So I think you take the one from
Yeah,
the
there's
hand.
nothing in the
Yeah,
graveyard.
exactly
Yeah, you're right.
that.
Yeah, for sure. So still finding the way to the field.
Ah, but Aruha, can we find our way to Yama with this card?
Oh, wow.
I guess we'll find our way to a victory anyway. I was looking forward to seeing Unchained Soul, Lord of Yama. As it turns out, SPP don't need it, as Kajabi is able to make a comeback in his second game and put another win on the board for SPP here as we do move into our next game between Spec and Rikape.
And that looks a lot better than that first game looked for Spec, because that is really how you want to build your Ryziel field. You have the main interruptions. You have a Ryziel Detonator there actually with three materials. You have the Ryziel Cross also ready to negate. You have a couple of set cards as well. Still plenty of cards in the hand. This is very often or very usually how this field will look like.
You have negation, you have destruction, you have all the disruption you could ask for, but Memento has so many cards that it could very well play through it. Ryziel Plasma Hole actually going to come out here and going to interact with the Memento cards. It's not highlighted, so I can't read its name, so not going to attempt it.
The Tatsunoko Shogo, you mean?
Yeah.
Well
done.
Yeah, I always say it like that, and I failed.
Memory after,
I've failed plenty of times.
Say it with enough confidence and we're all good.
Exactly, that's what we're going to stick with. But
Someone else that's confident is perhaps happening in Duel C. Whoever has just passed with 3 face down set.
And I mean, we talked about the impact of the super polymerization in some matchups, and I think we see the Earth Golem at Ignister on Duel C. That means there must have been a super polymerization resolve.
We see super polymerization resolve here as well.
Let's see this, Van. How are we going to do this? So there is a... How are we going to combine these? I'm curious. Okay, we're just going to use our monsters. That's fair, yeah.
Okay.
That works, that works.
So now the Plasma Hole has no real target.
Yeah. Target disappeared throughout the resolution of that super polymerization. So we can still now resolve the effect of Tatsunoko Chogo if we do not decide to negate it with the Ryziel Cross here. But, I mean, you're kind of okay with maybe destroying this Twin Dragon because then it can't activate its summon effect anymore. This is really a tough decision here for Spec, honestly. What is he going to do?
Still in a decent position, all things considered, though, because you are looking at a hand advantage and a massive field advantage. The only question is there a graveyard advantage? Because that's where the Memento deck truly comes alive.
Yeah, that is very interesting indeed. And we shall figure out whether... Oh, is he going to do something? Not sure.
Thinking.
He is really, really thinking this one. I mean, let's discuss the different
Ryziel
scenarios.
Cross now being
Do negate
activated.
it.
The field fell.
Do negate the fact. Interesting. Ooh. And now, oh, that's perfect. We detach the aggregator from the detonator, meaning now chainlink one Twin Dragon.
You have
Chain
another
link to
negation from the
aggregator.
aggregator, yes. So obviously super valuable card when it comes to adding just another layer of disruption to the Ryziel strategy. But here is the Goblin Biker Grand Breakout. It's going to summon the Memento Goblin from the deck.
It's trying to, but there's Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring stopping that, and now it will come down to whether Rikape has another Memento monster in hand, because technically the Twin Dragon can resolve. It will need to destroy something from the hand, though, and there is the Goblin in the hand already.
Wow.
So that is good news because that means we can search for 2 Memento monsters now straight from our deck right away, and that is going to be VT Kutlika.
Yep, Mentor to Kuklia, combined creation now added to the hand. We have 5 other Memento monsters with different names in the graveyard for sure. So perhaps we will see that actually come out. But still looking pretty good in terms of disruption from this Ryziel Detonator and the rest of the field.
Yeah.
Mystery face down as well. Never really feels good to face down, especially when you are on the back foot here. Sleepy going to be added to the hand. Again, just really looking good here. Mementotland Fusion, another fusion card being used here.
That's crazy. That was the last unknown card in their hand, and it's such a good one to have there at that moment. Interesting to me, though, Spec has been really careful about using the destruction effect from Detonators so far. Has really decided not to do that a single time. I feel like whenever my opponent is activating the effect of Tatsumi Chushogo, for example, on the field, that's a good time to use it, but has decided to just keep it completely until this very moment. And maybe now then ready to tackle that fusion monster that is about to be summoned out here. That is, of course, going to be once more the Creation
Yes,
King.
indeed. Memento Miklin Tekutlika Creation King. But Ryziel Detonator going to swiftly answer that with another destruction effect.
That is good. Now meaning, though, that Rikape does not really have to send another copy from the extra deck to the graveyard anymore, as this one is going to find its way into the graveyard anyways, and it does have a graveyard effect to also search for Memento Miklin, the so powerful field spell. In the meantime, on Duel C, I think I see another Access Code Talker finish, meaning we're actually onto a 4-1 score. So this game here right now could already be the last game of the entire series.
Yes, indeed. And we had BOB entering this as the favorite based on the fact we recognize the players. They're so well regarded, so renowned within the European scene, within the Challenger Cup scene.
Totally.
And yet here we are. Unchained Fiendsmith won its game, did its job. Can Rikape now with the Memento deck replicate his success in game 1 and replicate his teammates' success in the other games here in this second set?
There is the Gaddick now also getting the Bone Party into the hand as well. Rikape piloting this very nicely so far. But you still gotta wonder, what are those 4 cards in the hand from Spec? Is there maybe a Nibiru waiting? It would not be a surprise to me, because if you have those shared cards, and we are playing under the world rules, I think in one of your decks you want to include Nibiru for sure.
Maybe one in each.
Yeah, maybe one in each. That works as well, sure.
The Nibiru, the primal being you played against me earlier, really hurt my feelings.
We had a little preparation match before the tournament.
I took Link Spider out of my deck just before then, and now I'm like, okay, I might put it back in, but you know, the extra deck is tight, and indeed the extra deck is what is making the difference here for the Ryziel deck, detaching again to get the destruction again on the Memento Mictlan.
And that will hurt, because you want to have that card to generate more monsters, to just keep on summoning stuff from the graveyard. We do still have, of course, though, the combined creation in the graveyard waiting there to come out and attack some more monsters. And be reminded, if it is the only monster on your side of the field, it can even attack all of your opponent's monsters. So we would have to get rid of the Gaddick beforehand somehow.
I'm sure we can find a way to destroy a Memento monster.
Yeah, surely. I do agree. That's definitely not the hardest task. We have the Bone Party in the hand already, so that could take care of that. But let's see how Rikape decides. He's like, we really talked about the fact that the Ryziel field was as good as it usually gets. There also, of course, graveyard effect from Mementoland Fusion can destroy the Gaddick right away. Keeps the field clear in terms of monsters after this card resolves.
Gonna add a spell trap to the hand as well to further extend here. It is another Mementotland Fusion, and we could very well see that access the extra deck some more. Akihiron now going to resolve in the graveyard to special summon itself back. This is also the card that allows for the direct attacks if necessary. So there is a path forward for Rikape here. And importantly, no more materials on this detonator and no more disruption from the aggregator in the graveyard.
Absolutely. Rikape now has resolved that on-field effect of Akihiron. So we would be able to attack directly. But getting to 8,000 will not be that easy of a task here, I feel like.
And then Totland Bone Party going to be used here.
Bone Party shall destroy the Akihiron, so also the other graveyard effect will be activated here from Akihiron, so we can recycle resources. So even if Rikape is not able to close out this game here on this turn, I feel like we are about to set up a decent field here for ourselves and breaking the opponent's field. In the process of it, speaking of breaking the field, we could use the summon effect from Dark Blade here. Discards the fusion, which we cannot activate this turn anymore anyhow, to go after the back row.
Spell trap card and hopefully clear a path to victory here for Rikape. The memento cards are activating in the graveyard, but here is the plugin being used here.
Yeah, that may as well have not been too much of a surprise. Maybe both players actually knew about this one, because that is usually a card you do search with the duo drive here in the Ryziel strategy. And we only jumped into this game after the first turn was already concluded. So I feel like that certainly was something that probably the players were aware of. And we do bring back the extra Ryziel here from the graveyard. And we do also
get a material on the detonator as well.
That is what just happened there. So you see Detonator again with one material, and we get the Memento Migland back into the hand. Now, could immediately be answered again as well, though. So let's see how that is going to progress here. Extra Ryziel is special summoned, and it doesn't matter whether it's your turn or your opponent's turn. As long as there is nothing but level or rank 4 monsters on the field, you do get to search for another Ryziel monster, as we just saw there. This is intense. And this is also dangerous, because that now marks another monster on the field. And we talked about the fact that the combined creation can attack every monster on the opponent's side of the field as long as it is the only monster in the field. If you combine that with the Mimitotan Bone Party graveyard effect, which gives you piercing damage on one monster on your side of the field, that could mean now, hold on, how much damage would that be? That would be 2,000 over the detonator, 3,000 over the... I think we would be 500 short, but that would still be quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, not bad, but it does also kind of make me a little bit afraid of Beck's 5 cards in hand, because it does mean there's a chance of follow-up and full commitment on the next turn.
Totally.
But still, if Rikape can navigate through this, through that ideal Ryziel end field, it's such a great comeback and such a great position to be in, really showing off the prowess here. But here is Sleepy.
That could just be another Creation King. And then we have activated the effect of Akihiron to attack directly this turn with the Combined Creation and the Creation King. So I think we have to set up here. If there is no answer from Spag, this might be one of those cheeky memento finishes where you just attack directly while your opponent still has a field. This is massive.
Can we get the Combined Creation back from the graveyard onto the field?
It's happening. It's happening. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's all you need to get that big, impressive 5,000 attack point monster onto the field.
Memento Tekutlika Combined Creation.
Oh, end of main phase. The Nibiru would be needed here, but there is no Nibiru. I think this marks the end of this duel. And also, oh, hold on though. Graveyard effect of Ryziel Plasma Hole. Let's not forget about that. We can exceed summon. Oh, but we do use the effect of our Combined Creation here to get rid of the
X Ryziel.
And that means I don't think... Oh, okay. But we chain the detonator. I think we're for the moment saving ourselves here, because we get rid of one of the monsters that we're ready to attack directly here.
Yeah.
Huge detonator saving the day here and saving the team for the moment as well.
But you were so excited for that. You love Memento.
Yes, and I love when it finishes in that unique way of just attacking over a field directly.
There's an Xyz summon.
Ooh, what are we going into here? That is the...
Superstar Slayer, Typhon, Sky Crisis. If ever there were a single card to kind of buy time, make a comeback, this would be it. Now ready to run Disruption, but here we go. Memento Mictlan going to activate Rikape. No cards in hand, no Disruption. Spec, can you make that full commitment and close this one out before the Memento is able to have another turn?
So many cards in hand, and we saw that there is follow-up ready, of course, as well for Spec, because we searched that with the extra Ryziels. So
7 Tachyon.
Even more of that now. We get all the Ryziels in the world. We can basically pick now which ones we want to go for.
I actually like how many different numbers toolbox are being added to the extra deck of the Ryziel.
That's crazy.
Shout out to anyone that uses Ragnar Zero. I really like that card. But yeah, just really, really great to see just how many options this deck can go with. Especially considering that it has such reliable access to all of these rank 4 Xyz monsters. Now, Ice Ryziel going to come out in turn. It will bring out the Star Ryziel. Suddenly you have a level 4 and level 4. That gives you access to more rank 4s. That gives you the trigger on the Ryziel Cross. Ryziel doing Ryziel things with no regard for any kind of disruption from Rikape. It's an empty hand. It's soon to be an empty life point counter if this Ryziel deck can continue to do its thing.
Says
there
goodbye.
is the Typhon sending back that Creation King to the Fusion deck and presumably sending Rikape to 0 life points and sending BOB to a third set of games in this match.
That was a close one. It was almost done. And thinking about the situation a little bit more, I think it was interesting to see that they even activated the effect of the Creation King there in the battle phase, because that only allowed them to use the detonator. And think about it, the graveyard effect of the Plasma Hole allows you to perform 1 Exceed summon there with Ryziel monsters on the field. But there was only 1 level 4 monster, so I think it would always only be the Typhon coming out of that. And you're not really caring about the Typhon, because you can still just attack directly while the Typhon is on the field. And therefore, I think just letting that go through might have been the way to go and to just still win the game, honestly.
I think your undefeated Memento deck just went very defeated in round 2.
Yeah, I think he just didn't need to activate it.
No, it didn't win in either game, so now it's 2-2. Perhaps it can make a comeback this time.
What I want to say is, I think he could have won that game. I think he was ready to win that, but then he just fumbled on the latest move of the game, really.
Yep, he did.
But that is the thing, happens to me all the time too. When you play Memento, it is such a long turn. You're like, you're playing all those cards, you're getting all those cards into your graveyard, and then in the end, you just have like the timer already staring at you.
Yeah.
10. 9, and you're just trying, oh, I have to still attack directly, I have to still go in there, and then sometimes you just, your brain just turns off, and he just activated that effect that he did not need to activate.
Yes, indeed.
Game free.
But importantly, SPP still just 1 single game away from winning. 2 face downs away from winning this game, apparently, is Ficht. Finally, does he have a great hand to start things off, and is it indeed his opponent that has not had a good run of things? Because Ficht so far, quite unlucky with how he started off both of these games.
And we see a 7th Tachyon and Duel B. Oh, Ficht is also setting a card, but for the Malice deck, that's not necessarily a bad
the Gold
sign.
Sarcophagus, great start as well.
Yes.
It does get you the free Banish, the free Extension, and the free Commitment with any card you want from your deck. No Ash Blossom immediately does mean that's already a great start. The Dormouse going to proc, going to start things off. It's as good a start as ever for the Malice deck.
And the Dormouse will come out here, and we're thinking for a response. Dominus Impulse being used by Gengi here, so I think we find ourselves here in a Malice on Malice situation. I think both teams have their Malice players facing off against each other here, and clearly Gengi did not have the start that they wanted, but there's a normal summon for Victinium as well, being the White Rabbit. I think you just have to take the gamble there on Gengi's side to use the Impulse on the banishment effect of Dormouse, but in the end, that's not going to do too much here. Let's be realistic. And I mean, we can really cool. It's really cool to see here. The team BOB always is on the bottom, and all of them are playing right now. So I think even
Infinite Permanence actually going to follow up. Speaking of really cool, perhaps this is less cool for Team BOB.
This could be dangerous though, because there's a set card and there is GWC ready to dodge that Infinite Impermanence. That is always something to consider. They did not set that card there for no reason, so that Infinite Impermanence actually does not do anything here. So simultaneously on all 3 tables, we see Team BOB, after being down 4-1, may be able to pull it back here.
May very well be indeed. Looks to be in an okay position here. We saw the Ryziel detonator on that Duel B. We see Memento doing Memento things on Duel C too, as the Malice deck come through for Ficht here.
Let's see. I think Ficht can just go wherever he wants to go. The Dominus Impulse was set on the field of Gengi, meaning there could still theoretically be a Nibiru the Primal Being in their hand, ready to be activated, because that restriction of Dominus Impulse is not applying when it was set beforehand. But we shall see. Dormouse activates now. Yeah, well, we stopped the banishment effect, so the on-field effect was not interactive with the hold, but there's still something. This is interesting. What kind of... Okay, it could be Effect Veiler. Very well. Okay, you stop this, sure. There's already 2 Cyber's monsters on the field, and there's also called by the grave.
Despite all of these disruptions being committed by Gengi, Ficht just has the answer for it every single time. You may stop this Malice deck from resolving its effects, but it's still going to find a way in the end.
Ooh, hold on. There's another response window now, though. What could this be? Maybe a Ghost Bound Haunted Mansion?
Cross-out Designator, perhaps, as well?
I mean, mean, are you going to cross out your own Cult by the Grave now? I don't think that's going to happen.
Maybe not. Yeah.
So, very curious what this even could be here. I mean, it's probably not going to be Maxi either, as we would have definitely seen that before. It is Bestial Magnamut. Okay. Interesting.
That is essentially a free banish on the graveyard card, and it does mean that you get a body to run Disruption too.
Yeah, but...
a little bit apprehensive to banish anything from your opponent's graveyard when they're playing Malice too.
I think the key thing about this here is, though, we are banishing the Effect Veiler from the graveyard to make it not be affected by the Call by the Grave anymore.
So it'll then resolve, hopefully, but there we do have another Malice trap card being activated. MTP.
07, and that is maybe also what Gengi is thinking right now, because that plan, getting that Effect Veiler to resolve, yes, it will resolve technically, but the target is no longer there, and therefore it will have no real impact. And as you were also mentioning, Maxi now also resolved for Victinium. After not really getting anything going in the first two games, it looks like finally this game is the game of Victinium.
Yep, refuses to go winless in this game and refuses to go out this early in the tournament for BOB here. Now, Vict, the ball is in his court. This is his turn. He can continue to extend. There's one card in hand for Gengi. What can Vic do?
That is the question. And we have the luxury to just use Ash Blossom and Joy Spring here on the Bestial Magnamut. Don't even need it for a Maxi, because that would have clearly been activated beforehand. And therefore, we can just now say, hey, you're already really low on resources, so I will keep you on that low. And you will, even if we get to that end phase even, then not even get the replacement of another dragon from our deck.
Yeah, looking to have the full commitment here from the Malice deck here. Vic looking to close this one out. You know, I do see a way that the access code talker eventually comes through to close it out pretty cleanly. Still a few steps away from getting there, but definitely something that Vic can do. The other decks, the other games, sorry, look to be going okay for the duelists of BOB as well. Ooh. But this series is still very much anyone's to claim SPP. They only need one single win out of the 3 duels on your screen right now.
And speaking of that, we just see a Forbidden Droplet in Duel B. And Forbidden Droplet, as I was mentioning, is actually really, really good against the Ryziel deck. And there is a Detonator ready to be negated by that Forbidden Droplet there, which is, I think, huge and definitely a possible way to play through that field with ease. It's nice. So that series definitely, absolutely not decided yet. And there is also an Ash Blossom there on the Requiem now, though. Wow, what a chain we have in Duel B there. That's crazy. In the meantime, we still see Splash Mage bringing back the White Rabbit. There is Nibiru the Primal Being as the last card in hand, though, for Gengi. Hold on, this could change things up now again.
Yep, as good a card as any. In fact, a great card as any here. As the Nibiru the Primal Being does come out, it will give 2 draws to the Maxi, but it's still a way forward for Gengi as he empties out his hand. If Vic can find a way over this, though, that is it. That is the game for him, you have to imagine. But what exactly did you draw off of the Maxi?
I mean, Gengi down to 0 cards in hand as well. Even if this means the turn is over, Gengi will just rely on that one top deck. And Victinium, if there is no play now left to continue playing, certainly there is something to stop the opponent, I would imagine. But we shall find out. Considering his options right now, we could always just turn this Nibiru token into a Link Spider, allowing ourselves to already have a Cyber's monster on the field. Let's see whether we want to go down that route. And in the meantime, I think Mordred on Duel C is finally enjoying his Memento deck a whole lot there, because we see Appaloosa, we see the Combined Creation, and 4 set cards as well.
Yeah, got the Appaloosa as the insurance policy against a potential Nibiru the Primal Being. Heavy Storm, gonna run interference on that line of spell and trap cards, plus the field spell. That is such a high value Heavy Storm, if indeed it can resolve. I think this is actually Memento mirror match, by the way, but I don't often see Memento using the Heavy Storm in the main deck. Perhaps this is a regulation tech where they're seeing, look, we have limited options, we have extra space in an otherwise, you know, pretty tight main deck.
Yeah, for sure.
To be able to put in some of these less common tech
I
options.
see that for sure. And actually, in Duel A, as we still see on the screen, we actually, after one set card, passed to Nibiru. Now we only top deck the card that we can set here. So looks like Victinium will comfortably get another turn here. In the meantime, we still saw that heavy storm animation there, clearing everything in terms of spell and trap cards. We're off the field. Massive.
Mordred not only playing Memento, but using the Sky Striker Ace Ray sleeves. Definitely, you know, Josh is here, so he's very happy to see that on both counts.
I mean, we all are, right? Both of us are also rocking the jacket here. Definitely, certainly one of my most favorite decks of all time as well. And now we see Victinium getting that chassis cat out as well. Druisworm
It is a card, to be fair.
Yeah,
and you know what else is a card? Bestial Druisworm. Again, we said it was maybe a little bit greedy to banish something from your opponent's graveyard, but when it's not a Malice card, you're fine, and you're very happy to establish such a big field against, again, what you said would have to be a top deck from Gengi here.
That is true. So Victinium now using the effect of Chassis Cat for a second time this duel already. When this card just resolves multiple times, it feels like your Malice opponent is just running away with it, because we now at this point have drawn 4 cards off of Chassis Cat.
We see a Super Star Slayer Typhon Sky Crisis in Duel C. It is the emergency card. When everything else is backs against the wall, you have that as the insurance to be able to hold the line against whatever the opponent plays.
Yeah, but it was taken control of by Memento Maze from Mordred's side, and still after that heavy storm, it was enough. We could withstand the push from Rikape, and play is back to us. How's our follow-up looking like now? We probably have a fusion in the graveyard. There it is. That's huge, because we will be able to search for another fusion from our deck here.
Yep, hopefully we do find a way to the Creation King, and Mordred can create a victory here and keep his team in the tournament as well as in the game right now. But Memento Fusion is going to be the first step towards that. Akihiron in the graveyard now going to special summon itself back. The Appaloosa is still there, ready to prevent the Typhon from resolving its effect and disrupting further. But it's a game of back and forth. Who is going to make that first move? Who is going to get disrupted? Is it going to be Rikape or is it going to be Mordred? Because right now the onus is on Mordred and the Appaloosa is on Mordred's side of the field. So he's looking pretty good in terms of disruption available. But access code Talker looking pretty good in that other Malice mirror match on the top of your screen in Duel A.
Yeah, that's true. And
that's going to close that game out. You have to imagine. Always access code Talker.
Definitely.
Spells the end of that one. It spelled the end of the Nibiru. It will allow the access to the Heart Scripter as well. That is a combined 7,800.
That is it. More than enough. Doubles the attack points of the Heart Scripter and goes for enough damage to bring us here to a 4-3 score. Victinium now finally has done his duty and has done his homework and has won the first game for himself. Score is on 4-3. And the cool thing about the Appaloosa is, you sometimes might be worried, okay, I have already used one of my negations from Appaloosa, because originally that one was on 3,200 attack points with 4 materials being used. But here, actually, you're happy that you already used it once, because now you can still use the effect even though the Typhon is on the field. If you would have not used it once, that would have been kind of miserable. But here, it's perfect, actually.
Yep, now this is anyone's series to claim here. BOB, they entered this. They needed to win all 3. They may very well still, but here is Goblin Biker grand breakout, ready to run rampant here and ready to get the Goblin from Rikape's deck and allow access to more Memento cards here for this deck. Here we go. Goblin emerges from the deck. Can it do anything aside from sit there in defense position? No more Typhon, no more disruption. Still 3 negations on the Appaloosa, the Bow of the Goddess as well.
And I mean, it's the turn of Mordred, and therefore that Goblin, as you were asking, doesn't do much more than looking pretty there, because it is only an effect that you can use on your own turn, and therefore I don't think it does too much. Besides maybe being a Memento monster instead of not being a Memento monster. That could be relevant for cards like Memento Fusion or Memento Bone Party to work together with those cards. But besides that, the Goblin on its own, really not able to use its effect right now.
Appaloosa, so brutal for the Memento to deal with, because so much of this deck is just monster effects, honestly. It's really, really rough. And especially, you know, in the mirror match, having to deal with the fact that super polarization can indeed create a lot of advantage for your opponent on both sides, to be fair. Yeah, really, really well played by Mordred to come back here and show that he has control, at least, of the Memento Mirror match. There is the Tatsu no O... well...
Almost. Tatsu no Tochichogo.
I almost got to read that before the Memento Mixlan was able to extend Mordred's combo.
I hope we're going to see some more of Tatsu no Tochichogo throughout the tournament, and then we can together learn it. And now
I'm sure Josh can say it at least.
Yes, totally. I'm 100% sure. And then Total and Sleepy next. We are trying to fusion summon further. This is the round of the ultimate mirror matches, right? We have the Malice mirror on the one table, which of course is already over, and now we have the Memento mirror here on this one as well. And it would be quite impressive if Team BOB is able to come back from that disadvantage of being down 4-1 and still getting through this. That would be stuff that champions are made of, honestly. If you start into the tournament like that, you are equipped for everything, I think.
Memento Mictlan Tekutlika Creation King now comes out. Its effect resolves. The Gatic goes to the graveyard, comes back out of the graveyard, is special summoned, is another body on the field, ready and waiting to extend this Memento play from Mordred. The sequence is great. Everything looks great. The Appaloosa still alive and well, ready to run rampant with 3 disruptions if Reikape tries to stop this.
That's true. And now the interesting thing there on Duel B as well is we said there is a really, really, really good turn with the Ryziel deck setting up a good field, but the Unchained deck doing really, really good work. As we can see, the Detonator negated all of the other cards on the field and in the hand gone.
Typhon?
Now one Typhon may be left to hold on onto the Access Code target that is about to be summoned. Still, the overall situation looking really, really decent here for Kyle Javi and his Unchained deck.
Yep, there we go. There is a Link summon, as you mentioned, the Unchained
works.
Soul, Lord of Rage now coming out. Unchained Soul of Rage, rather.
Yeah.
Lord of Yama, where are you? In the extra deck, but not for much longer. You have to imagine that will be a future step for this deck as a destruction effect comes through. Yama was already in the graveyard, not even in the extra deck. It's ready, it's waiting, and it is resolving here. Nothing left in hand or on field aside from the Superstar Slayer, Typhon, Sky Crisis for Spec. It's a bounce, it's a removal from the field, but there's so much field to deal with here from Kyle Javi.
This is impressive. BOB really in this third set doing everything they can to possibly turn it back into their favor. And they're about to make it a 4-4 score with Mordred really doing well at Duel C. But then in the end, Kyle Javi with the unpopular pick of playing Unchained Fiends of here in this tournament might be the deciding factor as he has successfully broken the Ryziel field here from Spectre and is about to deal with the last monster on their side of the field. This is looking pretty for them.
Yep, gonna swing for 2,000 here. We do have Mordred taking this down, taking it to a 4-4 score. BOB still in the tournament, but for how much longer? Kyle Javi able to topple down the Superstar Slayer Typhon Sky Crisis, able to end this turn with a clear field, clear hand for Spec. Spec, what did you draw? A 1-card starter, a 1-card salvation to keep your team's tournament alive? Or is this it? Kyle Javi in such good position, but there's Ice Ryziel.
That's like the card you want to have. Speaking of 1-card starters, that is a really, really good 1-card starter for the Ryziel deck. Kind of all of them are good to start with, but this is certainly one you want, Sword Ryziel. And if Kyle Javi has no interruption to this, this just means all kind of rank 4 monsters, or first of all level 4 monsters, and then eventually rank 4 monsters flying onto the field. But I think we do have one thing that we have to consider is there must be the Chamber set, that's the trap card, that can bring back the Unchained Soul of Rage. So that can be a factor we will have to consider, I feel like. We just have to figure out a way on when to use that the most efficient.
Yeah, there is a disruption, granted not your most kind of traditional. Plus, we do have an unknown card in hand, I believe. So
I think that's an Unchained monster. We recycled that with the Unchained Soul of Rage.
Ah, true enough, yeah.
Oh, but that is immediately now the rank 4.
Into a rank 4, as you said. Is it time for 3 Doer? Is it Dugaris the Timeless? No, it's another classic. It's Evil Swarm Exciton Knight. I think
huge.
This carried me in Time Travel 2014, by the way.
But this is super interesting because you gotta realize Exciton Knight destroys cards on the field. Unchained monsters want to be destroyed by card effects, so even though for the moment we're going to destroy all of those monsters, I feel like they're going to replenish themselves now.
Definitely
in
very,
huge
very good at
fashion.
recurring here, and it does mean that we do have Kyle Jarvi able to make some kind of a comeback here. Unchained Soul Lord of Unchained Soul of Rage. I did it again. I really love Unchained Soul Lord of Yama, if you couldn't tell. But Unchained Soul of Shavara, another key card in this combo.
There we go, activating both of them because they were for the Unchained Soul of Rage destroyed and for the Shavara sent to the graveyard. So we get one monster back to the hand and then a set card. Problem being here with this does nothing on this turn. So if Spectre is able to close it out here in this very turn, he is ready to win it for his team. And he does still have that X Ryzen in the hand that we just searched. So sometimes Ryziel can have a problem with closing out games, especially, of course, when there is Exciton Knight resolving because there is no battle damage in this turn.
We saw quite a big commitment, even if it was very impressively dealt with by Kyle Jarvi. So it does mean we weren't able to send the aggregator there off of the X because we were running out of options. And it does mean that we're now looking at a field state where, you know, you have Spec just seeing what he can do with what he had before.
Yeah. I think we're definitely going to set up a Detonator. But again, Detonator is a card that is amazing against so many different decks. Against the Unchained deck specifically, though,
it likes being destroyed.
It's not that great because it really kind of helps the deck as well in that regard. Now there's Ryziel Duo Drive, able to attach another material, being another Duo Drive here. So it's a Duo Drive up top and also a Duo Drive as another material in there. And that is going to allow us to add 2 Ryziel cards from deck to the graveyard. I think, yeah, we missed Ryziel Cross on our field on the first turn. So it was still in our deck, and now we have a way to access it, which is fantastic news. Speaking of news, let me give you the news that there also is only a little over 4 minutes remaining on this round, meaning oh, wow, there's no more time needed here. What is going on?
So I believe the Spec
it is
lost
the time
limit.
limit.
Yep.
Ay. It was an intense duel. It went back and forth, but in the end, Spectre did not have enough time anymore, meaning the favorites have been defeated, and Team SPP is moving on to top 16, and Unchained Fiendsmith, maybe the deck of the day.
Yes, indeed. It did lose in its first game, but then it made a convincing comeback in the next 2. Dealt with an established Ryziel field. Timer also dealt with the field as well, to be fair. But really, really great back and forth series. We thought that BOB were out for the count as soon as they dropped down to 1 versus 4, but then managed to make their way back into this one and take it all the way, unfortunately falling at that very, very last second hurdle.
Yeah. In terms of decks, though, we saw that both teams have decided to bring Malice. And I think that is going to be a trend that we are going to see throughout the entirety of the evening. Malice in the mirror, yeah, that card and that matchup we're going to have quite a bit throughout the evening. And then also, there was
Memento.
one Ryziel, but yeah, both are true. Both players, both teams decided to bring Memento, but not both teams decided to bring Ryziel, interestingly enough. So what do you expect? Are we going to see more Ryziel or more Malice throughout the evening?
I would guess, based on that we'll see Malice.
A little more Malice, yeah. I think we're going to see both.
I think Ryziel's still a little bit new, you know, so people are just getting used to it,
Fair.
learning it before they commit. I think a lot of people really have a lot of time invested into learning the Malice strategy, and therefore, you know, they want to win this tournament. They want to go to Paris to watch the World Championship. So
speaking of time,
take what you're comfortable with.
If only Spec had a little more time there on his in-game timer and he did not time out, but that's how it sometimes does. And that is, of course, a very complicated game when it goes over multiple turns, when you're trading resources with your opponent. Sometimes time is just a resource that you have to calculate, and there it was not perfectly calculated by Spec, and that cost him and his team, in case of a 3v3 tournament, the match.
Yeah.
That's how it is sometimes.
Speaking of calculate, MathMech, someone who loves MathMech Circular, Joshua Schmidt, will be joining us very shortly.
Clip that, everyone.
After a break.
And look who we got here.
Hello.
Joshua Schmidt in the booth. Josh, how you doing tonight?
I'm doing great. I was watching that previous round from the sidelines, and it looked very exciting, that finish at the end there. Very close. Not sure who would have won without the time limit there, but definitely exciting stuff here for the first round already. And we are just now waiting for, of course, our top 16 teams to settle down and start their next round after that top 32 has just now concluded.
True.
And I mean, so far, we've seen a decent amount of Ryziel, we've seen a decent amount of Malice already. Of course, that is the big rivalry going on at the moment in Master Duel, of course, which is also something that I have definitely my eyes on with anticipation of the World Championships.
Of course.
I'm really excited for this tournament in general because it's basically the same rules as the World Championship, so it's going to be very interesting. I'm sure everybody participating at Worlds at the end of this month will have a close eye on how this tournament is shaping out to be, because it is the exact same format. You know, there's no more cards that are going to be entering the format before the World Championship. So it's really going to be Malice, Ryziel, and all these other decks in the mix as well. We saw Memento there on both players' teams represented there.
Over Ryziel even. They did not, both teams did not decide to play Ryziel. And actually the team that did not play Ryziel ended up winning even. So maybe
that is interesting,
maybe, I don't know, for your preparation, does it look like you guys are bringing Ryziel?
Just no Ryziel, and you think? Okay, well, I mean, I don't know.
Speaking of preparation, walk us through that a little bit. Of course, we all know you're playing a bunch of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel on stream already with your community and so on and so forth, and do so much content on it. But besides that, of course, there's probably some more preparation just with your teammates. Is that in the evening, like every day at the moment, or how are your evenings looking like right now?
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, we haven't started like until the Ryziel pack has come out, basically, right? Of course, because now we have the full information on what's out, what's going to be the format for the World Championship. So now is when we're going to start, like, basically the training arc of the entire month, which I imagine is the same for all of the teams at
So Quandle is the coach now, right? He's the captain and the coach?
Of course, he is the coach, yes. Of course. No, he's my captain. He's going to be, of course, also, I mean, that's the thing. Even in the previous years, we never had that sort of dynamic where one person would decide. We would always come to a conclusion together, and I would imagine that it's going to be the same for this year. But who knows? If we ever get into an argument, maybe he'll play the captain card, and then I'll have no choice but to accept it.
That is fair. Yeah, you may even have the chance tonight to look at some of your actual possible opponents for the World Championship, because we do have the team Ragnarok in the tournament as well, with Herman and Luca and Nash playing. I think they were actually the last match still running there. I heard that Nash was the last one there still having his duel going. So I don't even know whether they made it to top 60, because for them it also came down to that last game. And we just got confirmation they did win, so they are part of top 60.
Well, I mean, as someone who regularly hosts Challenger Cups, I am no stranger to watching their games anyways. Whether it's 3v3s or single-player Challenger Cups, they always seem to be on top of the game in Master Duel. So I do think they are, of course, all of the teams I think this year at the Master Duel WCS are going to be very strong opponents, but they especially are or have already made a name for themselves, especially in the European Master Duel scene. So I'm looking forward to how they're going to perform at this year's WCS. But with them finishing as they were the last match, I'm sure we're going to hop into the top 16 any moment now. So not much downtime here, as that last match also went on for pretty long. So we're going to be having the top 16 here in just a moment.
Going back to that last match a little bit there, or just to that whole set, you watched it from the sideline. That Ryziel Plasma Hole in the graveyard there in the Memento game, it would have not stopped them from just attacking for game, right?
It depends a little bit on their extra deck, because they did have
the
full armored Xyz Lancer that you can put onto another. That's not its exact name, but something Dark Gray Lancer.
Dark Lancer,
Full armored Dark Lancer.
But what does that do? It also
reduces all of your opponent's monsters by 500 attacks. So that is something they could potentially have gone into, which is sometimes. It's funny because it's a card you play in Ryziel for a very specific reason sometimes, which is that Ryziel Cross actually has a very small sentence that doesn't come into effect very often, but it says you cannot summon a Ryziel Xyz monster with a name of a monster that you already control, which is basically stopping you from summon a second detonator. Of course, as detonator is not once per turn, technically if you summoned multiples, you could be popping everything. I mean, you basically already are popping everything, but essentially, sometimes when you have a detonator that has used up all of its materials, you might want to overlay it into the Lancer to then be able to summon another detonator with fresh materials, which is why that card sometimes is in the deck. So I believe that's what they were going for. But even then, you are right. Them making that would have not necessarily forced them to chain the creation. You can just let them make that. And then you won't be attacking for game that turn, but you can keep your 5,000 attack creation, right? So
sounds about right. So we see all 16 teams remaining.
Yeah.
And obviously you have a clear favorite on there, seeing that there is Team Ray also on the left side there. Clearly your favorite to choose. But overall, in terms of team deck decisions, what is your expected lineup for tonight to go all the way? Is it always going to be a combination of Malice and Ryziel and then something else? Or do you think there is a chance that something else might also go through?
I would definitely expect that to be the two most popular decks, I would say. I am not sure that every single team is going to have that combination because, like you said already, out of our top 32 feature match, the winning team did not actually have the combination of Malice plus Ryziel. They had a Malice deck but no Ryziel deck. I believe that is fair enough. I think there's other good decks in Master Duel at the moment, and I think ultimately in a 3 versus 3, there's a lot coming down to individual player preferences, player choices, and also just strengths. You know, someone might be very good with a certain deck, which might make it better for that specific team to choose that deck over Ryziel or Malice, respectively. So I do think we're going to see some teams without one or two of those decks, but still, of course, at the moment in Master Duel, both of those decks are looking pretty strong, and I think they're going to be the most common pairing, at least. Today.
And I mean, Ryziel just very, very, very recently joined the metagame, literally just only this week. So it's also the first wave of Challenger Cups that we have now that are seen with Ryziel gameplay. So that is very, very exciting. And one thing that I also am wondering is, well, Charming Meows was released. What do you think? Is that card going to have a huge impact? Are we going to see it a lot this weekend? Or today, rather?
It is one of the strongest Molcharmies, or maybe even the strongest Molcharmy against the Malice deck in general. However, of course, it is the question of, do you specifically target Malice in a 3 versus 3 deck environment where at the maximum, you can be playing against one Malice in the 3 games, right? You will never play against more than one. Basically, Malice can, at max, be a third of your opponents, at which point is it worth it, including a Molcharmy Meows? However, it is not bad against something like Memento either. It's a decent amount. It's a decent card against Memento.
Or Snake Eye as well is also sometimes severely hurt by that.
Beansmith in general. So I'm interested. Maybe we'll see a couple of Meows being thrown today. However, I would imagine if we are trying to specifically target a Malice deck, of course, Artifact Lancia is another card that comes to mind.
Yeah, of course. And now we have Umbra versus Magic here, and the teams are Rupal versus Omta. Setting a card can sometimes be a bad sign, can also just be a start of a Malice combo, though, as we have the Gold Sarcophagus right next.
I have been there for sure, where I thought my opponent was just going to pass over the turn and didn't draw a starter, and then it's just, they actually go for Malice combo now, which is what we're going to see here from Umbra. We start with the set card, of course, representing a Malice trap to potentially stop something like an Effect Veiler, or rather dodging it. Dormouse summoned after Gold Sarcophagus, meaning we still even have our normal summon after all of this.
Yeah, that's a tough start for sure. And we overall see, and I like that we just at the same time display all three games.
I see what you mean. Yeah.
It's always the top playing, so that means Team Omta certainly having some good luck here already on the first coin toss round here on the first set. So that is cool to see.
And I've been, it's a very intense feeling in a 3 versus 3 tournament like this one, when your team wins or loses all 3 coin tosses simultaneously, because they all happen at the same time. And in this case, it's of course Team OMTAP winning all 3 coin tosses. We've been on both sides of this equation at WCS before. We've won all 3 coin flips at the same time. We've also lost all 3 coins at the same time, and it's pretty intense, in the positive or negative way, depending on which side you're on.
Do you have a concrete memory of one time happening it that you lost all 3 of them?
It happened in the semifinals against Task's team last year, and then I remember in the very final round of games in the finals of 2023, it said it happened against Team 7. We won all 3 coin tosses in the last round of the finals.
That, of course, can very much help. But I think against Heroes Future, where that happened against you guys, you actually did still manage to close out there and go out successfully, right? Even in that set.
I believe that was the first round of games, so it wasn't like the decisive portion of the match yet. But I do believe, even though we lost 3 coin tosses, went like up to 1. I'm not entirely sure on that though. I'd have to go back and check.
But for the moment, we check out what Ombra is doing here with the Malice deck, searching for Malice and Underground here with the also powerful Link 3 monster. I think, okay, we see another Fiendsmith card here on the side of Duel B. And in we go. So let's try to... actually, there's some interesting decks going on table C, because I see Azamina cards on Duel C. There's a Ronde Fleur. There's an Azamina Ilya Sylvia as well.
Yeah, and we saw also a Sylvie in the beginning, so that is a White Forest deck indeed, which I believe would be one of the few White Forests in the tournament today. I don't think there's going to be too many of those, which is interesting to be honest, because that deck still, it packs a punch when it goes first. It's a pretty strong strategy still, especially now that, you know, Snake Eyes is not gone from the format, but Snake Eyes definitely less popular.
Totally.
So in a shared card environment, normally, of course, Snake Eyes would have blocked cards like Dia Bellstar or Wanted and so on and so forth. So that actually opens up a window where you can play White Forest and you're not actually too bothered by the shared card pool with it.
Yeah, I do absolutely agree. And one thing that I can also already tell here from only those couple of matches that we have seen so far, it seems like all of the teams are also somehow finding a way to include Fiendsmith cards into their deck. And I think Fiendsmith is a very interesting thing also for WCS and for the current format with those shared card rules. Whether one of your 6 decks, because at the end of the day, you can only have one of them have those Fiendsmith cards, whether you even want to have them. And it seems like for the moment, a lot of players have decided to play a Fiendsmith deck here for this tournament.
Yeah,
As we see the Moon of the Closed Heaven here as well.
Exactly, yeah, good call. The Fiendsmith cards are, of course, still very, very powerful, and I'm sure we're going to see some of those at the WCS as well. Of course, the thing is that they don't go into every single Malice or Ryziel deck. Like, they can go into those decks. Sometimes you see players do it, but I think the most popular versions of both decks don't use them at the moment.
Yeah.
Which means that basically you'd have to, quote-unquote, demote them to your 3rd deck or one of your secondary decks, so you're not going to see them as often.
True.
But they are definitely still, of course, a powerhouse of an engine, and I think we're going to see some decks use for sure.
That is indeed the case, and I think I see a lonely Detonator really there on Duel B, staring down the field that is about to be created, so not sure whether that's looking too good. And there was a Molcharmy Buvala's normal summon, so I think on Duel B we may have a Ryziel Mirror. It does really much look like that, because Dugaris usually only included in that.
That would mean it'd be Fiendsmith Ryziel, though, right? Because the other level 4 that we overlaid was a Lacrima. We're discarding Fiendsmith in Paradise here. Not a card that feels great to draw, but when you get to discard it for Dugaris, that feels pretty good.
It does indeed. I mean, it could also be a wild brew of possibly just Tearlaman's Fiendsmith. You never know, right?
Tearlaman's Fiendsmith? I mean, it's not impossible.
Yeah.
Yeah, that deck would play Dugaris.
It would, but...
And that Detonator is already down to 1 material, as we can see. But we're setting a card, which... This is not a Malice deck. So setting a card is an indicator for the end of the turn here. And interestingly enough, we drew with that Dugaris, which means that we're not going to be drawing a card on the next turn. So we still have 4 cards left in hand, so we're not, like, out of resources yet.
The set card was a bluff, but now that it's a new turn, it does give us the opportunity to activate that 7th Tachyon again.
And we're revealing Ragna 0, which is a water rank 4, meaning we're probably going to add a little shark with that.
Ooh, I love me some shark. Let's see. Usually that is going to be the Big Jaws, right?
Surfacing Big Jaws, yeah, which is a very powerful card, actually. It, upon summon, lets you add another shark from your deck to your hand, and if you've activated a spell card previously that turn, you get to even special summon it from your hand instead of it using up your normal summon, which there's another shark which they commonly play, which is Drake Shark, which functions a little bit like Snake Eyes Poplar, because when it's added to your hand, you can just special summon it, making Surfacing Big Jaws an instant rank 4, basically.
Yeah, I'm already happy. I've seen plenty of Memento on the top 32. Now I'm seeing Shark cards as well in top 16.
Yeah.
It is a good day.
You would be happy with that.
For sure. And I mean, the field that Fabi there has at the moment is not too... Okay, Droll and Lockbird against Ryzie Variance, though, is pretty tough. And you You just explained that you want to have access to the Drake Shark as well. Are you special summoning that, or are you searching it? You're searching it first,
You search it
right?
first in order to special summon it, but there is a cross available here for Tessie, and that's going to negate that Droll Lockbird. However, we saw the Fiendsmith in Paradise, and here the Max Siege. So that Droll Lockbird really just a way to lure out that cross negation.
Oh, but there also is Ash Blossom and Joy Spring as an answer. That's crazy.
Maybe should have attempted that Requiem first, huh? Maybe try and see if there's an Ash Blossom or a Call by the Grave. Maybe they would have. Who knows?
For sure. And wait, I think I see a Crimson Resonator on table C. What is going on there? What kind of deck have we brought here to the tournament?
Resonators in top 16?
Maybe that is the case, interestingly enough.
Just a reminder, this is top 16, and we started with 32, so both of these teams have already won a match, and every player only has one deck. So there's no way. They must have played this Resonator deck in every single game so far.
And it was successful. At least the team came through. Now the Magnum is going to activate. Already noteworthy, big enough to attack over the Appaloosa eventually. So probably you just want to negate this here for Appaloosa because it may as well just afterwards be run over. And so yes, we want to negate clearly. When we also see Millennium cards on Duel A, this is honestly we picked a perfect featured match here because we have so many different cool decks, right?
It is a good one indeed.
Ooh, but another negate of Appaloosa. Appaloosa negating on every table, really, though.
Yeah, you can really see they have different decks, but Appaloosa is still good in every single one of them almost. And down to 0 attack here, but how much can they do again? I mean, there's still 3 set cards, 2 cards in hand, a Firewall Dragon on the field, probably very strong Malice setup in the graveyard. The Malice deck is so hard to overcome once it's actually set up its board.
Yeah, I mean, we started with this table. Oh, and it is game here. Umbra wins it. As I wanted to say, we started with this table, saw that the start was really good. We had Gold Sark plus a trap card and everything, and we now saw basically fast-forwarding the result of it, and that was just an impressive field, which was very, very hard to overcome, meaning that we have Team Omta now in the lead, 1-0. Let's see how their teammates can do. That is an infinite impermanence on X Ryziel there, but there's 2 level 4 monsters on the field still, so isn't that just a dangerous angle for a duo drive here?
There is probably still the Fiendsmith in Paradise.
Oh, you're
just
right.
another great thing about baiting out that, not only the cross, but also the Ash Blossom earlier, meaning that now the Fiendsmith in Paradise can resolve if they still have it.
Let's see, there is Fiendsmith in Paradise. That's strong. Is this really going to be enough? Fabi doing a good job here for Team Rupel to maybe still keep it around here.
Has to shuffle back the Engraver here, which was potentially follow-up for next turn. But other than that, we are just left with a lonely Drake Shark and a Detonator.
Which is Norman Summon. Another thing that we have to remember, we use the effect of Dugaris.
We're not going to draw a card, but we have 2 cards against which basically 0 interruptions right now. A Detonator without materials, a Drake Shark is not going to do anything. Cross can't negate anything if you don't have materials either. So really, all it takes here for Fabi is a play to get back into this game.
And do they have that, Fabi? They do also
another
have Engraver.
Yep,
Nice.
They shuffled one back last turn because they knew they had another one. That's going to recycle the Requiem. And of course, here we see the strengths of the Fiendsmith cards come in, where you just have that guaranteed follow-up. They didn't even need a card in their hand to keep going here. They're going to be able to play with those Fiendsmith cards. Now, are they going to be able to, most importantly, get rid of that Ryziel cross this turn? Because that is going to be follow-up for the Ryziel deck next turn. Or maybe even finish the game this turn. Who knows if they can do.
We shall see. There is the Engraver, meaning there is now a not level 4 monster on the field. So if one of our cards in hand is X Ryziel, that doesn't do, like, it can't search at least anymore, which is annoying.
Yep.
But we shall see whether that becomes a factor here even. In general, like, in the TCG, I think a lot of people played that Fiendsmith Ryziel variant.
Yeah.
That was like super popular. And I was wondering how popular it is going to be in Master Duel because the environment is a little bit different.
It is.
We do have only 2 Fiendsmith Engravers, for example, which is not that great. We only have 1 Bonfire, which is just...
that is a big deal, especially for that variant, because pure Ryziel can make up for that by playing 7th Tachyon and 7th Ascension, for example. But in Fiendsmith Ryziel, it is very important to not lock yourself into Exceeds too early. Eventually, you're going to be locked into rank 4s, of course, because you play the Ryziel cards later on. But in this version, you really want to be able to do the Fiendsmith stuff first.
That's true, but there is no Ice Ryziel. That one doesn't care about what other monsters are on the field. We just bring out Sword Ryziel. We get that X Ryziel to the hand. So this is looking beautiful. Oh, is that a synchro summon or is that just sequence?
I think that's sequence.
Probably just sequence, yeah. I would think so as well. Oh, it is a
is
synchro summon. There we go. I spotted it right. It is Chaos Angel, and that is going to banish the Drake Shark, and I think we're just working on 8,000 points of damage here. And with the cards we still have in hand, I don't think that is going to be much of a problem here. We could... Oh, sad that we do not have the Dugaris anymore, because Dugaris doubling the Chaos Angel would be quite a bit of damage, and that would be game here on the spot.
It would be. However, I don't think we are going to see that here. We're going to go into a duo drive here. Detach 2 materials from it after attaching. Do we still have Node Ryziel? This is the question. Because if we do still have Node Ryziel available, then this is very easily going to be 8,000 damage.
Agreed, but is it there? We could also search for Ice Ryziel. Oh,
There
there
is.
is Node Ryziel. Huge.
That's just going to be another rank 4 by sending any card from hand to graveyard to revive another Ryziel. And that can just be probably a detonator, and that is going to be more than 8,000 damage from Chaos Angel, Duo Drive, and Detonator.
Have you expected that? There's a Chaos Angel on 2 separate tables right now, because Duel C in the White Forest deck, also we just saw Chaos Angel being summoned. That's hilarious, because it's not really a card you expect too much at the moment.
It is still a very powerful card, though. Every once in a while, you will be reminded by that fact.
Yeah.
Because there's still, I mean, yeah, once again, Malice does not commonly use the card, which is why you don't see it that often. But every time you see it, it is very powerful still, which is going to give Team OMTA another win here at Table C. But now they are not going to go up 3-0. They're going to be up 2-1 because Fabi here finishing this game with the Fiendsmith Ryziel version. Very interesting to see that deck show up on the stage here.
Yeah, and I think that is a different thing, an interesting thing to talk about, right? The comparison between the pure Ryziel variant and the Fiendsmith Ryziel variant, because always when I played that matchup, those two decks against each other, and we saw that here, it felt like the Fiendsmith deck just could go a little longer. It could grind a little better due to those Fiendsmith cards, and therefore in direct comparison, it always to me felt like the Fiendsmith deck was outperforming the pure variant.
Yes.
For Master Duel, would you also still say that is true?
I would say in the TCG that was definitely due to both decks being like at a similar level of consistency because there was 3 bonfires back in the day, so I do think that is a slight edge in terms of consistency in Master Duel for the pure Ryziel deck.
Fair.
But once again, if the Fiendsmith Ryziel deck draws an Ice Ryziel or a bonfire, like a way to go into, or just like an engraver directly, I think what you said is very much still true. It can go a longer distance than the pure Ryziel deck simply because you're going to play those 2 Ryziel engines against each other, which are honestly pretty good at going first, but also pretty good at playing into the field, right? Something like you make a detonator and your opponent goes X-Send Aggregator and stuff like that. Like the deck is able to play into its own cards relatively well. And then eventually the player with the Fiendsmith cards might end up on top like we saw there.
And interestingly enough, we also had a lot of synchro decks here on the other tables. And we may have them on the main table now as well, as we do now see the White Forest in focus here on our main feature. And it's going to start off with an unanswered LZ of the White Forest.
I'll say one thing. This has not happened to us in WCS before, because not only did they win all 3 coin flips in the first round of games, they also won all 3 here. It is the turn button, all red. It is Team OMTA going first.
That's crazy.
3 times here and 3 times in the first round. So 6 coin tosses in a row going to the red team here.
Okay, I understand why they picked White Forest now, to be honest. I think they had a
would
clear
too.
game plan.
No, absolutely. If you tell me right now we're going to win every single coin toss at WCS, I'm considering White Forest.
For sure. And we go into Arciela. And we saw, I think, Magic was the one activating Millennium cards on our first set. And what could Millennium mean at the moment? What kind of decks would that enable?
I mean, I suppose the most classic ones were Snake Eyes and Crystron, even though that when those decks were popular, it's like a 2... It's before Malice release, essentially. Those would be the biggest 2 Millennium users, but we'll see if that's the case here.
Millennium users. That sounds interesting.
Well, decks that use Millennium.
No, it is. It's technically correct for sure. The Millennium users. funnily enough, also in the beginning, when Malice was released, people were experimenting a lot with actually including other engines into a Malice deck as well. For example, those Millennium cards. But at least in my, like the way I was seeing ladder lately, it did not really seem like people were doing that too much anymore. What do you think?
I agree. It was an interesting thing that people experimented with, which I think a main reason for it was that you were able to do some more things under something like Artifact Lancia, because the Millennium cards themselves don't require you to banish anything. You can still do some stuff. However, I think one reason why the Millennium cards have fallen off a little bit, especially in ranked, is because it is really difficult to resolve one of those Millennium cards in the face of a Ryziel Detonator, because they all have to go into the spell Trap Zone first as a continuous spell, and then they will just be destroyed by Detonator.
I understand. I do agree. There is now here on our main feature again, Azamina, Murcielago, and OMTA P3. The player 3 of the team is living the life right now.
I mean, they're having a great time. Going first to White Force twice, opening combo twice, almost uninterrupted 2 times in a row. They are just cruising through this match so far. Of course, the team is already up 2-1. So if they can convert these... okay. Well,
hold on.
All right.
Nibiru, the primal being, successfully resolving.
It is good here for sure to get rid of these monsters. However, White Force is a deck that's known to really play through this instantly well, because we normally would be summoning a negation relatively early on, and so the Nibiru before that's the case here, but that means we can still keep going.
Do have that Wanderer Seeker of Sinful Spalls to grab Diabellus of a Black Witch from the deck. We have already gone through the Hallowed Azamina, as there we see it is the graveyard now, meaning though we can also just recycle it back into our hand, and we added the Black Witch. We can now also then make sure that we get another Azamina card in our hand, or Deception of the Sinful Spalls, another Sinful Spalls cards rather, which is needed for Hallowed Azamina. We see, I think the first turn on Duel C has now ended. So we have concluded the first turn of this entire second set. And we see the result. Oh, wow. Have we even seen Centurion cards? Bro, we're getting so many different synchro strategies at this one.
That's
it's
a
a
Resonator
Resonator
deck. It's a Resonator Centurion deck.
And
okay.
Did he just discard a Fire Ant there? It looked like that Fire Ant
There
card.
might be the Sunwalker package in there as well, which is another synchro engine.
And there's Earthbounds in there too. Josh, what is going on here? Come on.
They are a fan of synchro summoning. I can tell you that much.
I mean, you are as well, right? So
I mean, yeah, I like the Centurion deck a lot as well, and I also really like playing with the Earthbound cards when those first were added. So we'll see. We have a Vision Resonator here.
And
however, the field that the Ryziel deck has made here is very, very powerful, especially when it's backed up by a Droll and Lockbird.
Oh, that too. And there is a Baguska in defense position. This always seems so counterintuitive to me. Like, you make a field out of Exceed monsters, Detonator ready to destroy things.
Yeah, no,
and then you put a Baguska at the end on top of it.
I definitely agree. It looks like that in the first place, but it's like until you realize that most decks have to take care of the Baguska first before they can do anything meaningful. And it's basically just like saying, okay, here's the Baguska, answer that one first. Once you've done that, you will basically free up my own Detonator for me, and then I can start popping off with that afterwards.
Oh, here comes Chaos Angel, and the Chaos Angel is not unaffected in that regard there by the Baguska. Still has to go into defense position.
Interesting dynamic here, because you might think Chaos Angel would be unaffected by Baguska. However, the wording here on Chaos Angel is very important, because Chaos Angel says it's unaffected by activated effects. And Baguska, of course, being a continuous effect, is not an effect that you activate. That is just something that is in place whenever Baguska is on the field, and therefore Chaos Angel is not unaffected by it.
Totally true. So it goes back to Tessa for Team OMTA, and it's looking good. And I think now in the standby phase, we detach the material from the Baguska, and now first move in the main phase
that's
is
always,
getting that Baguska.
Always what it is. You always switch that Baguska to attack. That's how you know they're about to convert that board into some serious damage here.
Yes, and trust me, I've not done it plenty of times. I've been there before. I turned the detonator into attack position, and it switched right back, and I was like, okay, I can't bring that back into attack position that turn anymore.
The detonator does a little dance.
Yep. Indeed, and I think we actually are in the battle phase on Duel A there now, so maybe let's go back. Oh, in the meantime, there's a phalanx here at this table, but we see now, finally revealed that it was the Crystron deck working with those Millennium cards here from Magic.
That makes sense.
And there also we see the result that still came after Nibiru resolving. So we got our hands on an Ilya Sylvia, but besides that, not so much more, I want to say.
You know what? That's actually not too bad of a spot here, especially with the normal summon of the Tristauros here, forcing that not only the trap card, but also the Ash Blossom here.
Yeah, if we have something to work with in our hand here, that can definitely still... Oh, and there's Called by the Grave now on the Ash Blossom even.
Oh, they might be able to make this work, really. I could see Crystron coming away with this game if they have something in hand to keep pushing.
But like, how many Synchro decks really? We have Crystron, we have White Forest, we have Centurion, Resonator, Earthbound. That is actually really just all of the Synchro decks here. And are we not, like, I feel like we're even missing one. Was there not another one? Just all Synchro for this round.
I mean, I can think of other Synchro decks.
Oh, wait, no, I think it was the Chaos Angel also being summoned in the Fiendsmith Ryziel deck.
Fiendsmith Ryziel has
I had a memory of Synchro monsters in that one as well.
Yeah.
But here for the moment, we have the Sylphafnir in hand, which is good to go
That's what I meant earlier. They have another way to keep going here in main phase 2, and White Forest is essentially out of interruptions here, except for that one face-down card. So we'll see if they're able to interrupt Crystron here. A Called by the Grave on this would be huge, and it is Called by the Grave. That is going to hurt on that Sylphafnir, because that was their ticket to a Crystron combo here. And that Nibiru token is huge, 6,000 attack. Even if they don't have anything else here, 6,000 from the token, 2,500 from the Diabell Star is technically enough to finish the game next turn. So Crystron has to get something going here in main phase 2. However, they've already used their normal summon. They've already used Sylphafnir. There's not many things they can have. And they see the writing on the wall. They almost broke that White Forest board, but the Called by the Grave was a little bit too much there in main phase 2. So we have our red team here going up 3-1 so far. Of course, after going first in every single game. And here also, once again, we see that super strong Malice field with Appaloosa, with Firewall, with a set card and some cards in hand. So it's looking good here for Umbra as well. And then we also, of course, saw the Ryziel field here finishing the game.
Duel C
is about to end right there.
Yeah, that looks like almost the final swing, I think. Oh, yep, direct tech table C also done. There we still have it. The last finishing sequence of Detonator going for game. And that means Duel B possibly will already determine the outcome of this entire match between these two.
I mean, the blue team here is going to not only have to win this game, but every single game left in this match. If they win this game, they still have another 3 games left afterwards that they have to win every single one. First of all, we see an Infinite Impermanence taking out the Appaloosa here, putting it back to 0 attack, and then we follow things up here with an X Ryziel. So it's Ryziel playing into a Malice field here, which is, I mean, Infinite Impermanence and X Ryziel are 2 pretty good cards to go second with. So if there's anything that gives them a chance, it would be this combination. So the Firewall here is chained because they're forced to use it now. Otherwise, it's going to be negated by the Aggregator.
That is true. And there is Maxi in the hand of Umbra, having that comfortable combo field backed up by one of the strongest cards in all of Master Duel.
That is a tough one.
And it does resolve as well. That is so massive. Interesting decision to activate the Firewall Dragon first and then the Maxi after that, because technically if your opponent has Called by the Grave, you could decide to dodge that and take that Maxi back to the hand.
That is a good call for a small optimization here. However, they did not have the Called by the Grave to punish
I mean, okay, you don't want to Called by it anyways if you have it yourself, I guess.
You know what? We'll trade Maxis here. Now, here's the thing. We've seen it plenty of times. The Malice deck has one of the strongest follow-ups out of all the games in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel at the moment. And so I think here for Fabi, unfortunately, no real choice but to go in a little bit further this game, because otherwise I think Malice, no doubt, has the ability to finish the game next turn. So they're going to have to play into this Maxi. How many draws are they going to have to give, and how... Because 9,600 life points at the moment for Umbra after that GWC, because it gains you back those life points that you paid for the Malice effect. So it's going to be tough to do that much damage over this board.
Very much, but don't rule out Fabi. Fabi was the one that so far was the only player of Team Rupel that was able to win a game with his Fiendsmith Ryziel deck on the first set. So they may as well do it again. But we shall find out because okay, it's down to 7,800. That seems more manageable.
And we're getting cards for those. You know, we're bringing back the Red Ransom and the Cryptor here. That's going to be 2 draws for Fabi off of that previously resolved Max C.
Yeah. And I feel like the pure Ryziel strategy sometimes struggles to close out games on one turn.
Yeah.
But the Fiendsmith Ryziel variant, on the other hand, has a lot easier of a time to do that.
Yeah, Fiendsmith, however, is going to give that Max C massive value. You'd have to probably summon like 5 times just for the Fiendsmith cards alone. So you'd really be hoping that Malice just blanks on those draws and doesn't get anything to disrupt you. At the same time,
you know what? You have to take that, right?
You do have to take the risk here, I think. And also at the same time, the board is still so massive. So we got a 2,300 White Binder, 2,500 Firewall, 2,300 Ransom, 5,000 attack Cryptor. How are we going to deal almost 8,000 damage through all those monsters?
I'll give you my... Oh, wait. We already went through X-Ryziel. So
yes,
the Fiendsmith option is not even there anymore.
True. Good call. Yeah, no, that's true. Also, there's going to be an MTPO7 set from the deck here with the White Rabbit. Ryziel, 8 cards in hand here, locked into rank 4s already. Under Max C, opponent is already presenting way more than enough damage for next turn. At this point, it's not even a question of follow-up anymore. They don't need follow-up. They already have what it takes to finish the game.
The one-off Bonfire was found. We drew enough cards to secure that, but...
Bonfire is secured.
That lonely Ice Ryziel, I don't know whether it will be able to turn this around, but sure thing is, Fabi will try, because there is... I mean, if he loses this, the entire match between those two teams is over, so he may as well try.
The team's life on the line here, and of course they're going to try their best to secure this game. Summoning another X Ryziel with this Ice Ryziel. Can't search with it because it's already done that this turn, but the MTPO7 is going to be activated here. Ash Blossom on that is going to prevent not only the search, but also the banish here.
Yeah, and I think the important part here is Umbra really tried to make sure that that first rank 4 summon is not happening, because very often into a Malice field, you do see the Evil Storm Exciter Knight being summoned.
Now the thing is, with the Max being active, you do have to count a little bit and double check, but with how many cards Malice has, I think the Exiton still works here. They're going to have 7 cards in their own hand. Exiton has 8 total. No, they have almost as many cards on the field already.
It would work, but is that the option we want to go for? Because again,
no damage.
No damage,
No damage, and you're under Max C, and Malice basically has all the follow-up in the world. But I'll be honest with you, I think winning the game this turn is not an option. I don't think that is something that Ryziel can do in a game state like this. So we are going to go for the Exciton Knight. We're going to try to destroy the whole board. We're going to lose it to the Cryptor, because that also gets a banish here.
I mean, one cool thing that could work, if there is Artifact Lancea in our deck somehow, because maybe they decide to give one copy of that to the Ryziel Fiendsmith player, as they can possibly search it if they are on the 7th Tachyon. On the other end, they're on the Fiendsmith card, so probably no 7th Tachyon. But if you just have that, it really doesn't matter how many cards you're giving with the Maxi, right?
That's fair enough. Yeah, that'd be one win condition here, even when Malice has like a fully set up graveyard and a full hand. You could be just using a Lancea to buy another turn here. Something possibly in their deck. You know, I'm sure they expected Malice to be in most teams' lineups for today. So Lancea is for sure an option.
And looking at the deck list, actually we do have their deck list, and gotta say, disappointingly enough, there is no Artifact Lancea for Fabi available.
Okay.
That will not be something that they can rely on here for this one, so we will have to do it without. Okay, we send the Lacrima to the graveyard, but there's no other Fiendsmith cards around, so it won't do too much.
Yeah, we just want to special summon that Ice Ryziel to get 2 level 4s onto the field. And now we have the Cross Heart Draw here, which is going to be a potential monster negation with the Ryziel Cross, and we're going to overlay into Duo Drive. We're going in even further, interestingly enough.
Hear me out. We're decking them out.
At this point. Okay, you know, I don't know if that's possible. Infinite Impermanence is going to stop the Duo Drive in its tracks, not attaching a card from the graveyard. I believe that's what they're trying to do there. However, even a negated Duo Drive counts as a Ryziel Exceeds for Ryziel Cross, so that is still going to be a negation. Also, Ryziel Cross going to be able to draw a card here. at this point, of course, after the Excitonaut resolving, all we can really look for is some way to get through that next turn.
Oh, are we looking into his hand? Show us all you got there. All the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cards that you have.
You know what? Maybe.
Oh, maybe we're drawing?
Maybe. At this point.
We are drawing,
yeah, we're
indeed.
drawing.
Okay.
Because, I mean, what's the point of looking at their hand? Just show me that you have everything already, and I'm going to take one from everything, which probably still leaves you with basically everything, so...
Maybe it's just like free impulse, free effect Veiler. Never know. Okay, what's that? That's a March here, but we are also under Max C here, so...
Yeah, I think
we
that
are going
March
to
here
give
you're
some
actually not
draws.
unhappy about, because
Yeah.
also most of the things in the graveyard have already activated their effects to return from the banished pile, so... Just let that March here happen, take the free card, and then run over it? I don't know, that's fine.
Yeah, and even if they do banish something that can activate in the banishment, you can still then, after getting that draw, negate with the Rise Your Cross. So
Exactly, yeah, good
that
point.
is definitely something I feel like, as you say, Fabi is really not too unhappy about.
Yeah, and they do let it go through here as we see the priority pass over. March here, banishing another March here, which is going to be just like, you know, drawing the opponent a card. March here, back to hand. So they don't lose out on the March here. It's just going to be a new March here in hand for them.
We could have negated, though. We could have ruled out the March there by just using the Rise Your Cross, but you decide not to go there. Face.
I think they're a little cautious maybe of an appear, the primal being here,
Yeah.
which would, I think what they care about most,
We did not attack over it, though.
did not attack the March. Did we were in main phase 1, weren't we?
Yeah, we were definitely main phase 1. And I think the way Master
Okay.
Duel is always displaying it is it's asking you, do you still want to go, or just still you want to leave the main phase? And maybe they were a little too
Oh,
quick, and then,
okay.
oh yeah, it was the end phase that we actually were intending to go
I
into.
see. Okay, that's unfortunate.
And now immediately turning that March share into a Lingo Rebo, making sure that if there possibly is the Ryziel grab card set, that we can deal
Here's
with
the
as well,
thing,
the
there's
Plasma
still
Orb.
like, because Ryziel has 6 cards in hand, this turn could get a little messy still for Malice, even though they have basically everything they could ask for in terms of follow-up. They have all the Malice Link monsters in the graveyard already, so banishing anything is always going to put huge threats onto the board. Like, for example, this White Binder here is something that you're almost forced to negate it with Cross, because that's going to lead to so many cards on its own.
Absolutely. So the Rise Your Cross effect now was resolved. So that means for now, for at least apparent interruptions, Umbra free to go from here on out. But with those 6 cards in hand, as you just said, there is plenty of things to still be expected here, I think. But first of all, that Marcher comes on the field. Cryptor wants to come back now as well. And as soon as those big link-free Malice monsters are on the field, it's really dangerous for any deck going off against it, because we can just turn that into an Access Code Talker quickly. Also, I mean, the 4900, or if we get rid of the Dual Drive, 5000 attack
Yeah.
points on their own are so strong already. And we just go into the battle phase. Yeah, that makes a lot of
Okay.
sense.
Yeah, we are not even bothering summoning 5 times because we don't want to deal with any Nibiru the Primal Being potentially. So Hard Scriptor in the battle phase is going to non-target banish a card on the opponent's field. We are going to choose the Duo Drive, which means we have enough damage to go in for 8000 damage. We can protect from a set trap card with the Linger Rebo. And since we are in the battle phase already, there's a limited amount of things they can do about it.
Yeah. I love how the Fiendsmith mate is going off there against the Fiendsmith deck here, but it is the Malice strategy closing out here for Team OMTA. Oh, okay, the Honorable
It's a
Crossout
Crossout
Designator.
Designator. They drew it off of the Maxi eventually. They needed it earlier to stop the opponent's Maxi. Didn't get it. Called Nibiru the Primal Being here. Honorable Nibiru call with the Crossout, and they're going down. Can't save their team here in this match. You gotta say, though, when you're going second, 6 out of 6 games, you can't help but feel like it wasn't meant to be here.
It
And
was destiny for them.
sometimes that's okay. Sometimes you just can't do much, which it looked like. I mean, the game was still interesting because here's the thing. They both resolved Maxi for a decent amount of draws. Funnily enough, I feel like Fabi drew more cards on their own turn with their own Maxi than the opponent drew with their Maxi, which is funny. Goes to show you how powerful Malice can be even on the opponent's turn.
Totally.
They special summon more often
Yeah.
than the turn player. But ultimately, they do take the match here. Well played. And they put the team into the top 8 already.
Yeah, and very interesting because we really see that those teams that pick a different deck than you would expect as their third option, something that we did not really expect at all, White Forest. I think we made a bit of a breakdown. I think there's only one White Forest player in the entire tournament, and it is now inside of the top 8, which is really cool to see. So maybe
yeah.
having that one out of the box pick really rounds it off perfectly for those kind
I
of
mean,
3v3
I think that's a
competitions.
theme we're gonna see more often today, where like you're gonna see a decent amount of teams, of course, have that Malice player, have that Ryzeal player, and then the third spot is where like a lot of the creativity is gonna come in. I mean, we saw for the other team in the last match that there's even more creativity to be had. Of course, I mean they had the Resonator deck, which was also very interesting.
And the Crystron deck as well.
Yeah, so they didn't even bring the combination of Malice and Ryzeal, like you said earlier. Not every team has that, but even if you have those two teams, you're still gonna have something off the wall in the third slot. So that's always interesting to see. And in this case, that was of course also the case with the White Forest.
Ooh, who do we have here? That is Luca, and Luca of course means our World Championship participation team of Storm of Ragnarok. And
it's
they
already
are
looking good for them. Yeah, we see a
4-2
4-2 score. So we are in the third round of games here, essentially, of this best of this 9-game series. The previous two have already gone towards
Ooh, that is not looking too hot anymore though for Luca bases the turret pass, so it's looking really good actually.
It's looking good for Luca. It's looking good for Herman / Mist here on table B as well. And in table C, we see Nesh also going first. So since they only have to win 1 out of these 3 games, I would think they have a very good shot at advancing to the top 8 here. But let's see. I don't want to talk too soon as Luca is summoning out a Dormouse. And there's a Moltrami Fuvalos in response. Representing a Maxi as well, because normally you wouldn't use the Fuvalos this early, because your opponent is trying to summon from the banished pile, not from the extra deck or deck.
Totally. And yes, very well read by the pro gamer Joshua Schmidt. There is a Maxi as well. And also perfectly read by Luca, of course.
He understood what was going on there. Especially when you're going second with Malice. Moltrami Fuvalos is actually so much less of a big deal than a Maxi.
Oh, another Fuvalos now as well, though. And I mean, you can just decide to not play into this one at all.
Malice actually has a way to win in just one extra deck summon, which is Hard Scripter.
Yeah.
You just make a Hard Scripter, you go to battle phase, you attack for 3100 because you've resolved Dormouse beforehand, and then you can just go Hard Scripter, banish itself, and return from the banished pile. That's another 5000 attack, and that's going to end the game in just one summon from the extra deck here, potentially, if Luca wants to go for that line. And honestly, I could see it being the case here, but that's, of course, still going to give 2 draws to UA here.
Seems about right. And one more thing very noteworthy. Mist, of course, the one qualifying the team for the World Championship, has decided to bring also the combination of Beansmith and Ryzeal cards.
And we see it unlocking. We see it unlocking the full potential there as well, because they did start with Ice Ryzeal, and so we have a wave hiking star even before we do any of the Ryzeal things, and so far they go uninterrupted. So that's looking pretty good there as well. However, we see Luca deciding not to go for any of the things that I've mentioned. Instead, because the opponent didn't play at all on the last turn, they were like, I don't want to give you any new cards. I don't want to risk anything. I just want to pass and see if you find something playable off that next turn.
And I mean, somewhat understandable. I feel like against 1 Moltrami Fuvalos, you maybe would have done it, but against 2 Moltrami Fuvalos, you just didn't want to go there.
Yeah.
I can definitely get that. And that is a card I am very curious about in the current meta game, because
I agree.
When we had that duel between the two themes in the TCG, between Malice and the Ryzeal deck, Metaltronus was a staple in so many of those decks, or at least side decks, and I think it is really good now in Master Duel again.
In general, first of all, I agree. It's a very interesting card because it's like one of the few cards that has a lot of value against both Malice and Ryzeal potentially, if you have the right targets for it. I think that's the thing. It always comes with a caveat. You do need a right target for the matchups. However, for most decks, it's like, okay, I'm going to put like Ryzeal Detonator in my extra deck, and then I've covered Ryzeal. And then all you need is like a Cyber. Or when you're playing Malice yourself, well, you're going to have all the Malice names ready to go, of course.
Definitely. Now we banish a Dormouse with the Chassis Cat. So really the turn from Jouet after that activation of Metaltronus, not too impressive. So things are looking beautifully here for Luca and also for TSO.
I mean, unfortunate hand there, of course, for UA going first without a play is always very unfortunate. And I think Luca here already has enough damage to finish out the game. Doesn't have to do anything super fancy here, to be honest. Can, of course, do so, because there's no cards left in hand for UA, so you don't have to play around anything like Nibiru the Primal Being or anything of that sort. So if you want to, you can keep comboing here.
Yeah, I mean, you can just go into an Hard Scripter. Hard Scripter already checks with one of the cards that is set face down, because you can, of course. And then there's MTP. So this basically deals with the 2 cards that are on the field.
Yeah.
So I feel, okay, and still we just go into the battle phase in the end.
There's not much that's going to prevent the game here, and that is, of course, going to be the case. Luca takes down the Malice mirror match here and already guarantees Team Ragnarok here for our top 8. Of course, one of our World Championship competitive teams as well, already advancing onto the top 8.
What even happens, Van? In case, because clearly they are playing at the WCS, they are playing at the World Championship, and we are playing today for someone winning a trip to the World Championship as spectators. I feel like if they end up winning, we may pass it down to second. They have to spectate that. They will have to. No, I think it just passes down to second place, actually. So maybe if you get paired up against them in the finals, that would be actually a real big relief for the team playing against them in the finals. Imagine you make your way into the finals, about to play the most important match of the day, and then you realize, oh, I kind of won already.
That's a nice feeling. Of course, there's other prizes on the line, of course. There's some nice Challenger Cup goodies, as always, that these players are playing for. And of course, I think for Storm of Ragnarok, it's just going to be a matter of practice. Of course, that's why they're here. Ultimately, they're trying to prepare as best as they can for the upcoming WCS. And so far, it's looking good. Looks like they're already well prepared. Looks like they're off to a good start. We have enough time to look into one of our other ongoing top 16 matches here, as we have Team T2 up against PHNW, and we have a very interesting looking field here from a Memento deck with a Ryziel Detonator in the mix. I'm gonna throw out a wild guess here and say that a Triple Tactics Talents was involved or something of that nature, because the Memento deck typically not able to summon a Detonator.
I mean, it would either be that or maybe a maze. I would rather think it's a maze,
because
it is
turn
probably
2.
the turn of Nicky Boy,
it's the Ryziel turn. No, you're right. You're right. It's absolutely not a talent. It was a maze situation.
Yeah, but I mean, still cool, because
that's almost even better, though, because it's the opponent's turn, so you have a Detonator now. I have a Detonator, and I'm not afraid to use it.
That is absolutely... Interestingly enough, why did they not chain the Detonator to that? Because they could have just destroyed it, but now you gave your opponent a Detonator that they can even still have. They still have a material to use with it.
Maybe they didn't want to destroy itself, because they are planning to just go to the end phase and just.
All right, yeah, we're getting it back here.
Hand me back my Detonator.
Mission accomplished, but we are facing so many things. The Herald is still on the field. Aspie is returning, and we do have plenty of Memento follow-up as well.
The Detonator returns, in fact. It was not the Memento deck summoning a Detonator.
Oh, no! No! Memento players know this feeling. Sometimes you're so low on time that you cannot win anymore.
You know what? For a moment, I thought they quit because maybe the match was already over, because on one of the other tables something happened.
Then we saw the message, right?
But then I saw the message, the time limit. One of the Memento players' biggest nightmares is that timer, especially because it was already the end phase. They almost had it. All they had to do was click next turn, and then they get an extra 60 seconds.
Yes.
So close there. And I think that already puts T2 up into the top 8 as well, because
T2 just lost. Oh, wait. But that, oh no, wait, they won in that degree.
Yeah, they won that. So they were on the Ryziel deck. Yeah, no, but I think.
But I know that feeling. You were like right-clicking the entire turn because we are already so low on seconds, and then all of a sudden the game in the end phase surprises you with SP Little Knight willing to return to the field, and you're like, I need to bring this somewhere now, and then all of a sudden you're all down to like 1 second, and then
I've been there before. I've been there before, because like, where do you want to bring back your SP Little Knight? Like, I don't
want to bring it back at all, actually. But
keep it.
But you know what? That was actually the last match remaining we had here for top 16. So that means we are going to have that team 2 with Nicky Boy, of course, a very famous player also in the Challenger Cup competition, being one of the teams in there. We have Team Storm of Ragnarok in there as well, with, of course, Herman and also Nash and Luca and plenty more. Actually, we also have White Forest in top 8. Looking pretty today.
We are definitely set up for some pretty intense top 8 matches. You're going to go on a little break for the top 8. Of course, I'm going to be joined by Ibris as a co-host for that. Speaking of a break, we are going to have a very short break before we're back with the top 8. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys in just a moment. Welcome back, duelists, to the 3 versus 3 Challenger Cup. I've switched sides. I'm now joined by Ibris for the top 8 that is coming up. We just saw a very exciting top 16, but the day's not over. We're going to have more matches, of course, to come. What are you looking forward in this top 8 now?
I'm very much looking forward to see if we continue to see the success of the Memento deck, of course. I know that's something that both you and Lampy, who I've tagged out with, like a Gladiator Beast. Yeah, genuinely very, very happy with how this tournament has progressed so far. Of course, seeing some really, really great gameplay up across the board. Haven't quite seen an Infinite Noble Knight deck yet, but, you know, I'm still holding out hope.
It's not really a tournament in a Memento format without at least one Memento player timing out, so we've checked that off in top 16.
Twice, maybe? Or wait, no, the first time out in the first round was which deck?
That was Ryziel. That was not Memento, but Memento.
How do you time out with Ryziel?
It's if the timer goes down to 0 seconds, then...
Well,
Anyway,
the
Memento deck is definitely a strong contender next to Ryziel and Malice. So far, I think we've seen a lot of we've seen both Malice and Ryziel so far. I want to say so far, if I'm just throwing out an estimate on the win rate, I think Malice is pulling ahead a little bit at the moment. I think Malice looked very convincing so far, whereas Ryziel has looked solid, but has struggled, especially going second sometimes.
If you only looked at the first set of games from the first round, Memento looked like the best deck in the world.
Yeah, but then there's the second round of games where...
yeah, that being said, very much agree with you that Malice has been super successful so far. Will be interesting to see if we have any kind of variety now that we're deeper into the tournament, or if indeed the Ryziel Malice Memento will be the trio to beat. And really, you know, it does kind of set the pace for what we expect to see at the World Championship further down the line. Like 3 out of the 6 decks that you can expect the teams to pick, you have to allocate to those strategies.
Could be the case, yes. I don't think it's as clear-cut. I don't think it's as mandatory, because I think at that level there's always room to innovate and bring something that people
2 out
don't
of 3
expect.
of those.
Maybe, yes. But even today, we don't see every single team bring Malice and Ryziel, because maybe you spot a weakness in one of those decks and you don't want other teams to be able to exploit it. I think there's room for those sort of considerations, but you are correct. Most likely we're going to see a decent amount of Malice and Ryziel in the World Championship as well. I'd be surprised if that was not the case. But I think Memento in particular is also a deck that, you know, at the highest level, I can see some people really doing well with it.
I am a bit curious as to why Mist is not playing Malice, by the way, just because I know that Herman wasn't really known for playing Malice generally in TCG, but I heard that Malice was very similar to Ritual Beast in a way. A little bit simplified by comparison. They both like to banish, special summon, you know? Yeah,
okay. Sure.
And this guy is the best Ritual Beast player that I know. You know, he qualified for this World Championship with it. Yeah, genuinely, I have a lot of respect for his Ritual Beast.
Yeah, definitely. No,
strategies.
that's a good point. He is a very good Ritual Beast player, and I think he would absolutely love if he could play it at the World Championship, which technically you can. As we see the bracket on screen right now with some of the teams here, we have T2 going up against T2B, which is an interesting matchup. Then you see, of course, Team STOR here, which is Herman, Luca, and Nesh over on the other side of the bracket. So that could be a very interesting finals as well. At the bottom, we have Team SPP going up against Team PG and Team BZS versus Team EXU. Those are some pretty interesting matchups. We've seen some of these teams before, and we're going to see in just a moment who is going to advance into our semifinals. It's crazy. We've just basically started, and we're already down to the top 8. These teams are playing for an invitation, not to the World Championship directly, but as spectators, which is still really nice. Of course, World's happening in Paris. We don't get it in Europe every single year. Of course, that is a very special occasion. So being able to travel to Paris and spectate the World Championship is going to be a great prize for these duelists.
Yeah, additionally, a lot of these players at that top level are close friends, whether that's through Discord or whether it's through, playing together in real life. So getting the opportunity to see everybody, it'll be really good for a lot of them.
I mean, of course, WCS is not only a tournament; it's also just a huge celebration every year of the game in general. So being able to witness that with your friends and travel to the event is going to be awesome.
I did see that Team Ray did lose, so I'm a little bit sad for you.
That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. However, I have seen the deck breakdown, and there was no Sky Striker on the deck breakdown, so they were not true to their name. So maybe that's why.
Well, if only you'd worn your Sky Striker jacket, perhaps people would have been inspired. But
Fair enough,
we'll get them next time. Speaking of getting someone next time, getting someone next round, hopefully Nicky Boy is able to take down his apparent teammate, NS, as T2 take on T2B.
Yeah, they have so many good players that they were able to get 2 teams into the top 8 here, essentially, Team T2 and T2B. We're starting with a Sword Ryzeal here, which on the one hand is a very good start, on the other hand is, out of all the good Ryzeal starters, the weakest one. Because normal summoning Sword Ryzeal means you're not normal summoning Ice Ryzeal.
That being said, Ryzeal, fundamentally, mecha deck, Nicky Boy, he loves Rescue Ace, fundamentally, mecha deck.
Yeah.
There is innate synergy there, much like there's innate synergy between these 2 level 4s to make a rank 4. Ryzeal Duo Drive now going to open up things here, going to attach from the graveyard, has 3 materials so far.
And that is going to threaten, of course, adding 2 cards from the deck to the hand, as we see the other tables pop up as well. And we special summon Star Ryzeal by detaching a material from the Duo Drive here, which is going to give us access to a Ryzeal spell trap from the deck before we're even activating the Duo Drive to search.
Star Ryzeal indeed, just in defense position here. Ryzeal Cross now coming out. There's a lot of disruption already on the side for Nicky Boy, whereas Nest has just unknown cards in the hand so far.
Yeah.
Anything that can come out should come out very soon here. Is there a Nibiru, the Primal Being? Is there any other kind of disruption that can already interact with an established field? Because you have to imagine the Detonator is coming.
Even the Nibiru here, because Ryzeal Cross has been accessed so early, would be able to be negated by Cross in resolution. We're putting up a Detonator here with 3 materials. That way we can use the Duo Drive safely, because if anything were to happen to it, like an Ash Blossom or a Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit, the Ryzeal Cross would be able to stop that by detaching from the Detonator. And we're going to be searching Ryzeal Plasma Hole, as well as Node Ice Ryzeal, actually, not Node.
Have to consider the aggregator is also live here on the Ryzeal side, so it does mean that we have the opportunity for a further disruption if necessary. NS staring down a pretty scary field so far, as Nicky Boy as well has managed to replenish his starting hand to a full 5 cards, thanks to these effects resolving without a hitch. Now, speaking of effects resolving, we see in the bottom corner of your screen in Duel C, Cross Sheep now coming out.
Memento, the one you talked about beforehand. I think that is the deck that plays Cross Sheep at the moment, so I would expect that to be the case there.
Or Ubel, but
Ubel could, yeah, you know what, good call. Could be a Ubel deck, but there's a Memento fusion. I don't think
okay,
that's
no, I don't
Ubel.
think that's Ubel anymore.
That's not Ubel.
Hey, they both play Super Poly too, but yeah, at the end of the day, looks to be Memento, and that, we are seeing the Malice, we're seeing the Ryzeal, we're seeing the Memento, looking like we have a very, very fixed top 3 decks in the format right now, as we do have Baguska, the Terribly Tired Tapir, number 41 of your Xyz numbers, actually going to turn everything to defense mode here, and negate all of the effects on Nicky Boy's side of the field, but it's okay for now.
Oh, a Pot of Desires off of that Ryzeal cross. It's going to be a tough one to overcome this board here for Nest. We've got Baguska, we've got Detonator, we've got 2 face downs, we've got Ryzeal cross to negate a monster effect. We have 3 cards in hand. However, full hand of 6 here. What deck is it that we're going second into this Ryzeal board with? We'll see in a moment if there's a good chance.
7 Tachyon looks like Ryzeal mirror match.
Ryzeal deck, yeah, and that's going to be tough unless they play a bunch of those board-breaking spell cards here. As I also I want to bring your attention to, of course, Abahamud here on table B, bringing the signature branded deck as well, which is something that's always very cool to see.
Abu Hamid is the only person I know that can run 60 card branded and reliably open branded fusion and that grass look screen at almost every game.
There's no way he's the only person that does that, because they all do that.
Why don't we take a look at Duel B now, just to see how the branded deck is getting along as the Ryzeal mirror continues to unfold into play. There is the Verte Anaconda fusing with the Fallen of Albaz to start the Mirror Jade, the Ice Blade Dragon. It's going to clear the field if necessary, but right now doesn't look too necessary as Mess UK has been unable to establish any kind of field presence so far. Branded Lost now being activated, going to add the Mercuria for further disruption if necessary further down the line. Retribution, so many branded cards resolving freely. Was the Ash on the fusion? Apparently not, as there is a fusion on the field anyway. I guess not actually, because the fusion got sent from the deck to the graveyard to resolve the Verte Anaconda.
Yes. Not the most optimal start for branded, actually, if you have to go through Verte Anaconda, because, of course, Verte Anaconda in itself made for fusion decks, but still kind of weird in branded itself because it represents a link summon, which the deck is normally not able to do if you resolve your signature branded fusion, of course. However, sometimes when you can't get to that branded fusion, it is like the best thing you have available. As we see a Bestial Druis Worm here targeting the Fallen of Albaz from Abahamud, banishing it from the graveyard, which is potentially pretty annoying.
Yeah, as good a start as any here, but Mirror Jade, the Ice Blade Dragon, going to activate its effect and banish back the Bestial to deny the body for extra link climbing, or perhaps Synchro Summoning if this is indeed something like the Centurion or the other Synchro strategies that we saw earlier in the tournament, but perhaps not later in the tournament.
All right, and then the Albion is going to set a branded banishment. Now, that is a threatening field from Abo here for sure. 4 face down cards. We know there's a Mercurier in hand. The only good thing, I suppose, here from Mez UK is the fact that the Mirror Jade has already used its effect last turn, so it won't be able to banish a card from the field. We normal summon a Chessy Cat, confirming it is actually Malice. And we're going to use branded banishment here. Funnily enough, that card, as it's in the name, it banishes, which would bring the Chessy Cat back.
Pulled by the grave going to be chained to it, though. What do you take away from the graveyard? Is it
the target? If you take away the target for branded banishment, it will not properly resolve. So we are taking away that Aluber, meaning that the branded banishment will not be able to bring it back and not be able to perform a fusion summon. So the Chessy Cat is now on the field. Are we able to use the effect? We do activate it, so we can. We have a Malice card in hand, is all that tells us, because Mercurier is going to stop that, because you really don't want your opponent to just get 2 more cards in hand and a banish from hand, because the banish from hand for Malice is not actually like a cost or anything. Like, they don't lose anything, they gain by that.
Importantly, that was not a destruction, just a negation, so the XC's potential is still there. This is Superstar Slayer, Typhon Sky Crisis now coming out from SUK. That is basically communicating, hey, I have nothing else here for the rest of the turn.
They're basically done for the turn, so this Book of Eclipse is going to be ending their turn and the game, because they've seen enough. They do actually surrender here. And Branded in the hands of Abo, of course, so threatening, takes this game.
T2A able to take down T2B here, as you have that first star on the board for them. And now we have our Duel A resuming here. A Nest now, it's a Nest trying to make the kind of comeback against the established field from Nicky Boy. I'm noticing that all of these monsters are now in attack, so Baguska already done with, but the field looks to be done with.
Yeah, we're already in turn 3 here, so this is going to be Nicky Boy's turn to actually attack, and it looks very good here. It looks like they are able to finish the game this turn here, and so it's going to be, like you said, T2A winning another game over T2B, maybe further proving why they have been to T2A and not T2B in this tournament. And well, but it is not the end of this match no matter what. There's going to be more games to be played after this one. I think this one is looking likely to go towards Nicky Boy, but they're going to be summoning another rank 4.
Time for you to redo it. Dugares. No. That
Almost.
is
Starleech
Starleech
Photon Blast Dragon.
Okay.
That
I like it.
protects all your monster with 2,000 or more attack from being targeted, which is really good in Ryzeal sometimes. Even an interesting interaction. We don't see it in this game in particular because the Duo Drive has no materials, but sometimes you can make an interesting board where you make Duo Drive and you keep the materials on it. That way, even the Photon Dragon will be on 2,000 attack, and that means it also can't be targeted.
Nice. He failed the Gauze test. He attacked with one of his strongest monsters first.
But there's cards on the field, so you don't have to be afraid of Gores. Well,
That's
now,
true.
but they're good. Yeah.
Called by the grave. Can it save the game? Unlikely.
This game looks very much in favor of Nicky Boy. I think we are just going through the motions here. The plugin is resolving.
Yep, looks to be that the plugin will be able to add some cards back, or indeed just summon the detonator, but the detonator, not all that scary. No materials so far.
It'll
One
gain a
material
material from the plugin, which means it can protect itself from destruction, which actually means that a Nest might not lose the game this turn. But in looking at card advantage as well, just like raw position here, I think it's looking pretty difficult.
I guess you can trade detonator for detonator, but you still don't make the full 8,000, so I get it. But as you said, just looking at the card advantage, it's really hard to foresee a turn where Nest is able to make a comeback. That being said, game is not over, Duel is not over, set of 3 games is not over, as Duel C is looking up right now as well.
Duel C looking good for Memento here, which is T2B. So T2B able to defend themselves from going down 0-3 here likely.
Yep, Mobile able to take down Nezu. You have to imagine as this Appaloosa has 2 negations enabled. It's used 1, and the Fusion Summon now coming through does suggest that the Memento deck is in full command here. You have the Creation King, you have 2 face downs. They're mysteries, but are they enough to deal with this established field?
Memento always so scary when it gets to access that Creation King. It's usually at this point maybe already too late to stop them from going off here, because the Creation King represents so many pushes. Basically, it's going to send the Gatic here immediately to bring itself back from the graveyard, but it's also going to set up that graveyard so nicely. 3 Memento cards sent from deck to grave. That's going to make it so much easier to summon the combined creation in the future, and the Gatic is going to add back another card here.
Memento, you have to imagine looking to close this one out. Mobile in such a good position, as you said, about to access that combined creation. Anything that these 2 face downs could be? Are you aware of what Nezu is potentially playing?
I believe it should be the Malice deck, because we see the other players not on the Malice, as well as they're rocking the Malice sleeves. Maybe that's just why I'm assuming that. I just assume the team has a Malice deck, and I don't believe we've seen the other 2 play Malice.
I mean, also rocking the Xyz overlay icon frames, so could be playing Ryzeal. Probably not playing Ryzeal because the teammate is playing Ryzeal.
Yeah, but, I think it's Malice. I think it's Malice, and in which case, I think the set cards are probably not bad cards, but probably not able to stop this onslaught of Ryzeal monsters.
UWC?
Memento monsters. UWC?
Yeah.
Yeah, but what is that going to do?
No, I'm just saying that is a Malice trap.
That is a Malice trap.
Thank you. In any case, Memento has a field of monsters, even if we're talking about Malice traps, and those monsters are looking pretty good so far. As you said, eventually going to climb into that combined creation. There is the MTP, that's the other Malice trap.
Now, if you change GWC here, you'd actually get the Banish potentially if they have a Link monster in the graveyard, but no. Just going to be adding a March here from deck to hand, which honestly just trying to throw stuff into the way of these attacks, I suppose. However, the Appaloosa can just negate the March here.
Yeah, that's a minus 800 on the Appaloosa. Okay.
Yeah, basically.
And that is a Link summon. SP Little Knight to deal with the last face down. Afraid of the GWC.
No, they won't banish with it because they only use effect monsters.
True, yes.
Also, if you banish with it here, you can't attack directly, which I'm assuming they want to finish the game this turn.
Okay.
They just want to link off stuff to be able to shuffle it back for the combined creation. And because Akihiron has resolved previously, even if you're able to put up monsters, this 5,000 attack creation and the 3,000 attack creation king can attack directly anyways. So even this March here jumping in the way essentially is not going to change anything about these Memento names. Threatening 8,000 damage here. So they actually just let it happen. They don't mind. They just let the March Hare hit the field.
You have more than enough attack, and maybe even the Akihiron was able to resolve and therefore allow the two big mementos to attack directly. Yep.
There are the direct attacks. 3,000 from Creation King. There's a
GWC.
You called it.
It was a very limited pool of options, but
it's not going to gain any life points here, so it's not going to make a difference because it only gains life points if you control a Malice Link monster, which is not the case here. 3,000 from the Creation King, and then 5,000 from the Combined Creation is going to bring us to a 2-1 record. T2 over T2B. They are in the lead, but they are not able to win all 3 games here. Memento takes a game here for mobile. So we are going to go into a second round of games. They're going to switch the opponents around.
Yep.
And we're going to see if T2B is able to turn things around in the second round of games, because they are on the back foot a little bit here, but it's not over. There's just 1 game behind.
Yeah, exactly that. Not a clean sweep. And also we are seeing a little bit of variance here because of Abu Hamid just introducing Branded into the mix.
I think the first time we're seeing Branded today, yes. And of course, if anyone's going to bring Branded to one of these tournaments, it is going to be Abo. I think very happy to be able to play in a format like this one where you're going to have to bring 3 different decks anyway. So like if you have Abo on your team, surely Branded is in the top 3 somewhere.
Surely he's not playing 60 cards either, because otherwise you just take all the shared cards from your teammates.
Even in 60 card Branded, I think you play such specific cards that it would probably work out. Maybe the only reason to believe it's not 60 cards is that if it was 60 cards, he would have drawn grass.
Fair enough.
And since we didn't see grass, you probably didn't play 60. Anyways, the players are getting ready for the second round of games. So what were the lineups? It was Malice, Ryziel, and Branded versus Malice, Ryziel, and Memento.
Yep.
Which is as expected. You know, I think we're gonna see more of that today. We're gonna see more Malice, Ryziel plus the third. In this case, it's Memento and Branded. We've seen Crystron before. We've seen White Forest before. Haven't seen a Blue Eyes yet so far, which I think is also going to be a decent choice for the third deck.
Talk to me about the Blue Eyes and the matchup against the Ryziel and Malice in particular, because this will be super valuable to people watching and also playing in the World Championship.
I believe Blue Eyes is still a very valid option. I believe Blue Eyes has still some very distinct advantages, especially when it gets to go first.
Yep.
I think that is also one of the downsides at the same time, though. I think with that deck, playing into a Ryziel Detonator when you're going second is very tough, because a lot of its plays rely on continuous cards. Like a Detonator destroying a Primate Lord Reload or a True Light is very, very tough for the deck. So, so defeating even a single Detonator going second can be very rough.
Indeed. Also, having your Max C matched by a Called by the Grave immediately can also feel, pretty rough.
Also, we see on Duel C, there's an Allure of Darkness countered by an Artifact Lancia.
Nice. Oh, no. The entire hand goes. The entire hand goes. The turn goes.
Discarded the entire hand?
Mess UK is time to shine.
Oh, God. Well, that was certainly not the most powerful Malice turn one that I've seen before.
Wait. The Malice player is playing Artifact Lancia in the main deck then?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, you're trying to counter other Malice players?
I guess.
It's an interesting call, though, for this tournament in particular, because I was thinking about this recently. Like, Artifact Lancia, of course, one of the most popular cards last month.
Yep.
In ranked duels.
So that was before Ryziel was
exactly. That's what I was thinking about. In some ways, it may have even benefited the Malice deck that there is like another top-tier contender right now.
It definitely didn't benefit the Crystron deck.
That is also true. But I think like the hurdle of main decking or of playing something like a Lancia in a best-of-1 format where you could just be running into Ryziel decks is like a little bigger now. So with basically Malice being a less anticipated strategy right now, just a little bit less, maybe it benefits from that a little bit. But maybe here, you still see the Lancia.
Nezu not having the greatest run of things so far, of course, being the only member of T2 to lose in the first round of games, and looking like actually same will happen here.
It's an interesting call as well to activate the Allure of Darkness with no Darks in hand. That was an interesting move.
Or was it because you couldn't banish the Dark from hand?
No, if you have a Dark in hand after Lancia, you get to keep all your cards. You just have to you have to have a Dark to be able to keep all your cards.
Yeah.
But they just didn't have one.
Took the risk. It didn't pay off.
I mean, that's the thing. I think statistically, it's actually not that bad to activate the alert, because if you didn't draw a single dark monster in your opening hand,
You could banish all your Malice names and then...
the odds are that one of the next... I mean, you play so many dark monsters. Like, if you didn't open any, the odds that one of your next 2 cards has a dark is very high, so they just got very unfortunate there.
Indeed they did, and someone that benefited from that was Mess UK, who now has an access code Talker with 5300 attack. It's gonna remove, destroy, get rid of the face down, and it's gonna have a clear path to victory alongside this red ransom that's been banished.
This game is essentially over. I think we can move over maybe to Duel B over there, where we see Abo going for some branded combos, as Mez UK is most certainly going to bring
Even
us
up the score.
a very quick equalizer here. Yeah, off to a perfect start here for Team T2B. And Malice takes down Malice here. We're actually going to go into table A again with Ryziel going first for Nikki Boy against
Is this
Mobile.
Ryziel against Memento?
Memento, yeah. Which, interestingly enough, we're seeing a very strong combo here for Nikki Boy going first once again. However, if there's any deck in Master Duel at the moment that can realistically defeat a Ryziel combo, it would be Memento. Because
How come? Tell me.
Memento is an interesting matchup against Ryziel because in some ways, I mean, the Ryziel matchups all are so dependent on how does your deck play into Ryziel Detonator. Like, if your deck is good into Detonator, you'll have a fine Ryziel matchup. If your deck really struggles into Detonator, you're going to have a hard Ryziel matchup. In Memento's case, it's interesting because all of the Memento effects, or a lot of the Memento effects, are like, destroy a Memento you control, and if you do something. Right?
Yugaris, the Timeless.
Yeah,
Shout out to you, Quanto.
Something like Mementolin Tatsuno Toshigo, Mementolin Goblin, Mementolin Darkblade, they all require you to successfully destroy something you control to resolve their effects.
Yep.
So Detonator can interrupt all of those. However, they have 2 super powerful cards that only work if something you control has been destroyed by card effect, which is Mementolin Fusion's effect to use the materials from the graveyard, as well as Sleepy to summon itself from hand and then fuse. So while Detonator is a strong interruption against Memento, it also gives them access to their strongest extenders, basically.
And the fusions at that.
Exactly, yes.
Yeah, nice.
So Detonator, essentially Detonator pass here from Nikki Boy, choosing not to go for the Baguska this time around, instead going for Dugaris here. I think 5 cards for Memento could play through this if they have access to Sleepy or Mementolin Fusion.
There is a stray Artifact Lancia somewhere here. I think it's face down in Spell and Trap card zone of Nikki Boy here, but
Did they search it with the 7th Tachyon?
I
Probably.
didn't see. I was too busy watching Abu Hamid win another game with the branded.
Of course. All right, there we go. Mementolin Tatsuno Toshigo is going to be the first action here, and this is one of those cards where technically the Ryziel Detonator checks it. Technically, you activate this, it tries to destroy itself, but if Detonator pops it, you are not able to destroy it, and it won't do anything.
That you cannot respond to, however, as another fusion does come through. Super Polymerization going to be activated.
Okay, and importantly, summoning the Tatsuno Toshigo first, because once you Super Polymerization, you can no longer activate the Tatsuno Toshigo in hand because you control a non-Memento monster.
Yep. Now, Muddragon of the Swamp.
Yeah, that's going to be preventing targeting from Ryziel, which potentially really annoying when you play Detonator.
That's why we have the Plasma Hole to try and do something.
Yeah, that destroys the Tatsuno Toshigo. It cannot target the Muddragon. And here's the thing. This is going to enable potential Mementolin Fusion to shuffle back from the grave, because this Tatsuno Toshigo is going to be destroyed.
Well, we have 2 cards in hand to hopefully allow for that.
They would need more here, yeah, even though they haven't normal summoned yet, so like a Mementolin Anguish or Darkblade or something of that nature could potentially get them through this. Plasma Hole is not only going to destroy, but it's also going to attach a 4th material to the Detonator, so potentially able to destroy 4 cards moving forward. And we still have the Cross to negate and another face down, so it's rough.
Yep, there's the Anguish that you needed to have normal summon to start things off, but there could be an immediate response from the Ryzeal deck.
Honestly,
here.
plenty of options here for Ryzeal that I could see them going for. Could chain the detonator to destroy it, could use the cross in resolution to stop them from searching, to keep their resources low.
Was there an aggregator in the mix as well?
There might be, but in this case, detaching the aggregator off the detonator wouldn't actually negate the Anguish, just because it would activate on a new chain afterwards. Alright, so we see detonator destroying the Anguish, which Mobile is thinking about at the moment if they want to respond.
What could they respond with?
Well, they definitely have the Mud Dragon as a possible response, even though that wouldn't do anything in this case.
Yeah.
Because it does not retroactively prevent the targeting, because the targeting has already happened. Something like a Bone Party could be chained. However, Bone Party also, once again, is a card that the detonator can essentially counter, because the, Bone Party has to destroy Memento. But we do have a Droplet here. And
that looks okay.
That is not going to be enough, because Ryzeal Cross can still negate the Anguish in resolution, which basically means that we are done for the turn. Because they now know all the cards they have. They know there's nothing left in hand. So even though this detonator is going to be negated, it won't be able to destroy any further cards. But the Cross just negates the Anguish now.
Yeah.
And then even if you have a Mud Dragon now. The Mud Dragon can attack the detonator, but Ryzeal is looking very, very fine here for the next game. And that means I'm pretty confident in saying that I think this means T2A is going to go up 4-2 over T2B. Basically, both of these sets of 3 games have been 2-1 in their favor.
Yep.
So
looks
far.
to be the case here.
Unless something very unexpected happens here. I suppose there is always a very small chance that Ryzeal just has no follow-up here. But they're going to draw a card for turn. They're going to be able to draw a card with Cross, putting some resources back.
Going to be able to add some extension from plugin as well.
Plugin is guaranteed follow-up, and that should already be enough here. The writing is on the wall here from Mobile. It's just a matter of, do they let them play it out, or do they just go to the next game immediately? I guess that is on them now, but in this case, I think Ryzeal is definitely able to take down Memento, unless there is something very unexpected.
Oh, it's Dugaris.
Right, they don't draw.
Yeah.
But they don't need anything, so true. Detaching twice of the duo drive, so instead of drawing a card per turn, they're just adding 2 Ryzeals from their deck to their hand.
Nice.
Already 2500 attack on the field. Ice Ryzeal is going to be normal summon to summon one from the deck. And I think at this point it is just a matter of time until they have assembled enough damage to attack over this Mud Dragon of the Swamp and then directly for 8,000. They are letting them play it out, though. You never know. You know, maybe they'll slip up and
maybe the timer is really low for the Ryzeal player again.
They got an extra 60 seconds at the start of their turn. I think that should be enough for Ryzeal usually. I think they have a pretty straightforward, because there's not much to play around here as well. There's a Mud Dragon, no other unknowns, no set cards, no cards in hand that you have to maneuver around. No real interruptions here. So all you have to do is put enough damage onto the field, which I think they should be able to do here. Ryzeal Detonator hits the field, of course. Classic Ryzeal boss monster here, which, quick calculation, we don't quite have enough yet. We are currently at 7,200 attack points, and we need 8,900 if you 9,900.
Okay,
if you
now we have enough.
Now we have enough. We needed the node still, but yeah, it's fine here. The Lancia was indeed in hand. We added it last turn. We didn't need it because it was Memento and not Malice. Gonna bring back a Sword Ryzeal here. Forced to bring it back in defense mode with Node Ryzeal, but I think that is fine.
Yep, this looks to be the game in favor of Nicky Boy. Gonna do one last XC summon for the road.
And T2A is going up 4-2 over T2B.
Light Dragon at Ignista.
Destroys the Mud Dragon. Moves into the battle phase. Way more than 8,000 here from Nicky Boy. And that means, once again, we are going into... We're not done yet. The match is not over. T2B is not out yet from this tournament. They have a chance to come back. However, being down 4-2 before the last round of games here is going to be very tough, because they cannot slip up once more. They have to win all 3 games in this last set. Otherwise, they will be eliminated.
It's not insurmountable, but I'd
It's been done
be
before.
hesitant to count out Abu Hamid and his branded strategy.
You
but,
think that's the one that they won't be able to overcome?
I
You
think
they
so.
can beat the other 2, but
He's
Abo,
undefeated right now.
true. That is a good point. Yeah,
they literally can beat the other 2, but not him.
the branded deck has not lost yet in this series, and if it wins once more, it's going to secure a spot in the top 4 for Team T2A.
Actually, I think Nicky Boy also didn't lose this series. I think Nezu, it's now his
Oh, the
game
Malice.
to
We
win.
talked about it. The Malice deck having the higher win rate so far, but losing both times here for Nezu.
Yeah.
Well, the Allure of Darkness discard the entire hand
That was
sure
quite funny.
did contribute to.
It was a good attempt. Commendable.
It's a good attempt.
I like Allure of Darkness, by the way. I gotta say, like, genuinely, anything from like Phantom Darkness era.
Very iconic card for sure. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
it's just very powerful in Malice. You know, when it feels in a way, it feels like an extender as well, because like getting that banish turned into a special summon it's essentially you're not banishing, you're not losing a card from your hand. It's like draw 2 cards and then put a card from your hand onto the field, basically, which is really powerful if you think about it.
There we go.
As we see it again, speaking of Allure of Darkness, will we see another discard of the hand?
SUK, hoping not.
Nicky Boy was thinking about the response here potentially. What is it? Ash Blossom maybe that you can chain. Something you also very commonly see with the Allure of Darkness is people chaining their Maxis immediately because they don't want your opponent to draw into like a Called by the Grave to answer it. And we do Ash Blossom the Allure of Darkness hoping that they do not have a further play.
I think the extra face down was indicative of the fact that SUK really didn't want to lose whatever was in hand.
It could also just be a Malice Trap though, because you're like
True.
banishing a Malice monster, and then when your opponent has like Effect Belly, you want to have your Malice Trap set already. White Rabbit was already in hand here from SUK. Normal Summon going to give us access to MTP07, which we're going to immediately activate by banishing that White Rabbit, which of course is going to return to the field essentially immediately by
face down as
taking our life.
GWC.
You think so? You calling it again?
I think so.
It might be. It could also just be a bluff. That's the thing with Malice. Sometimes, essentially, or technically, when you're playing Malice, even if you don't have one of the Malice trap cards, you can just set one of the spell cards in your hand to make your opponent think you can dodge something like an Infinite Impermanence, and they might use it differently because of that, which is an interesting aspect of the deck. White Rabbit returns. March here in hand is going to be activated, banishing the MTP07 from the graveyard, which gives you 2 monsters on the field, and usually the next step in this combo is going to be Splash Mage to be able to bring back one of those monsters from the graveyard to go into the first win streak.
You remember the good old days of Splash Mage into Trigate Wizard and all of that?
Yes.
Were they good old days? I
The
think so. Nibiru the Primal Being, certainly a mainstay of that time too.
Ooh, okay. Nibiru is strong against the combo that is just White Rabbit, because the combo that is just White Rabbit would essentially pass to this. However, we do have a Max C here, which is, I think that's an indicator that MSUK really wants those cards now, because normally you want to save the Max C for the next turn, but here we are, I think, desperate enough for those extra cards, because otherwise we would just be passing the turn. And we are passing the turn indeed. Ash Blossom plus Nibiru is enough to end the turn here from SUK, putting Nicky Boy in a very commanding position here if we have a starter in hand to actually take down Malice another time in this match. And that would already mean a top 4 for Team T2.
7th Tachyon now a great extender for Nicky Boy here if indeed he can continue to follow up on the Nibiru token and the face down. What you have to imagine is a Malice trap, but there's no Malice to banish to resolve it. Oh, actually, it's already been set.
You
so
could use it now, but the Malice
but
traps, the thing is, if you don't have a Link monster on the field, none of the Malice traps actually represent a disruption. So that's the case here. Also, the 7th Tachyon is very good here because it lets you add Ice Ryzeal. I think it's worth noting when we see the Nibiru here that cards like that have a little bit of a downside in Ryzeal sometimes, because X Ryzeal specifically requires you to have only level 4s or rank 4s on the field in order to search. So if we just had an X Ryzeal here, it would actually not do the combo for Ryzeal.
Yep, things seem to be heating up in Duel C as well, as we do have a direct attack actually come through here. There's trading back and forth. It looks again to be a Malice versus Ryzeal matchup, but on
And
the
it
other
looks
side,
like once again Nezu here, no play with Malice. And the funny thing is, this is only the second worst start that Nezu's had in this series because this one at least he got to keep all the cards in the hand, but this time around,
Are they
still
cards he wants in the hand is the question. Oh.
Set a third card. And the thing is, last turn, Ryziel was not able to play through this. Now, do we have another level 4 monster to keep pushing? It's so intense because you know if one of these games goes the wrong way, the match is essentially over. Like, they have to win every single game here for Team T2B. Otherwise, it is over. It's looking good in this one. I think a Nest is ahead here. The Droll Lockbird is likely going to buy another turn unless it's negated.
Yep, frustrating to deal with, but not a game breaker in any sense.
It is particularly strong against 7th Ascension, because 7th Ascension is a spell card that the Ryziel deck only plays to add 7th Tachyon from deck to hand.
Yep.
So you're essentially searching for a card that searches again.
Exactly. So you've interrupted them at the point where before they could even get started.
Exactly, right? Like, if you compare that to something like, let's say, Bonfire, where you activate Bonfire at Ice Ryziel. If you get Droll and Lockbird there, sure, it's annoying, but you at least have the Ice Ryziel already that does something. Whereas in this case, it's just you have a spell card in hand that you can't use this turn.
I forgot that Full Loss is actually a level 4 as well.
That's
so
a big deal. It's a big deal for
Ryziel.
Ryziel decks. Yeah, there's a lot of scenarios where you just like randomly normal summon a Molcharmy. Like, for example, a very common scenario is you will start with X Ryziel, which is a special summon. Your opponent will be like, okay, I'll use Impermanence, hoping you don't have another Ryziel to keep going, and then you just normal summon a Molcharmy and make Ryziel Duo Drive because that does not require Ryziel names. But this cannot make a detonator is the interesting part, because detonator is requiring you to use Ryziel monsters to make it, which interestingly enough leaves a Nest with fewer options on what to make here under this Droll and Lockbird.
Duo Drive or any of the rank 4 toolbox that we have available here, and actually it will be one of those Castel, the Sky Blaster Musketeer.
I think we're trying to go into a Zeus here, because the thing with Duo Drive is under Droll and Lockbird wouldn't be able to add anything, so it's also not something we can go for.
Yep, looks to be the Zeus indeed. An Xyz monster has been able to battle, and it will indeed be Xyz'd off into Divine Arsenal, a Zeus Sky Thunder.
We're not using the effect yet, even though there is 3 face downs that we could clear with it. We are first waiting to see if Nezu draws a play here, because of course last turn they didn't have one. Another Allure of Darkness.
Do you remember when people would use like Santa Claus to guarantee the Zeus? Because you'd summon Santa Claus in defense to your opponent's side of the field, then you'd be able to attack with any Xyz to guarantee the battle.
Yeah, Pearly would do that a lot.
Yeah.
All right, we see a Ash Blossom on the Allure of Darkness, but we have a Crossout Designator to stop that, so the Allure will go through. Don't discard. Okay, we have a Banish. We have a Banish, otherwise the hand would already be gone.
I like this because the Crossout Designator also thins the deck to guarantee that you don't draw one of your other Ash Blossom.
Yeah, makes it likely for those draws to be just a little bit better and draw those Malice cards that you're looking for. Thinking about the Banish here, not clear-cut apparently as to what we're banishing, indicating that we have multiple Dark Monsters as well, and just from the amount of time they're taking to decide what to banish. Unless they're playing a mind game and only have
maybe
one
just
dark.
Hoping that one of the other duels ends in their team's favor before
before you have to make a decision. It's such a difficult decision that you're like, I'll wait if someone else finishes this match for me.
Speaking of this match potentially finishing, let's take a look at Duel B, because that looks to be a clear field and further
it is in fact finished. That is going to take a whole lot of pressure off the other players here, because I believe Team T2 is now guaranteed a spot in the top 4 of the tournament, defeating their fellow teammates also from T2.
Yep, Duel A seems to have ended. Abu Hamid is not needing to win this duel because it's already been won by Nicky Boy, who goes undefeated
with the Ryziel deck.
And my only concern
deck,
is that Nezu was not able to get his single win that we needed to get the confidence back.
You know, that's the thing though in team competition. Sometimes you just need your team to have your back like that. Sometimes you don't perform in a match, and that's okay because it's not always meant to be. Sometimes you don't draw a dark with your Allure of Darkness and you have to discard your entire hand, but your team's got your back.
Sometimes Emre goes 11-0 with Blunderies, and you know everybody's happy. Centurion too, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, genuinely really, really well done by T2 there.
Absolutely. Yeah. Demonstrating the power of not only Ryziel, but also Branded, which is, of course, more of a sleeper pick in today's tournament.
Not for Abahamud.
I mean, it's never a sleeper pick for Abahamud, but in the grand scheme of things, between all the other decks that players have brought, definitely one of the rarer decks in the tournament. I believe overall, we had top 32 teams of 3, which means we had 96 players total, and there was only 2 Branded decks. And one of them is now in the top 4, only 2 matches away from winning the tournament. Before we jump into the top 4, however, we have more top 8 matches to cover. And in this case, we are taking a look at World Championship representatives Luca, Herman, and Nesh here, as Luca is currently performing a Malice combo against what it looks like the White Forest player we've already seen earlier in the top 16. But this time around, not looking too great for White Forest.
Does the OMTA player 3 have no name?
They're just player 3.
Okay. Well, player 3, again, as you said, yeah. White Forest, really commendable, you know, bringing the synchro strategy up to speed, the Azamina components as well, but the Fiendsmith aspect of this deck suddenly not available because both engravers
aspect is
are
gone.
going.
Yep. The White Binder doing the thing that is so powerful about it, the fact that you can split between banishing your own cards and your opponent's cards here. Of course, we are in main phase 2 already, so the game isn't going to end this turn. However, with no cards in hand for White Forest here, it looks like they just won't be able to break this on the backswing next turn. I just don't see it happening for White Forest. When there's already a hard scripter on the field with a non-target banish, the Deception is gone now.
Yep.
We are going to summon White Binder from Banished. We're going to draw another card. We're going to keep Link summoning, and I believe that is going to be a win here for Luca. Because I can't think of a single card that White Forest could draw here that would actually turn this around.
And will this win be enough to secure Luca's team the progression through the tournament?
Yeah, we don't know the exact score at the moment. We're working it out to see how the previous games have gone, to see exactly who's ahead here, what the situation is. But this game is definitely looking good for Luca.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Quiz. Was Storm of Ragnarok the set Max C released?
Yes.
I see. Everything comes full circle.
It does. All right, we summon out March here. Wonder what we're trying to end on. This is always the thing with Malice. Some players are trying to end on Terahertz. Some players are happy with the Firewall Dragon. So far in today's tournament, we've seen the majority of players end with Appaloosa and Firewall Dragon.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, the Terahertz, I think the main argument against the Terahertz is actually not that the combo isn't strong, because it is very good. However, it just takes more extra deck space, because Terahertz alone is not enough. You need more cards to send for it, like the D-Save Worm, which makes your extra deck less flexible. And we see Luca here go for the Firewall Dragon as well. You might think, oh, this is tough because it's not pointing anywhere, but once you put the White Binder there, it's going to be co-linked.
Yep, and then it can indeed look to close this one out for Luca.
And in fact, if Luca wins this, that is already going to be the match. It's currently 4-1, as you can see at the bottom there, for Team STOR, which means that if they win this game, if Luca wins this game, they win this top 8 match in the second set. They don't even have to go the full distance to all 9 games. They just go 5-1, which means no more comeback potential for the opponent, so you don't have to play the third set.
LZ is as good a start as any here, however.
Going to be banished for Cryptor. And that might already be enough, honestly. That might be
like
everything they got. Normal summon has been used, end phase, and I think Luca is going to secure the top 4 here for Team STR. Of course, always a favorite when these 3 enter a tournament together, and once again, proving that they're going to be a worthy challenger at this year's WCS. But for now, what they're going to be focused on is today's tournament, and next up for them is going to be the top 4. The Fiendsmith Requiem thrown in the way here is not going to be enough to stop this attack, and so Malice takes down White Forest and moves on to the top 4.
Well played by Luca there to take STOR to that top 4 indeed. This is a WCS caliber team showing you exactly why they're at that level.
Yeah.
That being said, they did drop a single game, but hey, you know, Who's counting?
Come on, you can't always win 6-0. That's asking a little bit much. 5-1.
Sometimes you drop all your cards to a Lure of Darkness. So,
Sometimes
you know,
that happens,
yeah,
yeah.
it does happen indeed. Regardless, yeah, really, really great showing across the board here from these duelists that have made our top 4 of the tournament. We're rapidly approaching that highest level. And of course, if Store are able to make it to the finals, the other finalists will be able to claim that first place prize, or rather the aspect of the
traveling.
trip.
Yes,
Yeah.
the trip to the World Championship, once again, is the big prize for today's tournament. The winning team is going to be able to participate at Worlds as spectators to experience the World Championship, returning to Europe after quite some time.
Yep.
I believe the last time it was in Europe was 2019, so that's quite a long time ago. However, once again, because these matches are rapid firing essentially in this top 8, we have the final top 8 match for you guys here, which is going to be Matrix up against Javi, which we've seen beforehand, Unchained.
Yep, Fiendsmith Unchained, but currently not looking too good. That being said, it's Unchained and it's Fiendsmith, so perhaps the graveyard is going to be more telling than the field. Right now, however, just one game needed for SPP to close this one out, but both games looking to go by way of PG.
I was about, this was a roller coaster of emotion for me, because I was like, okay, I looked at the bottom, I was like, oh, this loss doesn't matter because they're up 4-3, so even if they lose, all they have to do is win the other game. But then I looked at the other game and I was like, oh, that's tough.
That's even more doom than this
Yeah,
one.
exactly. Set a second card. Charvara, though, they're not done yet.
That looks okay. The 1500 attack on the detonator suggests that Droplet has come through as well. So
yes, but the 6 cards in hand for Matrix also suggests that a Maxi has come down, because otherwise I don't know how many cards they would have in hand, to be honest with you.
yeah, a little bit scary here.
We'll
but
find out on the Charvara. Yep. There was a card drawn for the Charvara. Maxi is active for Matrix here.
Ash
Blossom on the trap card. I mean, Unchained, such a cool deck. However, it does have to special summon so often to get stuff done.
That being said, I guess at this point you go all in and you just say all or nothing, because they've used the Ash Blossom, they've used the Maxi. How many more disruptions can they access? You've given them so many cards already.
Well, the Plasma Hold is going to be a disruption, I can tell you that much, because that's going to probably make a Baguska here.
Here we go. It is actually another detonator,
detonator.
this time not affected by the Droplet, of course, so does have the ability to just run interference when necessary. Does, however, lean into that Unchained kind of goal of having your cards destroyed. Somehow Dulce also not over yet, by the way, but it is the turn player.
Yeah, they passed over the turn to the Malice deck.
Yeah.
And that is looking like a very powerful Malice field there. Even in the small window, I can tell that game is not looking good, and this one is neither.
Yeah.
Yeah, Unchained going down there to Ryziel, which means it could not be closer than this. 4-4 here in this final top 8 match, but Malice definitely looking very likely to win this one, and Memento on the back foot here. And the winner of this game is going to bring their team into the top 4, and currently it's looking like it's Malice.
We started off this tournament thinking Memento looked really, really good and was definitely a front runner, but right now I think Malice is just really pulling ahead of the other 2 decks.
Timer, maybe? Timer?
Maybe?
They just started their turn, so they have at least 60 seconds, which I'm looking at this and they have to spend barely any time to do enough damage. Banishing Cryptor to activate MTP07. That's going to search a card. Banish the Anguish, which is the last card to the opponent's name. Now we're going to pay 900 life points for the Heart Scriptor to return with 5,000 attack. And then all we have to do is move into the battle phase, and they're going to have a spot in the top 4 secured. And there we go. Finishing it with the White Binder, the Royal White Binder at that. And that means Team PG is going to be our last semifinalist.
Yep, we now have a clear-cut top 4 for you. Should we take a look at the bracket when we're able to, of course, just having that result just tabulated right now. But yeah, we're really, really down to the best teams in the tournament.
Yeah, we got 4 teams left, and we're going to be watching those semifinals coming up soon. Of course, 4 very powerful teams, some household Challenger Cup names, of course, as always in this tournament still. We've got Team T2, we've got Team Ragnarok, of course, Worlds participants, Team PG also there. We're going to see some action. I wonder, what do you think? Do you think the branded deck is going to be able to take it all the way?
I think so. I think the branded.
You believe in Team T2 then?
I believe in Abu Hamid.
Okay.
Yeah, rather Abu Hamid when he's playing branded.
I mean, that's always a good bet.
Yeah,
I think.
it's a safe option to be
Mhm.
honest. How do you feel about the branded deck coming into WCS?
I think it's an interesting one because of an aspect you mentioned earlier, which is the shared card pool. And I think branded is an interesting deck in that regard, which I personally, I don't consider it like one of the, let's say, top 2 or top 3 decks in Master Duel at the moment. It is good, don't get me wrong, but I think there's just decks that are better. However, it functions so differently from other decks that it takes up very little of those shared cards that other decks want to play. Like you think of cards like, I don't know, Infinite Impermanence, Effect Veiler, all those kinds of cards. Branded does not rely on those cards. Branded is very happy playing other cards that like Forbidden Droplet, Super Polymerization, or just like a lot of Engine in general, like just branded cards, which you don't need in other decks, so, which makes it, I think, a particularly strong deck in the shared card environment, which I think has been proven in previous years as well. Now, it was unable to win a WCS, I think, so far in Master Duel. I don't think it was not on Team 7's lineup last year.
It was not, and it wasn't on yours either.
It was not on our lineup in 2023. However, it was still played a decent amount in those.
I think it's especially popular within Japan, especially, and the Asia region in particular has some really, really dedicated branded duelists. I do think that there is potential for us to see some of the more unconventional strategies on that world stage.
Yeah.
I remember how excited I was to see the super heavy samurai Centurion come out of nowhere.
I can
great.
tell you, when I sat across from that deck, I was not very excited when they flipped heads and I flipped tails, and I got
that definitely came out of nowhere.
I got ruined by that.
Took
deck.
you off guard.
Yeah.
Honestly, feeling pretty good about the format right now, and as we do have that top 4 laid out for you, T2 will be against EXU. And Store will be against PG. If Store are able to beat PG, it means that whoever the other finalist is, they will get the trip.
Yeah.
But there's still that first place title and the additional prizes to play for.
Yeah, of course, all 4 of these teams want to win this tournament if they can, because there's additional prizing on the line, of course, next to the travel and spectating of the World Championships. So even Team Ragnarok is going to try their best to win. But if they do make it to the finals, basically even the second place team would be able to go and enjoy that trip to Paris.
Everybody's a winner. Everybody in the final.
Exactly. All right. So before we move into the top 4, we're going to have a very, very short break. Don't go anywhere. Lampy is going to be back on the casting desk in a second for you all, and we're going to be watching those semifinals.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Challenger Cup 3v3 World Championship 2025 celebration event. Here I am with Lampy.
Good to be back here in the casting booth, and that top 8 match, or those multiple top 8 matches you had there, they were exciting. Still those plenty of different decks, and Branded once again in top 4. Abo Hammoud is just always crashing with it, right?
Pretty good, yeah. Nicky Boy on the Ryziel as well, really showing just how powerful that deck can be. You know, we mentioned how Malice could very well be the deck to watch in this format. Well, Ryziel was the one to go undefeated in those feature matches that we were able to watch.
I think it would be a cool story because Abo Hammoud actually was third in the regional qualifiers for the European region.
Playing Branded.
Playing Branded, obviously. I think he also played some other stuff there, but definitely. But now, then through this way, still getting a trip to the World Championship, that would be kind of wholesome, right?
It would be nice, yeah, for sure. And I know that he is, of course, very close friends with Bronus, who is one of our qualified captains for the tournament. So being able to see his friends would be great. Again, as Josh mentioned, just having the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship every year not only be the premier tournament, but also being the celebration of the card game, of the brand, and everything we love about the game. Now, we really, really love the game to the point where we have more games to show you. That is, of course, our top 4 heating up in the competition. We saw the Branded deck from Abu Hamid and the rest of the T2 team previously, but it will actually be the other side of the bracket that we'll be focusing on now. We'll have Ragnarok, who you will also see at the World Championship, of course. That team of Miss, Luca, Nesh, they play every 3v3 tournament they can to get as much practice as they can. Taking on PG?
Yes, PG, which we also slightly saw there in the end, and definitely also not to be underestimated. And with Team Ragnarok, you say they play every 3v3 Challenger Cup. I feel like they win every single one of them as well, right? Like, whenever they enter it, I feel like I just see, yep, we're in the finals, yep, we won it again. Cool thing, we're going to do this at Worlds again. And I mean, at this point, the way they dominate every 3v3 competition, you would expect them to also dominate Worlds.
It's a successful formula for sure, as we do have a coin flip loss, maybe being a not so successful formula for this one. The immediate send from the extra deck. It is X'd Ryziel here for Matrix on PG. PG looking good so far, just in the sense that they won that coin flip, but losing the other 2. You know, we mentioned how Malice, Ryziel, Memento, these were the decks of the format. All of them love to go first, so the coin flip can be very telling at times.
And also Duel B, even though the coin toss was not won by Team PG, there was just a pass by Mist. The Malice deck once again couldn't produce anything there on the first turn. So maybe that X Ryziel is going to mean exit for Team Ragnarok here, because that start looks promising for Team PG here instead. Oh, and Droll and Lockbird resolve, but when you already have multiple Ryziel monsters in your hand, that means you can still definitely, at the very least, go for Ryziel Detonator.
Yep, there we go. Sword Ryziel going to join the X Ryziel on the field and going to join the X Ryziel in the graveyard. Actually, not in the graveyard, sorry. Rather underneath the overlay unit of the Ryziel Detonator.
Yes, and there is now the Mariologic Aggregator being a material as well. So I think the Droll and Lockbird still did a decent job here, because we couldn't go through the searches of Sword Ryziel and also not the Ryziel Duo Drive. So it will only be the Detonator here to overcome. And Luca and his Malice deck, I think he has overcome stronger fields than this. So let's see how he's going to tackle this one here.
Shout out to Matrix for being kind of on brand with the rank 4 Baguska, the terribly tied Tapir, as the dual mate of the Ryziel.
I feel like Matrix has been playing Challenger Cup since Season 1, and I think he has always used that Tapir. So it's finally his shot to also actually play it in one deck that he's
Life finds a way sometimes, you know, and Ash Blossom finds a way to run interference on this Malice strategy here. We have the immediate disruption committed. We have Luca stopped in his tracks, and we have, importantly, the disruption and the destruction still live on the Ryziel Detonator, but Metal Tronus now coming out.
Oh, Metal Tronus can be huge, because sometimes you just tag that Ryziel Detonator and you actually use that one spot, and that means we're going to banish both of them face down here. Only ending on Detonator means everything on the field here will be out with that single Metal Tronus.
You see Artifact Lancia as the tech against the Malice deck, and you see Metal Tronus make a difference against the Ryziel, but no banish so far.
Actually, yeah, we have to decide against that, because we don't even really need to banish it here anymore, as it will still be negated through the Metaltron. And we rather want to just have another monster ready to be linked off with our, of course, link strategy. So I do definitely understand that. Thing being here, though, the aggregator is still underneath the detonator. So if we find a good spot to activate the detonator now and just detach the aggregator, that could still cause some problems. But we shall see whether Matrix can find that good spot to use the aggregator. Oh, hold on. Is that the moment already? I feel like it is.
Could very well be. The Malice in Underground is live, but will it last long? Actually, it will, because the Jessie Cat is going to be the target here of this disruption.
I mean, this is pretty good, because now the Malice Dormouse will be summoned, and the moment it is summoned, it's not activating its effect just yet, but before it could even activate its effect, it's already negated by the aggregator. The dangerous thing with this, though, is you can just link off the Dormouse, and if you have another way to bring it back onto the field, you still have not used the effect yet. So negating it on the summon doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be safe from Dormouse for the rest of the turn.
Indeed, you'll get the extension, you'll get the extra cards, and you'll get the ability to continue to play through as much as you need to. Now, taking a look at Duel C, it does look like there's a clear field on one side still, and it does mean that we have actually seen Nesh on the Memento deck start to establish some kind of presence here. Creation King in defense alongside the Gatic does suggest that there's still a lot more to see from the Memento deck as well.
Standing free, including another Creation King from the extra deck, so we want to access the field spell through that. And I feel like whenever we stumbled into one of Nash's matches, he was always comboing. Like, I never feel like we saw Nash just watching. It was always him on the action and always him dominating his opponents, which also, of course, explains why Team STOR, Team Ragnarok, is currently in the top 4, still being undefeated in overall matches.
PG looking to do okay, though. Momentotlum Fusion now going to be activated in the graveyard for Nesh, though, because even if we've seen a lot so far, it's still not over for the Memento deck. But this could throw a wrench, or rather a rather large rock, into the works. Nibiru, the primal being, going to come down for Dark, going to rain down and going to clear out this field.
This is interesting because it is in response to the fusion. And the fusion does not need to destroy a Memento monster, meaning we can now just destroy the token that we were just given, and we are still, in the end, resolving the effect of the fusion. So let's see how important that really was to use the Nibiru right at that moment, because I feel like Nash might very well find a way to still continue. But you see the little bubbles there. There might have also been a Perulia resolving. Oh!
Indeed.
And Nash is revealing that it's not just any kind of Memento deck. It is a Goblin Biker Memento deck.
Goblin Biker Doug Charger now going to come out onto the field here.
That is very, very cool. Usually it's a small package because, of course, you're already playing the Goblin Biker Grand Entrance, the quick spell to get the Memento Goblin onto the field, but you can just bring some more Goblin Biker cards to make that package even more valuable. And therefore, it's definitely something we see from time to time. And when you have that bigger package, you also will include the continuous spell card, Goblin Biker Grand Entrance. When there's nothing to do anymore with the Memento part of the deck, you can just go ahead and go with the Goblins. And there you see the synergy between the two, because the Grand Entrance now again was used to search for Memento cards. But looks like that may be the end of the turn.
Anyone that detaches Ryzial material with the Goblin Biker spell card is my hero. I'm just going to say it now.
Yeah, I mean, Duck Charger could do that for you for sure. That is definitely something that is very good. But overall, we see Duel B actually being finished there. And I think that is a win for Team STOR there. So the big favorites are already up a game here. Looks very much like it. Meanwhile, Duel A and also the table here from Nash still competing. But it also looks pretty good on Duel A, gotta say. But PG, that Nibiru did more than I actually on the first look thought. It really, really stopped Nash from what he was trying to set up. And now, what is the deck even that Dark has brought? Is he also the Memento player of the team, or is he bringing something else here? Surely enough, the Hedgehog, the mate, is already waiting, but I don't think it's going to be a Synchron strategy here necessarily that we're about to see. but we are considering it heavily. No effects being used in the draw phase. There were apparently some options. Oh, and he is the Malice player of the team, and he finds the most prominent normal summon of the deck, being the Malice P Dormouse.
Yep, and do we have any kind of disruption here for the Dormouse, or is it just going to resolve, and are we just going to see the Malice deck do Malice things? Have an extra body in the Nibiru, but the Book of Eclipse now going to come to flip everything face down.
That's nice, because we, in the other match, were talking about the fact that when you negate the Dormouse on its summon, if you can still get it back to the field later on, it will be able to activate its effect again. But here in that case, when you just put it face down, for a link-based strategy, getting cards off the field that are face down is really, really hard, because you can't link them off anymore. Therefore, Book of Eclipse really, really powerful against those link strategies. As we can clearly see here, and speaking of successful link strategies, at Duel A, I think we brought our opponent down to 400 life points there, but that's not quite enough just yet. Matrix still hanging in here. Luca was not able to finish it off. Oh, okay, activating Fuvalos here. Wait, has one of those monsters maybe not even attacked yet?
The battle phase?
Yeah, I could see it, because they're definitely not going to end on Access Code Talker, so maybe they were afraid of them going into an SP Little Knight, so you wanted to prevent that. But Matrix will get another turn, and the Red Ransom is no interruption on the field. The Access Code Talker is neither, so if
I've seen Ryziel come back with one card before.
For sure. It is possible. Can Matrix pull it off here with only those 400 remaining life points? I'm always being nervous when I see those red numbers there on the top of the screen. Your life points being so low, or the timer also blinking.
Do you not feel alive, like in Dynamorphia, you know?
So you have that, right? When you play Dynamorphia, you actually need that kind of blinking on the screen there for you to be happy. But no, I'm more so nervous when that happens to me, really. But here in that moment, Matrix will need to be calm enough to find a line to still get the job done here.
Important to contextualize that this is going to be the difference maker for PG, because regardless of whether or not they win, they still have one more match to play before they can say that they've qualified for that Paris Spectator Pass. Malice in the Mirror now going to come through. Extra Ryziel going to be chained to, but it still looks okay here for the Ryziel deck.
We have a 1 level 4 monster now on the field. X-Ryziel is not going to give us another one now, but if there is another one in our hand, that might still be very handy. Thing though being now the Red Ransom coming back, and now we're also probably just going to banish another Malice monster as we do there. That would probably be White Rabbit, and then White Rabbit can give us access to MTP07, which then once more is just another way, another interruption to deal with those
because
monsters.
You have the Malice links on the field as well. It does mean that these Malice spells and traps are able to run the interference that you need.
Absolutely.
Malice and Underground going to be added to the hand. It is still Matrix's turn, however.
It is, but Matrix realizes there is more and more now coming his way. That MTP07, though, can technically be countered by Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. It's one of the interruptions from the Malice deck that can be countered with that card, but there's also now, just on top of all of that, the Max Thief from Luca. Can Matrix now find a way around that? Also powerful, also dominating card of the Master Duel landscape. Meantime, I think, 7th Tachyon. So we had access to more engine here on Matrix side, but 7th Tachyon is great because it adds consistency to the deck, but it also means you are kind of taking a negative trade as you are searching a card, but you're also losing the 7th Tachyon, and then you also have to sacrifice another card from your hand, meaning the card we searched here, the Ice Rising, is the last remaining card, our last remaining push, and if Luca finds an answer to this, it will be hard.
Looks okay so far, however, as the onus has moved back to Matrix. Can the Ryziel deck find something to keep them in this game? Luca is still looking through his deck with the help of Max C for a further disruption from the hand.
Absolutely, Sword Ryziel with another surge here. And Luca is only on 5,300. So if we can just bring the Malice deck down to something below 1,000 life points, then maybe we don't even need to finish the game here this turn, because that can sometimes also be our win condition. There is no... Okay, we've drawn enough, says Luca. We have found our Droll Lockbird, and we need to necessarily chain the Malice MTP07 to the Droll Lockbird.
Yeah, to get the actual
can't search anymore.
resolution.
And now we will banish one of those level 4 monsters off the field. And in the process, you get a March here as well. This is looking pretty still for Luca, but Matrix, what kind of rank 4 monster could we even go into here? It is a tough task to figure out. I don't see any rank 4 monster that could save us here. And Luca is not even done yet. We do go for the March here immediately as well.
Important to note that Baguska cannot turn these Link monsters sideways, and therefore their effects will remain live on Luca's turn. Now, let's see how we decide to go from here. That Xyz rank 4 toolbox for the Ryziel deck, it's so useful, but does it have something that can deal with this? I am thinking maybe Evil Swarm Exciton Knight could be nice, but
yeah, for sure. I think
nice is one thing.
That is probably the best option we have here right now, which would deal with the entire field. Still, problem being, of course, Luca has follow-up in his hand, and that means there is nothing else but the Exciton Knight to overcome, and therefore, I feel like it might be our last resort and our best shot here. I'm doubting, though, that it will be enough. But Matrix, considering his options right now, I mean, if you go Baguska, it will immediately be destroyed by the Exit Talker next turn, so I don't think that's ever an option. So you probably will have to rely on the Exciton Knight, at least destroying something here.
Yep, and let's see. The Ryziel still deciding whether or not to go into the extra deck. I imagine the timer is ticking down pretty reliably too.
Definitely is. The combination of the life points blinking and the timer blinking, oh my. But as this one is a little stale right now, let's move back over to Duel C, I would recommend, because it looks like Nash did not only interrupt with the Book of Eclipse, but also with Memento Fusion going into Guardian Chimera. Still, though, Dark is continuing. Both of these interruptions were not enough to ultimately stop Dark, who now, in fact, goes into Dark, the Dark Charmer Gloomy, and there's Marcher in hand as well. Still, this is huge. Malice just sometimes just doesn't stop producing pushes. It just keeps on going and going and going. And Dark finds another example for this right here, right now.
Yep, gonna get one extra body off the Dark Charmer Gloomy from Nesh's graveyard at that, and is able to further extend with this. Gonna link climb, gonna keep going. All of this good Malice stuff now happening in favor of Dark and in favor of keeping PG in this series.
That's going to be Appaloosa, because usually when you use 3 monsters for Link 4, it would not be... Oh, we just go for Heart Scripter. Fair enough. Yeah, okay, that works out.
To be fair, you know, you need to see the Appaloosa Bow of the Goddess against the Memento strategy, because we highlighted how much of the deck's innate power is just monster effect, monster effect, monster effect. And running Disruption like that is really difficult to deal with. So I imagine Dark will eventually climb into it, but right now, opting for the more aggressive, right now kind of play.
I mean, speaking of aggression, we do have a battle phase here this turn, so I feel like going the aggressive route could really pay off here with us possibly just winning the game here on this turn, which would be so impressive. Seeing that Malice P Dormouse is still set there on the field, but we just didn't mind it and we just keep on going. Now the Heart Scripter is going to banish away that Guardian Chimera, and now with the Heart Scripter plus that set Malice trap card on the field, I think we are already lining up more than 8,000 points of damage here, because that Heart Scripter will come back with a lot of attack points. Hold on though, Sleepy will be able to send something from the deck to the graveyard. There is no Gaddick anymore that we can send though, so that is not going to end up producing a monster on the field. First attack by the Heart Scripter, GWC banishes the Heart Scripter, and that is all we need really. Impressive stuff here from Dark. You not gonna lie, that is really, really huge.
That was really, really good to come back, honestly. Like, off of the single Nibiru, the Primal Being was able to snowball that advantage into just complete dominance here and bring back this series for PG. 1-1 on the board against Ragnarok, one of your World Championship representatives. PG not going down without a fight, as this Exciton Knight looks to do the same in favor of Matrix here, as he looks to bring this game back. Ryziel plugin now used. 4 cards in hand for Luca, but 2 about to join the hand of Matrix.
We can bring out the Ryziel Detonator now again, which is nice. So I feel like we made the most out of it. We see we went for the Exciton Knight, cleared off all the monsters on the field, and now still in the end we do get to produce a Ryziel Detonator with one way to destroy, you would think. But Ryziel Detonator, not only on XYZ summon, but also on special summon, will be able to attach another material, meaning we will have 2 materials on that Ryziel Detonator. And I mean, Luka only, I say only, but sometimes only on 4 cards in hand, and then when there is not enough pushes, that could be enough. So I was almost ruling out Matrix, but this possibly can still work out here. I wouldn't rule him out just yet. There is Malice in Underground. You need to destroy this. There's no real option. It is... Oh, wait, it is only... Oh, it's only 1 material on the detonator. Ah, true, yeah. It only amounts to 1 material because...
Still going to take your advice and destroy this.
Yeah, I think you have to, but that is the only material on it. Of course, that is going to be tough because any kind of normal summon now does the trick. We do not even necessarily need a Malice normal summon. Even just normal summoning Molcharmy Full Velos would absolutely be sufficient here. Luka, what have you got? Okay, Aggregator, sure, let's negate that Red Ransom. Wasn't using its effect anyways. Oh, okay, it is March here even. That's massive.
Yep, that's a pretty good start for the Malice when it comes to building back a field.
And that may be another access code talker calling here.
400 life points. I think access code can do it.
Yeah, for sure. You want to... The last thing you have to consider here is there is Exciton Knight on the field. And Exciton Knight is a quick effect actually in the opponent's battle phase. So you want to make sure that you get rid of the Exciton Knight before that battle phase here. But I do think we have plenty of tools to accomplish that. Access code talker would only be one of those. But we do not even necessarily need to go into that. Chassis Cat gets us 2 new and fresh cards. And Luka is cruising once more. We haven't seen Nash losing a whole lot throughout the tournament. That was the first time, basically, we saw him on display there, losing his match against Dark. But still, his teammates, Herman and Luka, are doing their best to keep Team Storm of Ragnarok here in the lead. That is going to be a Link free here. Looks like a possible Heart Scripter. That is what we are going to see. And that card can now just vanish that Exciton Knight if we really want to, and that is our choice. Oh, was there a Plasma hole on there? Okay, we attack. That is just game, yeah.
Yep, there we go.
Over the Star Rise.
And then one more attack over with the Heart Scripter over the Ryziel Detonator, and then finally the Red Ransom will connect the game.
Luka is the Malice player of the team. I'm wondering whether this is already how it is also going to look at the World Championship, you know? Because they are really dedicating the decks to the players here for this specific tournament. Maybe they also want to trick the competition coming to WCS, and they're just switching decks around here, which would honestly be even more impressive, right? When you can just switch between those decks and still perform so decently with it.
I'm also thinking, you know, when you introduce the extra set of decks at the World Championship level, it does introduce another level of nuance as well, because suddenly 10-Pi becomes a valid option because people will be kept guessing, hey, can I let this person go second?
Totally.
And also, you know, being forced to delve further into the pool outside of that comfort zone of those clear top 3 within the competitive environment right now. Granted,
Definitely.
Abu Hamid's comfort zone is somewhere else entirely. Playing branded regardless.
He's just the most comfortable with playing branded cards whenever he can.
I believe that team actually is up 3-0 at the moment, so looking pretty good. May even be our first clean 5-0 sweep, or one of our first anyway. So really looking forward to seeing how that one plays out, of course, but that's on the other side of the bracket. We still have this side of the bracket very much alive here.
Yeah, and Storm of Ragnarok really doing everything in their power to just get that first place here, to just say, hey, first place on the pricing sheet is that trip to WCS, but let's just turn it around. Let's just have a team win that is already qualified, and then second place will still get that beautiful prize of traveling to WCS, of traveling to Paris and watching all the action from the World Championship
also
first hand.
Some nice Challenger Cup prizing.
Yes.
You get the game mat of the Deputy as well as the game mat of the Memento Language.
I love language.
I know you love Memento, hence why we're so happy to see it make such a prominent appearance here. Are we going to see it again in this game? It's Luka on the Malice versus Dark, who I believe
is also on the Malice deck.
Yes.
So we saw Malice in the mirror on the last game, but now we have a Malice mirror on our hands here between these two. And it is Dark winning the coin toss and therefore starting off here. And there is Malice in Underground as good as a starter as you could ask for. Is there any response vote to Dormouse? Possible Fuwalos, possible Maxi, possible Dominus Impulse immediately being used from Luca here.
I think this is another thing where we'll see Dominus Impulse perhaps become more hotly in demand once that second set of decks is added at the World Championship level.
Go on, yeah.
Because Blue Eyes will compete for it as well, if Blue Eyes is indeed
no,
in the
Blue Eyes is rather
the
going
other
after,
side, sorry, yeah.
Rather going after Dominus Purge.
Exactly,
yeah,
that, sorry, yeah. Blue Eyes loves light effects.
But this is very well anticipated by Luca, because when the Malice deck starts with Malice in the Underground, oftentimes it is their only push, because usually they start with something else and then keep the Malice in Underground as a possible extender. But when they start with Malice in the Underground, it is very good to assume, or very easy to assume, that there actually is no further pushes. And as we can clearly see here, there were no further pushes. And turn is over to Luca, who sets 2 cards, who sets 3 cards.
Yep,
this is no Labyrinth deck. What are we doing here?
Both of these Malice duels have unfortunately not had the most ideal start for either of them. Now, Dark, you've drawn an extra card. Is that enough to get a starter here? Is there the Dormouse, perhaps? Is there the March Hare? Is there anything?
Oh my, it is a sad monster and another sad card. We have a total of 6 face-down cards now on the field. What is happening here? Top 4 of this very, very important Challenger Cup match.
I think that's going to be an Effect Veiler.
What makes you think that? I feel like it might rather be a Charmy.
I think the Charmy is more valuable in the Ryziel package, though, because it's the level 4. But I think the Veiler... Okay, yeah, maybe it is the Charmy. I think it's a Veiler simply because I know for a fact that Malice would run Veiler because it's a target for the Celine. To climb into access code.
But you can't really play the Celine in the Malice deck
True,
because it is not a Cybers monster. And also I think the Effect Veiler would just have decent value in the hand. And we see Luca finding the Dormouse.
But someone else who's making great plays is Luca. The Dormouse now going to resolve.
Is it? I mean, there must be an answer to this. Dark couldn't play the game himself, so he definitely must have answers to keep Luca away from playing as well. What could it be here? I feel like Dark, if it would be Effect Veiler...
A 3-material XC summon in Duel B, by the way, into the Ryziel Detonator.
That is, again, of course, missed playing the Ryziel Fiendsmith deck. And there we have it. And having triple tactic talents to possibly look into the opponent's hand. We do, so we all together have a look at Matrix hand here in the Ryziel mirror, but there's almost no Ryziel cards in there. Just a Sword Ryziel and the 7th Tachyon, joined by all kinds of hand interactions there. Double Ash Blossom, Drone Lockbird, and Effect Veiler. And 7th Tachyon is the one we take out here. Easy decision, because Sword Ryziel is not the most optimal starter for that.
7th Tachyon suggesting as well that, well, perhaps we don't have any way to disrupt it ourselves. And therefore, yeah, just getting rid of that does mean Sword Ryziel, everything is relying on that. Perhaps indeed that Effect Veiler that we mentioned before is in fact in this deck and could be used to negate whatever is summoned here from Matrix.
And now we head into the main phase. We know there's Sword Ryziel as a potential starter, but there also is one unknown card just picked off here for turn.
Every time I look at Nash, he has like 4 cards in the monster.
Yeah, I was saying that earlier. Nash, whenever we go to his table, is just comboing. I never see him watching. It's always comboing. But then, when we actually went into detail, we see Big Kabonga.
Okay, Dulce, let's go.
With the Big Kabonga starting the party here also for the Goblin Biker part of the deck. I love that card. The name alone, right? The Big Kabonga. I couldn't enjoy it anymore. And he has so many cards in hand overall as well.
We saw Fiendsmith earlier, but in fact, it was Goblin Bikers that were truly unchained.
Yeah. And we bring the Dark Charger out. And also noteworthy, Luca has won his game there on Duel A, meaning the score goes up to 3-1 in favor for Team Storm of Ragnarok. And we see both Nash, but also, of course, still Mist doing pretty well for that team as well here. And we are not done yet on Nash's end. He keeps on running away with it here. Still turn 1, but this already looks so strong here.
We have 8 cards in hand for Nash, and the combos keep coming. We have a summon of the Dark Charger here. Could indeed access more of the rank 3 Xyzes. Will, in fact, access more of the rank 3 Xyzes. Do we have another Big Kabonga, or do we have something else? Ooh. It will be the Xyz Armor Torpedo.
That's cool. We can just draw a card by detaching 2 materials. Even more cards in hand now. And now I'm wondering, do we also play the rest of the extra deck package? Because you can just technically put the XYZ armor on top of this. But
I like the Dark Knight Lancer. It's
ultimately that one as well, yeah. But we do just use it to get rid of it together with the big Gabonga. That's 2 rank 3 monsters, 2 Exceed monsters with the same rank, and that can go into Utopia Draco Future. That is so,
Number
so
F0, Utopic Draco Future. Really, really cool. Great card. I don't see it every day, so for those viewers at home that might not see it every day either, please elaborate as to what it does.
Yeah, it's very, very strong because it allows you to not only negate a monster effect from your opponent by detaching a material, but also then afterwards take control of the monster that you were negating if it is on the field and therefore eligible to be taken. So that is a very, very, very strong interruption. And additionally right now...
That is also an interruption, by the way, so great one to have there for Nesh, the SP Little Knight making an appearance.
And additionally, it is a way to play around the Nibiru, the Primal Being, which otherwise sometimes the Memento deck has problems to play around, as we also saw in Nash's first duel here of this matchup, because he lost to Nibiru on the first set.
I feel like SP was everywhere last year, and I think that was a fair assumption to make in the Snake Eye metas. But moving into this year, we've seen less and less of it. Can you explain to me why this card in particular maybe took a backseat compared to the other extra deck mainstays?
I feel like the extra decks for the top decks right now, being Malice and Ryziel, are just more focused on those actual engine cards. So in Ryziel, you basically only have Exceed monsters, as it is a fully Exceed-based deck. Sometimes the 15th spot turns out to be SP Little Knight, so there is people including it. But just naturally, with you being locked into rank 4s very often with the effect of X-Ryziel, you just can't afford to play that card because you rather want to have Exceed monsters. And in Malice, you still see the card because it can actually enable your plays as well.
Yeah.
But it's not very often part of the end field. That is very true. And now we go into another mirror match here. So wait, you have the exact same team lineups for those two teams. It is Memento, Ryziel, and the Malice deck for both of these teams.
I guess that is a true test of skill here, as we do have indeed Ragnarok looking like the clear favorites, but it's not all doom and gloom. PG, it's still winnable, and if they even are able to claim one game here, they'll take it to a guaranteed third set.
Immediately using Forbidden Droplet here on Nash's side, trying to negate that Tatsuno Chichogo immediately. That is happening, that is resolving, so no distraction. I think Nash knows the Memento deck super well, of course, as he is piloting himself, and therefore decides he does not want to give NF any chance to destroy monsters on their side of the field. So using the Forbidden Droplet as the first interruption is really, really smart.
And there is the small Goblin package compared to the full commitment from Nesh. Just the access to the Mementotlan Goblin via the grand entrance here. Yeah. We now have it stolen on top of that, and suddenly everything's looking a bit shaky for
Goblins
NF.
everywhere now. That's also the normal summon of choice, but it's only rightfully so that the Mementotlan Goblin from NF wanted to change sides, right? Because you really want to go to the other Goblin cards. There's a Goblin Biker package in Nash stack, so you surely want to join. Now we chain the SP Little Knight, though, to the Goblin. Okay, there also is Mementotlan Fusion to chain here, though. And interestingly enough, for the very moment, there is no way to take control of a monster anymore with the Utopic Draco Future, as all of our main monster zones right now are used up. But of course, eventually we can also just go into Mementotlan Fusion, clearing up some of those zones again. I think that is the plan ultimately.
There is the Twin Dragon to further extend into more of these fusion monsters further down the line, but right now it's a clear field in favor of Nash. NF, though, looks to continue here. We had 8 cards in hand for Nesh, now down to 3, so already not looking too bad here for NF in terms of making a comeback, but still, it's a comeback for a reason, because he's very far behind right now.
Yeah, and I mean, there's still so many things to be used on Nash's side. We haven't even bothered to use the effect of the Creation King yet. There is still the Utopic Draco Future. There will be another way to clear up our own field by just using the effect of the Creation King. So plenty of options here still left for Nash. And he also has his very own copy of a Mementotlan Fusion also in the free back row cards that he has there. And there is the Gaddick now returning. And there is going to be another monster returning from the graveyard due to the effect of the Twin Dragon. And then that could already be a good moment to go into the Mementotlan Fusion to possibly summon out Guardian Chimera again, because I feel like Nash really was the Memento player I saw summoning the Guardian Chimera the most often, because sometimes you see it, but with Nash, it more so felt like you always see it.
He definitely has the more unconventional picks in his extra deck. I mean, we're looking at some of them. The big Gabonga is in the graveyard as well. But speaking of XCs in the extra deck, Duel B is heating up in favor of that Ryziel on the bottom side of your screen. It looks like another victory for Ragnarok is coming in Duel B.
Yeah, that should also already be like turn 3, right? Because I'm pretty sure we already passed the turn 1, and therefore those big monsters that are on the field might actually already lead to victory in that very turn that we're seeing there from Mist, who just keeps on winning. But Nash currently still trying to figure it out here. But yeah, there we see. Yeah, it is turn 3. We are in the main phase 1, and there is 2 big rank 4 monsters that are sitting on the field. So can we figure this out?
Playing Ryziel with the XC's cup sleeves.
Yeah, just fitting, for sure.
We like it.
Ooh, discards Feeds from Paradise. That's a nice discard there for the Ice Ryziel. Oh, doing some quick math. We're not far off. That should be more than 8,000 here. Heading into the battle phase. 1,500. Yeah, that surely
I believe that is Mist taking us to match point here. It's all on Nesh to close this one out as Matrix does fall. Ragnarok 4-1 up against PG here. PG, they're on the back foot, but can they make the comeback? Can they make this happen? I guess we're about to find out.
Now we finally get to use the effect of Utopic Draco Future, but as we negated Goblin, that means we're not going to take any monsters. That still works. We just don't get the added benefit, but the negation of it is, of course, still pretty nice. That now, of course, since the combined creations on the field, leads to that one activating, bringing back the Dark Blade. So still somehow NF keeps on going, but now there is the Bone Party, and please note there is the Horn Dragon on the field, and when Horn Dragon gets destroyed by a card effect, it will activate its graveyard effect certainly right after here, destroying 3 cards on the field, including 1 Memento card. So we go after our own Anguish, and we go after both monsters on the side of NF.
Memento Mictlan actually going to be used as well, and there we have it. This should be it for Nesh, but game is not over quite yet. We still have some options.
This is just so impressive. Storm of Ragnarok, they just win every game. They just fight every game. They always figure out the most ideal line, and they really deserve to be one of our WCS participant teams.
I actually have just heard that the other team won 5-0. It will be T2 in the finals against Ragnarok, and Ragnarok's victory here actually secures the trip for T2.
True. Actually, T2 is going to be going to the World Championship as spectators, winning the trip here in this tournament, because, of course, Storm of Ragnarok has a pretty nice trip already being in the participation field. Yeah, congratulations to them already, but, of course, still, we're going to play out the final to see who is going to claim those extra prizes. You said it, there is those nice playmats on the line, the Dippity, and
the
also the Anguish.
You know, you want the confidence of being the best 3v3 in Europe, best 3v3 team in Europe, heading into it as well.
Absolutely, you do. And I think also, on the other hand, just Ragnarok wants to show that they can just win everything.
Exactly.
Right? They want to win this maybe even more so now. Maybe T2 is like, okay, we actually won the trip already. They're super happy. They're over the moon. But I think the mindset, the competitive mindset of Mist, of Nash, of Luca, they don't allow losses. They only allow wins, and that's how they perform like that.
I think
5-1 again.
Every victory for them, especially for Nesh, just kind of vindicates that he was making the correct read on the state of the game when it comes to making these different choices, making the innovations that maybe other duelists neglected to make. And I think, again, that just really validates the fact that he has one of the best considered reads of the game overall.
Nash truly is one of the best deck builders in the game, I would say. And I think he also was very, very, very much part of the Duelist Cup win from Herman as well. Because, of course, Mist was the one winning the Duelist Cup, qualifying his team there in March. But, of course, it is a team effort beforehand, preparing together, finding the best deck list. And I think they worked really closely, as they are also a 3v3 team. And will be going together to the World Championship as the 3 of them as well. And therefore, I think they were all just working those things out together.
Yeah, and conversely, I do want to just take a look at the other side of the bracket and congratulate T2 on making it that far. And hopefully, perhaps even taking the whole thing, depending on how they play against Ragnarok. We've seen them topple scarier opponents, and therefore, I think that we can very much potentially see a final where they come out ahead as well. I do want to praise Abu Hamid in particular for getting this far with Branded. When we look back at the decks of the tournament so far, we had only a couple of Branded. We had 1 Tenpai, 1 Abyss Actors,
Yeah,
whoever that was.
honorable mentions.
Yeah.
Shout out to you.
Shout out to
Thanks
you.
for entering with
1
that deck.
Ancient Gear, you know.
They actually were in one team even. They were entering together. That's really funny.
Everybody loves Ancient Gear, you know.
I
Ancient
do.
Gear Golem.
Some Crowler action.
It's like Tenpai, but yeah,
Just a little older, just ancient.
a little bit. Benefits from limiter removal.
Yeah,
You know?
it does, it does.
Um,
And I think overall
actually,
in the
no, it
meta game
doesn't
of
because you can't activate the spells and traps, right? Or
you can just activate it in the main phase. That's
I
fine.
guess, but who's doing that?
Yeah,
Well,
I don't know. Who knows? But
Um,
actually, just for the overall picture, because we actually went through the decks that were entered into the tournament, so we have like an overall breakdown of decks. And I think it was interesting to see that Memento really, like, of course, Malice, Ryziel expected to be the most represented decks out of all of them, and they were. Malice a little more than Ryziel. But then there was a clear third place with Memento. And I mean, we see that with those players now as well. That is also the lineup that that team of Storm of Ragnarok has chosen. And I was actually surprised that it was outperforming decks like Mermail and so on so strongly. And also Blue Eyes also, I expected a couple more Blue Eyes players in this competition
Snake
too.
Eyes Fiendsmith Millennium, for example. But I also do want to kind of talk about Crystron in particular because it was one of the decks to beat. It was what Tasku used to totally dominate the regional qualifier in Japan. But obviously it did kind of fall off when it started getting sidelined by the Malice responses, such as the Artifact Lancia. Now, with this shared card rule coming into the World Championship, it does mean that Lancia will be limited to 3 copies, which you could very well just see all committed to a single deck, unless a team chooses to share it. But based on this tournament, I don't think they will.
Yeah.
Now, not being afraid of Lancia means that Crystron is unleashed. You can get to your FA Dawn Dragster and other synchro good stuff pretty reliably. I don't know any of the other extra deck monsters in that deck. They're all Crystron names, and they're all really hard to read.
Skeletus, for example, that's a pretty good one, yeah. That gets
Okay.
your play started.
Yeah, I just want to really highlight the fact that we've seen a good variety of decks, even if we do have the clear favorites in Malice, in Ryziel, and in Memento. Memento, of course, being kind of looked at as one of the most difficult decks to learn in recent history, but really paying dividends for the people that did. In particular, Nesh of Team Ragnarok really showing up with that innovation of the Goblin Biker package.
Looking at this here, the bracket that we have, those teams that we now are finding in the finals, their tournament run is impressive because you see the scores there. T2, they've went 5-1, 5-2, 5-0, just dropping a total of 3 games throughout the process. And on the other end, Storm of Ragnarok also 5-2, 5-1, 5-1. Impressive stuff from both teams. It never was really ever close for them. They were just crushing opponent's team after opponent's team. And rightfully so, both of these teams are now in the finals. And there we have the prizes we were talking about the entire time. We do have for first place the WCS VIP hospitality, the trip, and the accommodation for WCS.
And the spectator pass to the Master Duel finals to be able to watch that live in person.
Yes.
It's great. It is Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship, and it is everything these Yu-Gi-Oh! Players
And as we just explained, that will, of course, in case we see Storm of Ragnarok winning, will be passed down to T2. Therefore, that will definitely be for T2. But they're also... We're wearing them here, rocking the Sky Striker jackets. That is going to be for first place.
You're going to show the Kagari on the back.
I'm not that flexible.
Okay.
But there is Kagari on the back.
There is Kagari on the back. You can believe us, or you can win it yourself in one of our other Challenger Cups.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, that is a great prize worth playing for, right? You want to have that because that is for first place only and for first place exclusively. Therefore, we will definitely have an exciting final still. They will play for it all. They will play for those prizes. They will play for glory. Let's see who is going to take it down after a very, very short break. So stay tuned. Final coming next.
Welcome back, everybody. One final time for the grand finals of today's 3 versus 3 Challenger Cup, using the WCS rule set in anticipation, of course, of the World Championship towards the end of the month. And I'm here joined by Lampy for one final feature match, of course. And tell us a little bit about the two teams we have in the final.
Only 2 teams remaining, and I think it is really the top competition that we have in Europe, right? On the one hand, we have a team qualified for the World Championship already, but still practicing, showing the world that they're ready for the World Championship, showing that they are in good form, in good shape. And that is, of course, Team Storm of Ragnarok, consisting of Mist, Nash, and Luca. And they're going with the, I would say, somewhat expected lineup of Ryziel, Malice, and Memento. But the Memento deck from Nash is actually bringing the Goblin Biker cards as well, which is quite special.
I was wondering about that with the Ryziel cards entering the fray. The Goblin Biker is always supposed to be good against that deck, right? Of course, and they are. So not surprised, actually, to see that deck do well for Nash here in this tournament.
Totally, and also Mist taking the route to include the Fiendsmith cards into his Ryziel deck as well. Therefore, it's not just a pure Ryziel, but Fiendsmith Ryziel. And then, of course, Luca being the most normal, I want to say, out of the 3, but just playing a regular Malice deck.
Malice, yeah. Can't go wrong with that.
Speaking of being normal, definitely cannot be said about Abu Hammoud, just still playing the branded deck to such a crazily high success rate.
At this point,
it's normal for him,
I would
right?
call that normal. I'm not surprised, but also I do think that counts as normal for Abu's standards.
It does. It absolutely does. And he's, of course, joined then by Nicky Boy, and we saw Nicky Boy playing the Ryziel strategy, and then there also is the Malice player on the team rounding that roster off.
So like we saw earlier, or like we predicted earlier, we have 2 teams in the finals with Malice, Ryziel, plus X. And in the case of Team Ragnarok, that third deck is Memento. And in case of Team T2, that third deck is Branded. As we jump into the match between the 2 captains here, which is Nicky Boy going first against Mist, a.k.a. Herman, which we know by now is a Ryziel versus Ryziel Fiendsmith matchup.
That is indeed true, and we immediately see one of the core differences between the 2 decks, because 7th Tachyon usually only is a card you include in the pure version of the deck, and I mean, we have seen Nicky Boy playing, and that is pure Ryziel. Oh, there is something to respond to the Ice Ryziel with, and there is Maxi.
Okay.
Mist has successfully drawn that card, and is successfully resolving.
That's big. I mean, here's the thing, right? Ryziel is, on the one hand, not bad into Maxi, because you can still go like Ice, Special Star, set the trap or the field spell, depending on what you prefer, make a detonator and pass the turn, which honestly, even though it's not full potential for the deck, it is still a respectable amount of interruptions considering you're under max, right? One of the strongest cards in the game. So I honestly think this is not too bad. On the other hand, because we started with 7th Tachyon, we are already down a card. So we sounds here's big though.
Let's have a look all together. Miss Sand. Let's reveal. Oh, there's Fiendsmith
very good
in there, and there's Engraver, and there's. I guess you just go after the one Ryziel card in this to keep it completely limited to the
Here's the thing,
stuff.
right? There's 2 answers to Detonator in double impermanence. So you can't get rid of the answer to Detonator. There was 2 ways to access Fiendsmith with Engraver and Sank. So I think the only logical thing here is take away the Ryziel access if they don't draw one for turn here, which is what they go for. So we know there's 2 impermanents, one Called by the Grave, a Sanct, and an Engraver. And for Nicky Boy, all we do know is that the set card is Ryziel Plasma Hole, which is going to be a powerful interruption here. However, the Detonator is not going to be able to be used. We use Engraver here, showing that we play not only Sank, but also Track. We play both copies of the spells.
I was about to ask that. I think the Fiendsmith Ryziel deck is one that definitely leans in a little bit more on the Ryziel, on the Fiendsmith cards, right? So it's not like a super small package.
You're kind of forced to do so, right? Because you simply, like, there's a limit to how many Ryziel cards you can play with 1 Bonfire and 2 X Ryziel, so, like, you kind of have to. With Fiendsmith, you can almost go as big as you like in terms of the engine, right? You can play up to 3 Tracked. You can technically play up to 3 Sanct if you really want to have access to cards.
Absolutely. Because I think in the TCG, it has been a recent development that there was just like some really small Fiendsmith packages of maybe only including 1 Engraver and 1 Sanct. So in some cases, looking at that hand in the TCG might mean they can't even activate the Engraver.
Exactly, that's what I was thinking. I was like, maybe, because I understand the inclusion of Fiendsmith Sanct. So sometimes you look at your hand and you're like, okay, if I go Engraver to add track now, I'm going to be really weak to a Droll and Lockbird. So I'm just going to go ahead and play Sanct instead, because that, even though it has downsides, but it does allow you to do the stuff, and it does not play into Droll and Lockbird as hard. So I think that's why Herman has chosen to just include like one copy, so that he has the choice of playing around the Droll and Lockbird with the Engraver when he feels like it.
Yeah, I like it as well, for sure. And now the X-Stride is going to try to resolve, but it will be stopped by Effect
We do know
Fader.
there's a Cult by the Grave, though, which you could choose to use here. Also, of course, the X-Ryzeal here confirms that we, in fact, have drawn a Ryzeal card again, right? That was the only card we didn't know about. We took away a Ryzeal starter with the Talons, and they just drew one right away again.
That's how you win Duelist Cups, ladies and gentlemen. Miss does decide to use the Call by the Grave here on the Effect Veiler.
Yeah,
so we will resolve the X-Ryzeal.
Was the X-Ryzeal special summoned, or did we normal summon it?
Good question. I couldn't quite tell.
Because by normal summoning it, you would be not locked into rank 4s yet, which would be neat, technically. So you could still do some Fiendsmith stuff. And honestly, with the hand that we know Herman has, I think we might not need the normal summon.
And
this
there's
turn,
the confirmation. That is a link
normal
summon after. And that is a link to including a Light Fiend, which always indicates going to Fiendsmith sequence.
Yeah.
And that is what we are... immediately answered by the Ryzeal Plasma Hole now. Destroys
You're kind of forced to do so, right? Because if you let that resolve, it can just summon Desiree, and that's going to be forcing the Plasma Hole anyways. However, this means that we can still use Engraver here. Interestingly enough, we could have shuffled back the sequence, because we could technically remake it and then use it, because we haven't used it yet.
Ooh, and with chaining the Fiendsmith Sanct, as long as we still have no face-up monsters on the field, that can, of course, be used to produce a token. Meaning now, though, that if we somehow get back to our Ryzeal cards, they cannot attack this turn.
Exactly.
As we can only
Fiendsmith
attack with
Sanct
Light Fiend
has
monsters.
the drawback of not being able to attack with anything that's not a Fiend monster.
Oh yeah, not Light Fiend, but only Fiends, you're right.
All the Fiends, yes. All Fiends. It has another drawback that's not written on the card, but the fact that your Light Fiend that you're getting from it is a token actually means that it won't be going into the graveyard, which means you can no longer use it as like as a material for future engravers or future fusion summons. So that sometimes is the reason why it's considered a weaker starter than Fiendsmith Cracked into Lurry. Because of course you would think like, okay, why would I include like the Lurry in my deck if I can also start combos with Sanct? It's of course the fact that the Lurry will be a Light Fiend in your graveyard most of the time. We see Fiendsmith Tract fusing in the graveyard now, which means the token and the engraver are going to turn into Fiendsmith Lacrima.
That is indeed what we do. And while we have Ryzeal on Ryzeal action here at Table A, we do see really Malice running the show on both Duel B and Duel C.
It's just
we
on both tables. Malice
combos.
went first and is just enjoying their life right now. So I guess that's only fair. Both of the Malice decks are looking to take a win here for both teams. Potentially, of course, the games have not finished yet, but if that would be the case, then that would put the match to a 1-1 with both Malice decks taking a game here. Of course, with Malice being considered still, even with Ryzeal release, honestly, I think most players I've talked to still consider Malice the strongest deck in Master Duel right now. Everyone knows and understands that Ryzeal is a good deck, and in a 3-deck format, Ryzeal is definitely among the 3 best decks for most people.
For sure.
But everyone I've talked to agrees that Malice at the current power level is still a level above the Ryzeal deck.
Actually, hold on, Josh. That is a lot of damage, isn't it?
It is.
Look.
This is enough, yeah.
Wow. So we do not care about the fact that we do only have the ability to attack with Fiend monsters, because all we attack with is Fiend monsters, and that is the game here for Miss.
With the inclusion of the Fiendsmith Agnum Day, of course, you open up a whole world of high damage turns for Ryzeal.
And look into what kind of a situation we've gotten ourselves into here. That is a Chain Link 5 Forbidden Droplet from Abu Hamud. And that is huge.
I mean, if there's any deck or player that I would kind of trust to break a strong board going second, it would be Abo on Branded.
Yes.
Because, of course, with the Branded deck, it's no wonder that they didn't have any disruptions on the opponent's turn, because it's typically like 60-card deck. Doesn't even play a whole lot of those.
Oh my.
But you see those cards exactly in the deck often.
We're off to a turbulent turn. I mean, you usually want to hold this for Branded Fusion, but finding Branded Fusion as a 2-of in 60 cards, of course, is not guaranteed. Oh, and that actually is enough.
All right. Right as I said, if there's anyone to break that board, it would be Abo. We concede the game. We have another droplet into a Malice board, actually. It's
Ooh.
funny how similar these games are because Branded was trying to beat the full Malice board with a droplet. Now we have Fiendsmith, not Fiendsmith, Goblin Biker, Memento trying to defeat a Malice board with Forbidden Droplet. We'll see if either of these players will succeed or if the full Malice board is just too strong for both of these players. I will say the Droll is not helping the cause here of the Memento deck. However, I also think Memento in particular, I think, struggles into Malice going second because the non-target banishes are so powerful against it.
Yeah,
Like,
for sure.
even if you have access to a Goblin Biker Grand Breakout, a Mementolan Bone Party or something, because the banishes don't target, they can just banish the,
Yeah, Tatsuniji
you know what I mean.
Shogo or
Yeah.
whatever you are just activating, the goblin that wants to search or the mace that wants to search.
Yeah.
But that means Nezo keeps it competitive here in our finals. That is the 2-1 record now,
Yes.
closing the gap a little bit. A 3-0 start would have already been devastating, but no, that is not happening. We do find ourselves in still a close situation. And I
Yeah.
mean, that Drone and Lockbird, usually for Memento, you gotta say, is not even that big of a problem. But when it is the Goblin
Behind.
Biker Memento version as
that's
well,
true. Yeah, that makes it even more difficult, but also just in general, like,
the field on top of it, right?
there's a
Yeah.
difference between like playing against Droll and Lockbird when you go first, because then it's like, okay, Memento lines, you know the drill, right?
You can figure it out,
There's
yeah.
ways to play around it, but
Surely.
once there's like other stuff involved on top of the Droll and Lockbird, all of a sudden missing out on those 1, 2, 3 searches that you could be doing, turns out then you won't be able to beat like the established field, right? That happens sometimes with Droll and Lockbird, where it has a different power level depending on whether you're going first or you're going second.
Yeah.
Which is unfortunately the case here. And Goblin Biker Memento not able to break the Malice field here. So in the first round of games in the finals, the Malice boards remain unbroken. Both of them able to win their respective games. And then, of course, the decisive factor on which team pulls out ahead here was the Ryziel versus Ryziel match that we saw Herman take.
Yep.
So
And speaking of that match, actually, I think a little bit of a karma situation there for
Ooh.
Nicky Boy, because Nicky Boy was
Oh.
flexing before this finals. I
Ooh.
am 8-0 in the tournament so far. I haven't dropped a single game, and obviously in the first game, right away of the finals, he drops the
could
game.
have told you this beforehand. If you say this, you are gonna drop your next game. It's just those are some. We don't make the rules.
Yep.
This is like when you've played a going first deck for hours and hours, and you're like, I keep losing these coin tosses. Let me switch to a blind second deck, like Tenpai or something. The rule is just you win the first coin toss.
Yeah,
That's just how it
absolutely.
is.
That's how the rules are. And there is now Maxi being ashed by Mist. Mist is really having a good day here today. Just defeated Nicky Boy, and now is
Yeah.
ready to do the same to Abu Hamoud.
The Ice Ryziel as well. We talked about it earlier, how that is by far the best starter for the Fiendsmith Ryziel deck.
Oh, yeah.
And you don't have as many copies of this card as you would like in the deck because you only have access to 1 bonfire. Doesn't really matter when you just draw it. You know, just draw Ice Ryziel. Not that difficult.
Very, very right. And you also see, I think, that Luca is actually going first for Team Storm of Ragnarok as well on
That's
table
tough.
C.
That's
But
tough.
he just got his Dormouse impermed, so maybe some hope there for his opponent for Team T2. Meanwhile, Mist just transforming those Ryziel cards into 2 monsters
Yeah.
being away into Fiends of Requiem, so we get that engine going now right away.
This, of course, courtesy of the fact that Ice Ryziel does not lock you into rank 4s if you normal summon it and use its effect. It only locks you, all of the Ryziels only lock you into rank 4s when you use them to special summon themselves from the hand.
That is true, and now we can activate the effect of Fiends of Requiem in the graveyard, so I think the next thing to expect here would be these two to be transformed into the Necrocore Princess, but no, we go for the Engraver first. Can you explain why we sequence it that way? I always thought it's better to go into the Necrocore Princess first, but we see Mist not going that way around.
I assume it just doesn't matter in this particular
Maybe,
instance,
yeah.
because the main reason to make the Necrocore first is if you expect something along the lines of a DD Crow or a Ghost Bell onto the Engraver, because then you would be able to draw a card with the Necroquip. However, I think Mist, honestly, just not expecting those cards from the branded.
Yeah,
I think
yeah,
that,
fair.
honestly, I think that's the reason. I think normally you're
You're
correct. I think if you really wanted to maximize efficiency, you would usually make the Necroquip first in this instance, but I just think against Branded, it probably won't make a difference, which it didn't here. Also, we see on...
Duel A is interesting, right? Because I think on Duel A, we see there is Artifact Lancea being dropped by Nicky Boy. He's not up against a Malice strategy, though, but he's up against Memento from Nash.
Yeah.
But there also is that Baguska sitting there on the field, so I would imagine there was a Maxi.
There was a
result
Maxi,
here.
in fact. Yes, this is... It's Nicky Boy for the second time. Yeah, it's dropped it again. For the second time in this final so far, Nicky Boy has been hit with a Maxi when going first, and it has resolved both times, which is not a great time, funnily enough.
Is crazy. So we put all of our hope into the Baguska, which is now no longer able to do anything as it is negated by that Forbidden Droplet, and we are even resolving our Dark Blade now as well.
Yeah, the Dark Blade is resolving, and from what we can see, no disruptions on the side of Nicky Boy here, unless there's some stuff hidden in the hand. Of course, we know there's a Lancea active, which, you know what, against Memento, it does stop some things. Like, I've played Memento during, like, basically Malice format before Ryzeal came out, and there was a couple of times where I got Lancea, and at first glance, I was like, you know what, that's fine, I'm playing Memento, it doesn't matter. But then you realize, okay, sometimes missing out on that Memento and Fusion Graveyard effect, and as well as the combined, no, not combined, Creation King Graveyard effect to banish itself to get the field spell, sometimes it matters.
Absolutely. And I think mostly it starts to matter when there is another interruption coming from your opponent, because you do find a way usually when you can just do whatever you like.
It's very similar to the Joel and Lockbird we talked about earlier. Like, when you're going first and you get hit with a Lancea, you can figure out a way to play without the field spell, or even get the field spell in another way. There's other scenarios, like you can send the field spell from deck to graveyard and then add it back from the graveyard, or you can
search it with Maze.
Exactly, you can use Maze to get it. So there's ways, but when your opponent has a field already and that limits your ways, then maybe that's difficult. However, here, not the case actually. Even though Nicky Boy went first, not much of a field here. Well, there's a Baguska, but it's been negated.
It is negated, indeed. And now we have the fusion. Akihiron already resolved, means we do have that option to just attack directly with our Creation King and our combined creation. And I think...
So tough. This is so hard to stop when... Now there's the Lancea. It actually wasn't active yet, but now we chain it because now the fusion is in the graveyard. We didn't have a reason to use it beforehand, but...
Oh,
that's funny.
The call by the grave.
And this is where...
Oh, God. Okay. Of course, Nicky Boy sees the writing on the wall. Undefeated until the finals, and now dropping back-to-back matches here to those Storm of Ragnarok members. And we go back to the Table of Mist here.
From undefeated until the finals, we go to undefeating in the finals.
That's sometimes how it is. And we once again have another episode of Abu Hamud trying to break a field with his branded deck. And I mean, there is still a Caesar, though, and it doesn't look like it has used the effect yet.
Caesar is a very strong card against branded, of course, being able to negate effects that special summon, which includes branded fusion, one of the key cards of the deck, but not just once, but twice.
Okay, there's the Lacrima now as well. Lacrima activates its effect. And we do send Fiends Within Paradise to the graveyard too. And there's only 2 cards in hand remaining for Abu Hamud. What could this even be? Okay, hold on. Triple Tactic Frost. That can either be Branded Fusion, but Branded Fusion just doesn't really do too much into the Caesar, so maybe it's Grass. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to put a very decent couple of cards into the graveyard here with that. Grass looks greener. 5, 10, 15, 20. 25.
Exactly 25.
Oh wow, that's crazy.
And I did catch some. I did catch some cards that I can activate for sure. I think
Go ahead. What was it?
There was trap cards in walls, which I think it was either Retribution or Banishment. Of course, it would be significantly better if it was Retribution.
Ooh, negating the Sarony here. We are.
Okay, what are we afraid of here, of the Saren here?
Very quickly analyzed by Mist as well, right? He didn't even waste any time. He was like, okay, yeah, I want to really make sure that is not going to resolve. So maybe it's just obvious that there is no other combination of things in the graveyard, and we really needed that Sarony to get that Retribution to the graveyard, for example.
Or like the valuable card to get back with Retribution. Like maybe there's Retribution, but nothing great to add back. And like Mist just wants to limit the amount of cards they have to worry about. Because right now, just 1 card in hand, and honestly, I can't think of many cards that really help against Caesar.
Go into the battle phase. Go ahead
Alright,
and
we
double
trade.
those two. There's Aluber activating, but that is something we can and probably should negate with... Oh, we are targeting the Lacrima, though, interestingly enough.
Probably because we assume that the Caesar is going to negate it no matter what.
I mean, what would have been so bad about getting that Aluber onto the field, though? That felt like something we could have possibly allowed, maybe?
We probably could have. At the same time, there's only one card left
We
in
may
hand,
as well.
so
You're right, you're
you
right.
might as well, I think.
You may as well, and that is one set card into the end phase. How big of an end phase is it going to be for the branded deck here? Historically known to just do like 10 things every end phase. That was the first thing there with the Cartesia being added back. Okay, okay. Keeps on going. That turn is definitely far away from being done, but oh no, it's only that.
Far away from being done.
And it's done, yeah. Jinxed it. What can you do? Sometimes you send 25 cards from your deck to the graveyard and still you don't really find the right combination of cards. Still, it was the correct thing from Abu Hamud to do, right? Because searching for Branded Fusion just would have not resulted in anything because there is the Caesar to stop it. So you had to rely on that variance factor there to find like a really, really good combination of cards off of the grass.
I suppose the only other thing you could have gone for is just a Hail Mary triple tactics talents to draw to.
Fair.
Okay, Fusion Duplication here.
Okay.
Fusion Duplication is actually interesting here because it has a very unique interaction with the DDD Wave Hiking Caesar. And also something like an Ash Blossom, for example. Because Fusion Duplication itself does not actually special summon or send a card from deck to graveyard when it copies Branded Fusion, which is why you can't negate it with something like Ash Blossom or Caesar because it just copies another card's effect.
Yeah.
So this actually plays around the Caesar here a little bit. Of course, Duplication, a very common card in these big branded piles these days because it's like it's essentially your go-to thrust target when you're going first.
Ooh, but now with the Lubellion, though, that is a card that is going to be able to be negated with the Delve card.
But only if we chain it accordingly, right? Like because we send Tragedy from deck to grave, we can go Chainlink 1 Lubellion, Chainlink 2 Tragedy, and then the Caesar will not be able to respond to the Lubellion.
Very true. So that Tragedy is probably going to be activated. We used the Fiends from Paradise there on the Lubellion, but I feel like that Lubellion is not going to be on the field there for very long anyhow.
Well, Paradise is not the removal yet, right? We're going to go into the desert
you're right.
now, and then we can target later.
Yeah, sometimes I'm a little quick with that one. I skipped that one step where you actually have to send the card. In my head, Fiends from Paradise just always equals the effect of Fiends with Desiree, which ultimately it will.
Paradise is like one of the slowest removal things you can go for because it takes multiple steps for you, especially when you don't have it in your graveyard yet. It's like, okay, first I have to go Lacrima in the graveyard, bring back the Requiem, then I have to tag out the Requiem into the Lacrima from my deck, send to Paradise, wait for my opponent to summon, activate the Paradise, wait for the Paradise to resolve, send Desiree, and now I can send.
That actually,
but you get it for free, so it's fine.
Yes, it is very fine. Just the moment you do draw it, you start to realize, oh, maybe it's not so free anymore. I'm paying the price of drawing it every second game, but I don't think Miss drew it in this game, and he now uses the effect of the Send Desiree to go after Mirror Jade, the Ice Blade Dragon, which obviously immediately is going to chain its effect. Probably going to deal with the Caesar here, if I would have to guess. Sends a Rindbram. Okay, that is another way to possibly get another interruption out here on Miss turn. Oh, and we have another result update there. This is actually match point for Team Storm of Ragnarok, for Team Captain Mist. If Mist wins this game, that
they win the tournament.
Wins the tournament.
They win the tournament, and I'm going to be honest with you, I would not be surprised if that will be the case here, because it is, first of all, looking very good for Mist, and also they all just played this final series very well. And, of course, once again, just proving, we all knew that already, but they're just proving once again that they are a deserving representative for Europe at this year's WCS. And, of course, they are showing us that we have great things to expect from them.
Ooh, and actually, we did banish the Lacrima instead of the Caesar, and now we just activate the effect of Aluber to go after the Caesar, which then, of course, deals with that effect as well. So that is perfect. Oh, we don't even negate it, actually.
Yeah, it's because it was chaining 1 Aluber, chainlink 2 Mirror Jade. They once again have outplayed the Caesar by creating the chainlinks in a way where it couldn't respond. However, the problem still is, this was just all in the draw phase. of Mist's turn, so they still have a whole turn ahead of themselves, and I don't know how much Abo is going to have to throw in the way here. We're going to be using the cross to draw an extra card like it's nothing, and then we're going to see. There is a response, though.
I mean, it probably is going to be the Rindbrum in the graveyard, right?
Yeah. Question is, when exactly can we use the Rindbrum? Because we kind of have to use it before a Ryziel Xyz monster hits the field, because then the cross negation would be live.
Totally. There is Ice Ryziel,
Another Ice
normal
Ryziel.
summon. Wow, that is so good. And it will resolve. Looks like Team Storm of Ragnarok does not even want to go into this third set. They are confident enough to just keep on winning and keep on winning clearly. And they want to go for another 5-1 victory here. That now activates the effect of Granganol, though. A monster has been special summoned through a monster effect.
Yeah, and that is going to give us any Despia monster. So we are going to go for Guiding Quem, the Virtuous, which of course is treated as a Dogmatica as well as a Despia card. And that's the thing, of course, it's looking good for Mist right now, but if there's one deck and one player, I would never count out, even if it seems like they own low resources, it's branded on Abo, or Abo on branded rather.
It melts together. You can put it the other way around. It's fine. Yeah, it's basically the same thing at this point. You don't have to worry. Okay, now is the moment we activate the Rindbrum, actually.
Yeah, exactly. We kind of have to.
Oh my, but there is also Called by the Grave still, just going after the target that we tried to bring back, just trying to bring back Fawn of Albus, but not with Mist.
That's tough. That is very tough. At this point, even I am struggling to see a way for Abo out of this one. I think if that set card was not a like a strong card right now, I think there was a way. But right now, okay.
Wow. Mist just flexing at this point, taking control of a monster here with that triple tactic talents. And I mean, quite handily, both of these monsters are level 4 monsters, so we can just use them for our Xyz summons here, which is pretty funny.
And this is convenient because the Quem, of course, was threatening to revive something if we access our extra deck.
Yes.
And even though Mist has the cross ready to negate, I suppose you just want to hold that cross negate for something unexpected. And so we're just taking away the Quem. And at this point, I think it is only a matter of time until Herman will finish this match in just the second round of matches. Such a strong performance once again. Not only are they winning this tournament, I believe they have not even gone through the full 9 games in a single one of their matches.
They won round 5-2, so they were at least in the third set, but they didn't have to go into the last game. They were still preemptively winning that third round. Yeah. So definitely a huge showing by the team. Yeah. And I think that may as well have been the first time ever that Guiding Quem was used for an Xyz summon, right? That really happens very rarely, because that deck in branded, of course, just never goes for. There is never even Xyz cards in the extra deck.
I've synchro summoned with it before.
Fair enough, you do crazy things, we all know that with your runic cards, but that Quem really being underneath a Duel Drive. To be fair, there's many crazy people on Macedor, right? There probably someone has done it before, actually playing an Xyz deck with Quem. I wouldn't rule it out. The creativity is endless when you enter the Macedor sphere. Sometimes, like even today, I played a match and then they were like just, it started out as a Centurion deck and then all of a sudden there were Blue Eyes cards as well, and then it just didn't stop on, kept on. And there were Ryziel cards all of a sudden as well. I was kept on being more and more surprised, but there is now also Fiendsmith Sequence going into Fiendsmith Lacrima. Using the effect.
And at this point, I think we have way more than enough damage to move into a battle phase here, unless we want to play with our food a little bit longer, I suppose.
Mist wants to have some more
I think
fun.
we might even know both cards in hand, right? Because it was both added back in the end phase. I think it's Cartesia and branded in High Spirits.
I think we discarded one of the two for the Rebellion, so there might be one unknown card still.
No, but then the other card would be the one we added off of the tragedy.
You're right. Okay, yeah. So, yeah, you're right. Then we do definitely know everything in the hand, so we can just be completely careless. Summon out the Node Ryziel there as well. That is next to the Agnum Day, which is already ready to bring another one step back from the graveyard. So we have to make sure here to actually go into another rank 4, because we want to free up the zone to summon into with the Agnum Day.
Some might call this unnecessary amount of plays when you already clearly have game. On the other hand, it does really nicely showcase the potential of this deck, right? Like a normal Ryziel deck would not have even had the possibility to summon this many times, right? the combos would have been done by now. But by adding the Fiendsmith cards, I mean, literally half of the cards on the field, if not more, are just due to including the Fiendsmith cards.
That is very true, and now that is the final sequences of this very special tournament. We do have the honorable attack from Ryziel Duo Drive, ending not only this game, but also the set, also the match, and therefore also the tournament.
Yeah.
And we can finally, and herefore declare Team Storm of Ragnarok the champions of this very special celebration Challenger Cup for in anticipation for the World Championship. And it's only fitting that a World Championship participating team is winning that tournament in preparation for the World Championship.
Yeah, very well done. Good games, everyone. And of course, especially Storm of Ragnarok for winning the entire event and using it as very good practice, I'm sure, for the World Championship. And of course, performing as they usually do. Of course, well done, of course, to Team T2 as well in the finals for getting a
and
very
they're going to Worlds as well.
Respectable second place. And they can take some consolidation in the fact that because Team Storm of Ragnarok is already going to the World Championship as players, the prizing of the VIP hospitality package for the WCS will be passed down to the second place team here. So Team T2 will still be present as spectators at the WCS. So I think ultimately everyone in this finals walks away happy with something.
For sure. And look, there's even more stuff to drive at here. With you can take those Rescue Rabbit plushies and also the two different playmats being the Mementodan Anguish and also the Dippity, and then you even get the acrylic figurine of the Anguish on top of it. So definitely not too shabby even for second place and of course first place. Herman can just add another one. I mean, Herman got one of those Sky Striker jackets from the Invitational in Malaga already. But at this point, he probably has won 5 of them, right? Because he keeps on winning those big Challenger Cups. Don't you agree? He must have plenty of them.
Just show up to Worlds with all of them at the same time.
Yeah, every day a new one. Why not? Or maybe have like a gallery of them at home, just going into your wardrobe and it's all Sky Striker jackets everywhere. That's how I imagine his wardrobe now.
Yeah, okay.
That would be quite funny. But one last question I have. Do you think that they are truly revealing that Team Storm of Ragnarok their strategies for the World Championship already? Or do you think they're kind of also trying to trick the rest of the competition a little bit? Or do you think that Nash is the Memento player, Herman is the Eurizia player, and Luca is the Malice player? Or do they have more flexibility and maybe they're still trying to figure things out?
Ultimately, I think it's a little bit of both, and I think it's neither, because I think at this point, at least from my perspective, I don't think they're set on anything yet.
Fair.
Like this. We just know all the cards from the most recent pack since like a week ago, and we have a decent amount of time left. So I think I would imagine they are in a similar position as us, for example, which still things are still up to be decided. I don't think they're set on a lineup. I don't think they're set on exactly who's playing what deck. I think they used today's tournament to get a feel for the format. They built decks that they think could be good, and they just want to see what's possible, you know, with the Fiendsmith Ryziel deck, with the Goblin Biker Memento, which I think it shows the more experimental nature, because those are not like the standard versions of the decks.
Totally.
But ultimately, we are going to see if these players are going to bring those decks to the WCS. Of course, today's Challenger Cup was in anticipation of the World Championship happening at the end of the month in Europe for the first time since 2019. Very excited for that. So if you enjoyed the games of today's tournament, of course, make sure to tune in at the end of the month, starting on the 29th of August. World Championship happening in Paris. It's going to be an exciting time.
Will be a very exciting time. Thank you everyone for watching. Of course, also to the viewers on the Josh channel as well. It was a marvelous evening. Thank you for watching so much. And of course, you're going to see not only Josh on the big stage for the World Championship, but you'll also see me on the broadcasting team. So I am very excited for the World Championship. Everyone, make sure to tune in on the 29th of August, where the Master Duel section is going to start. And yeah, you have any last words, or shall we say goodbye to the audience?
I've already used my last words on that previous sentence. Thank you all so much for watching. Hope you all enjoyed the evening, and I'll see you guys next week for my stream, and then also for the official WCS stream at the end of the month. Hope everyone is going to tune in. Hope you all have a lovely rest of your day, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye, everybody.